Jones, and I'm here to tell you folks, the world has fallen. The fascist globalist overlords, they're implementing the Great Reset. You don't believe me? I've seen the tapes. Watch it, folks. Watch as these pot-bellied Zoomer goblins work with the Illuminati to pit us against each other. I promise I'd be a good boy.
I'm a good boy.
There's only one cure, folks, and that's liberty. And there's no better channel to find freedom than Fabian Liberty. Anarchy is order. Government is civil war.
You're offensive. Police lives matter?
We're just trying to do school.
What?
But this is our space.
You're making the space uncomfortable. But you're white.
You're fucking a white male!
What is one way you combat racism? I don't root for white people on the sidewalk.
They want your wallets, they want your guns, they want the wieners off your sons. Democrats.
Oh no, oh, we should film it.
So let's say, for the sake of argument, that all of the water levels around the world rise by let's say 5 feet. You think that people aren't going to just sell their homes and move?
Just one small problem. Sell their houses to who, Ben? Fucking Aquaman! Vaccine!
Children, they're spreading COVID throughout the population at higher numbers. And people are not entitled to turn themselves into deadly biological weapons by spraying disease-laden aerosols wherever they choose, randomly killing innocent people. This is not freedom, this is homicide, and willful ignorance is no excuse.
What the fuck?
Highest margin of victory yet. It's really impressive, though I'm starting to think he might have had help from the Russians.
Look at me, I'm a gay frog. I'm so cool, I'm so neat. I'll never have children and I'm sterilized. But the media says I'm totally cool. I'm a gay frog, I'm a gay fish. It's so good, and I think my daddy actually is.
Oh, boys. I am glad to be back. Okay, I had to take a day off. Sometimes, my disease catches up with me. I've been going back to the gym. And going back to the gym when you have a joint disease can make certain things rough. Right? I get a little injured a little easier, but I have to do it. I have to push through it so that I can for those of you who don't know, I have a connective tissue rare genetic disorder where I had too much testosterone in utero and had some extra growth of ligament tissue. And I basically have arthritis in every joint in my body. But I don't really notice it that much because more often than not, it's just my normal thing. Does it seriously have no concrete name? The official name of my documents from my rheumatologist is either connective tissue disorder or connective tissue disorder with signs and symptoms similar to or that of or congruent with Marfan's and Aaron Dan Lowe's. I forget how to fucking say that name. Aaron Dan's Lowe's, whatever. But I don't have either of those diseases because I've been genetically tested. So whatever I have is similar to those and in the same category and thus treated similarly, but not quite like it. It might come from being part Melungeon, right? Because before genetic testing was available, Abraham Lincoln, who's also a Melungeon, was diagnosed with it, right? It seems like it might be a really good argument for race mixing bad or something for like the hardcore people that are like, no race mixing, right? Is like, it might be a thing that comes from, the Sioux Native American, which I'm very, 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 very small part of. And like black and a lot of Irish, and Lebanese. Like I have a lot of different things in me. So it's just something weird. Probably only occurs in certain populations. Mixed connective tissue disease. But anyways, I'm back. And I'm super excited for tonight's topic. Oh shit, $50. Can't stick around, but here's some money as support. Well, I mean, I super appreciate it. Also, I'm not sure exactly whether or not this is going to become a permanent fixture or exactly how this is going to look. Okay? But so far, it appears that I may or may not. We're gonna do one or two of these. Hold on 1 second. Notice the DM. It appears that Tuesdays, either this will become permanent if I like it. If not, I might just do it every now and then. But iCal Rich and Admiral Gibbs and I may or may not be doing like a different type of discussion, more thought-based, debate bro-y panel thing. If I like the way it goes, I was really interested in it because Admiral Gibbs, when he did his debate championship series, he really, really, really impressed me with how he structured it in an entertainment wise. And I saw so much potential there. Even though he doesn't quite have, the clout or the names or some of the production value that you would expect from big shows, the structure where he had used one judge's judging the other with audience votes, and then another situation where he brought in guest judges, and then the championship having like something that was like serious, but also having like e-girl debate moderators. It showed me that he understood the entertainment game, and then he understood how to put on a good show, and he understood the appropriate balance between like seriousness and entertainment and like how to weave those two together. And so I was like, yeah, if you want to do a show, let me do a couple of them and we'll see how it works. Because as of right now, my Tuesdays are free. But I definitely do kind of want to see if we can make something a little bit more serious and fun, kind of probably a late night show. Cause I think it's like 9 PM Central. And so even though I'm busy doing things on Tuesday, like I can pop in at like 9 PM Eastern or 9:30 PM Eastern, chat with you guys a little bit and do like kind of a late night show and maybe pick up a more of a late night audience for nights like tonight where they end up going super late. So should be fun. I caught 2 seconds of Connor going off on Gibbs yesterday. I don't say connected with streamer drama, but it was silly. Yeah, those two keep going at each other because Admiral Gibbs is one of the few people in Twitch and YouTube space that's willing to call out Connor for what he is, which is a grifting, lying sack of shit. Unfortunately, in this business of like streamers and entertainment, it can be very difficult to find people that are willing to call people out, because every time you call someone out, you burn another bridge, and every time you burn a bridge, you destroy your own success, right? And so, if you see someone that's super, super popular, chances are they are well connected and have a lot of networking connections, right? Like they've done a lot of networking, and part of that means not burning bridges. And so part of that is sacrificing your ability to call people out. And Gibbs doesn't give a fuck. If I could go back and do it again, to be honest, I would do it differently. As much as I like that I'm principled and that I call people out, I'm not gaining a lot by calling out people. And I probably could have an audience, a much, much, much larger audience. If I had stayed on Twitch and I'd been a little bit more safe in burning bridges, I would have had a lot more opportunities to talk to people. And I could have focused more on like the philosophy and my political beliefs and less on, you know, being like, this person's a piece of shit, let's talk about it. But like, I'm kind of already there and I've kind of already done that to everybody. So at this point, there's no reason in like trying to backtrack and like be like, oh, actually they're all right. We just have some disagreements, you know? Like I wouldn't lie to you guys if I could go back, but I certainly wouldn't like offer up public condemnations of streamers that could have given me connections. That's just kind of how it is. I need to make a new identity and become a VTuber. If I made a VTube account, like I kind of wish, like if I had an editor and I could like do a lot more just for me, and I was less busy in like my personal life, I would like make like a commie VTube and then like wait until much, much, much later and then just be like, actually just do a reveal and be like, I proved to you that like make the channel more successful than my ANCAP channel and be like, and I proved to you that like this shit gets success just because of, you know, popularity and bullshit. Like I could have done this too. I know your argument's better than you. They vibe with their humor, even though it's very niche humor. With non-popular characters, I miss something. It's so good to be home. India was cool though, and you be you, Scott. Don't be gay, Gake and Faye. I appreciate it. I appreciate the money. I appreciate it. Remember, guys, I always answer super chats. So if you want to put them in the form of questions as opposed to support, I will always answer it. You can join the channel for only $3.99 a month. Obviously, you don't have to renew your membership, but if you do that, you just get you know, you just get some emojis and you get to support. Either way, look, channel memberships are cool. And if you just want to support just to support, hell yeah. But either way, YouTube takes a 30% cut. The taxes turn out the same. So like $4 to me via channel memberships versus $4 to me via super chat, it's all the same to me. I mean, technically speaking, memberships are like, people are more likely to renew so I can keep it. But like, I appreciate money no matter what you guys, yay. Thank you so much, Little Bits. Appreciate support no matter what you guys do. But if it was me, I would do super chats because then you get to ask me questions and make sure that I'm like committed to giving you a good answer. That's what I would do because I don't have any content locked behind memberships. But if you just want some emotes and you just want to hang out and like enjoy the show, then, you know, memberships are a great way to go. And I really appreciate you guys. Make sure there's 22 of you watching, only 9 likes. Make sure you like the video. If you like it, you know, I mean, if you don't like the content, then don't like it. Fuck it. Oh, hell, even give me a dislike because that's engagement. But if you like the content, give us a like. That helps me in the algorithm. And if you really want to support without supporting money-wise, join the Discord. Because the Discord's where you're going to get go live notifications. Because even if you hit that notification bell, you're not going to get my go lives all the time. And the Discord is where you can engage with the community. And the Discord is also where you can really help out the channel. And a lot of people haven't been doing it. But I've switched this over to the entertainment section, which took me a long time to figure out what the fuck was going on and why I couldn't do it. But now you guys can clip the channel. If you're in the news and politics section, then it won't let you make clips. But because we're in the entertainment section, you guys can now clip the show whenever you see something funny, or something based, something you thought was like entertaining, whatever it might be. And if you clip that, and then you just post that link in the Discord in the stream clip section, when I'm not streaming or when I'm less busy, I can turn those into YouTube shorts. And that really, like, you guys doing the work instead of me having to scour through a 7-hour stream, but just like you guys finding something and clipping it means that I can make a YouTube short of it. And that would really help us get into like a new algorithm, really help the channel out. And yes, it takes time to join the Discord and post a link. But it doesn't take any of your money. And if you want to support and you feel like you don't have much money, or that like, or, you know, you like your money and you don't want to give up your fucking money, which is totally acceptable, right? That's a great way to support the channel for free. Why can't political things be clipped? Interesting. Took me a long fucking time to figure that out. Grok was the only thing that actually led me to the right thing. And it's because it's news and politics, and YouTube's justification is that if it's news, then it'll have IP content that people are reacting to. and they don't want people clipping portions where there are no reactions, but just the IP content, and then spreading the IP content. That makes no fucking sense, considering there are channels everywhere that are dedicated to reactions as opposed to the news, and that almost any form of news would be considered fair use to spread without IP anyways, if it's relevant news. So it's a giant bullshit justification that is, I think, designed to limit clips of what they consider to be A, more controversial, because the news and politics section has a lot of controversy in it, and B, to protect sources like ABC and CNN and other news sources from being made fun of. Some of those reaction channels are cringe. Oh, for sure. I have a weird, mildly racist enjoyment of reaction channels, because for whatever reason, I love watching black people react to things that like white people have known about for ages, but didn't trickle down to the black community. And then like Metallica, like watching a black person that's never heard metal, like react to a Metallica song and be like, holy shit. Like I like, you can watch like Master of Puppets, watch black people react to Master of Puppets and be like, holy fuck, I never knew that white people had bars. Like, this song has bars. And it's like, it's so funny to watch them. I get some weird enjoyment of like the cultural crossover. You don't really get that with white people reacting to things like hip hop and stuff, because it's been a part of like the dominant culture for so long that like white people have been involved in consuming black culture for, you know, a couple generations, that you don't really get that. But the reverse of that is really fucking cool. And I don't know why. It's like, or like black people reacting to Thomas Sowell is like a personal little fucking weird thing for me. I don't know what those are. Clips more important than super chats? I need to buy an earpiece to watch and notate time to clip for you. I mean, look, money is money, and money can be spent, you know, somewhere between 30 and 60 days from you spending it. Okay. And like, money helps me in the now. I think that clips can help me in the future, because clips can make it to where I can make shorts, and then I can grow the channel, and then I get more people in, and the more people we bring in and the larger the channel is, the more ad revenue I get, the more super chats and membership I get. So like, I think they're both equally important, right? Like, helping me out financially means that like I'm motivated to stream, and that like I can stream, and that I don't have to like, you know, do other odds and ends and jobs and side hustles and things like that, in lieu of like dedicating more time to streaming and prepping for stream and reaching out for interviews. That helps me now, but the clips help me in the future. And so, you know, if you're a real libertarian, I guess, you know, high time preference is, it can be bad. I don't know. Maybe some clips would help out. But I mean, both are helpful. It's just about, you know, one's an investment and one helps now. But helping me now means I have more time to stream, which of course means, you know, and more time to prep, which of course means more shows and better shows, which help in the algorithm, right? So like, they both help in their own ways. Hope you have a good stream. I'll be around some. I'm really happy to hear you have clips now. I've tried and been disappointed. Yeah, like, it took me a long time to figure it out, because YouTube doesn't tell you that if you're in the news and politics section that you can't, that clips won't work. And it was like, I went to other political channels and like, they didn't have clips. And then like, I went to like, you know, just random reaction channels, and of course they have clips. So it's like, the justification makes no sense. They do tell you that if you're doing news, that like you can't clip the news, but like, I didn't make the connection. Like, it's like a little off thing in like a giant adhesion contract, right? And like, but they didn't explicitly call it the news and politics section. They just say like doing news. So like, I thought that meant like CNN and ABC and shit like that couldn't be clipped. Out of curiosity, when can a streamer quit their job to become a full-time streamer? That's a personal thing for everybody, right? Like, that's going to depend upon your bills, your commitment, your metrics. You know what I mean? Like, if you have a really good month or two, like, that doesn't mean anything. You could fall off at any moment, right? I mean, like, there was a time when I was doing Twitch, where like, we were averaging like 80 to 100 viewers a stream. Or at least like our average peak was there. And then we would always sit, like, on a bad day, we would like bottom out at like 30, 35. And then like on a good day, we'd like stay at like 50. And then not long after that, we'd be at like 50 viewers. People would raid us with 80 viewers, and we'd go up to like 60 viewers and then immediately drop down to like 30 viewers. And then like shit started happening. And I'd kind of fallen off because, part of my success was being, the third Hippy Dippy Rumble champion. And I was getting some success off of that. But then I wasn't smart enough, hardworking enough, or lucky enough, whichever it was, to capitalize off of that success. And then we went back down. You know what I mean? So like, you need to be very consistently doing well before you can quit. You need to be financially doing well, and you need to be doing better than what you need to be doing, because again, at any moment you could fall off. So you need to be making enough money with Twitch or YouTube or merchandise, all of this stuff. You need to be making enough money to where like you can put money aside to save some money, not living paycheck to paycheck. So I probably shouldn't be streaming full time. But I do have something that a lot of other people don't have, which is, and I'm open and honest about this, and you can, attack me as a bad libertarian for it all you want, but I do have, where I was injured in the military, and so I do have disability from the military, which is kind of a double-edged sword, because my ability to work a regular job is affected. Like, as you guys have seen, like even with me streaming, like this last Thursday, sometimes I have to take a day or two off. And that really, sucks, but like I have to prioritize my health. But like I couldn't work like normal jobs that way. But at the same time, it allows me to stream in a way that other people probably can't. Because I have some level of consistent income beyond the streaming, but it doesn't fully pay the bills. So I appreciate all the help. Fabian, you should make a video about Andrew. So I saw your comment when I was going through comments, but I didn't have a chance, Elliot, to respond to all the YouTube comments because I was like doing other stuff. And, part of that was like, prepping for today's debate. And then like, we have a crazy neighbor. So like Mark and I had to go to Best Buy and get a Ring camera. So that we can like record if like our neighbor does something crazy. I don't want to get into that, especially for potential legal reasons. But nevertheless, like we got a Ring camera to make sure, the door has a, can record anybody coming up to it. But yeah, I saw that a video about Andrew Wilson. He needs more pushback from libertarians. So I did do a stream reacting to his debate from Dave Smith. I've also been on the Crucible. I've debated him twice. And then I've had him moderate several other debates. But this was when this was before the Crucible found any before the Crucible went on whatever podcast. So like the caliber of guests that he has available to him is a little bit better. I've been trying to I've DM'd him a couple times to rehash libertarianism and talk about libertarianism in the Trump era, and talk about why like Dave Smith was spouting bullshit and was a bad representative of libertarianism to the right, despite him being like kind of a paleo lib. But like he just gets distracted and then doesn't get back to me. Which is like, I don't blame him. I'm not like, hey, fuck you. You really fell off or anything like that. Like I recognize that he has a lot of DMs to respond to and a lot of opportunities. And that he'd be doing me an opportunity, not vice versa. But I would like to go back on his show and debate him again on libertarianism, and not this like prag lefty or like false libertarianism shit. Liquid Zulu v. Jay Dyer may have also put a bad taste in his mouth. I'm pretty sure. Yeah, I mean, like, I think Jay Dyer, I don't think so. I think he thinks it was good content. Now, Jay Dyer got a bad taste in his mouth. That little punk ass bitch ran from that debate. And then later went on Twitter and was like, hey, I'm looking for libertarians to debate. And so I was like, hey, you should debate Liquid Zulu again, or you could debate me, or you could debate Casimir. Like, there are really good debaters that I think would, mesh well with a right-wing audience you should talk to. And then he ignored a whole bunch of people bringing up really good libertarian debaters, and then found like some prag bundle of sticks lefty hedonist to just destroy on his channel. And then I went on Twitter and was like, dude, what is this? Like, people offered you good debaters and you just like brought up some weak sauce, no name nobody to destroy on your channel. Like, this is some grifting ass bullshit. Like, debate somebody real. And then he was like, how fucking, like, he feigned like being offended and was like, how fucking dare you, act like I'm being dishonest or that I'm not fucking like blah, blah, blah. Like, I don't remember the exact thing. And then he blocked me. And he's blocked, a whole bunch of other libertarians that call him out on shit. So Jay Dyer's a fucking pussy that won't debate a real libertarian. And I think that's, probably because he got butt fucked by Liquid Zulu. But not only did he get butt fucked, he got butt fucked in the worst way possible, which is like, from an entertainment perspective, Liquid Zulu doesn't appeal to normies very well. But from like a philosophy perspective, he bodied him on the philosophy, and then he didn't let him go. And so, like, the thing that Jay Dyer prides himself on is that he's like, I'm actually pretty good on philosophy, and like, as a Christian apologist, I know the philosophy well, and like these lefty empiricists ain't got shit on me type of thing. But like, he kind of got embarrassed in that realm by someone that actually knows the philosophy well, because Liquid Zulu knows the philosophy better than me, right? Like, I'm in a Discord like a Twitter group, with him and a bunch of other people, anarcho-objectivists. And like, if I have a question about the philosophy on something, I still ask Liquid Zulu, right? Like if I'm having a confusion about, like, just today we were talking about contract theory and like Kinsella's conception of like what constitutes a contract. And I was like, yeah. So, and he was really just confirming what I already knew in this regard. This is just an example from today. But like, I'm getting clarification and better word usage on the concept that like a contract is, requires a title of transfer of goods, whereas, a promissory note or a promise, right, does not necessarily instill those things. So like Kinsella uses the example of, I agree to sing at a kid's birthday party. I'm not fraudulent. I'm not committing fraud if I then don't sing at the kid's birthday party. Right. But if I have a contract which requires not a promise to do something, right, but requires, a title of transfer of goods, which is, I will pay you $50 if you sing at my kid's birthday party. And if you don't, you owe me $100. Right. And then I don't sing at the kid's birthday party. Right. Like, there's no fraud being committed. I just simply didn't engage in the activity that I said I was going to engage in, and therefore I have to pay the $100 in the contract to engage in that. And that's because you still have a right of bodily autonomy, right? Like, if you were to say that it would be fraud for me not to engage in the singing at the kid's birthday party, then what you're saying is that by signing a contract or by making a promise, I lose my right to bodily autonomy. Like these are like little things that like I kind of know, but sometimes it's better to get Liquid Zulu's perspective because he's so clean on the philosophy that he can give me like a very clear-cut, correct answer without any holes in it, as opposed to like a long-winded speech that I might give, so that I can have like a very good answer to it. And Liquid Zulu's great for that. And you guys should follow Liquid Zulu if you are a libertarian. That being said, I think Liquid Zulu gets autistic with shit, and the entertainment value for me personally is not quite there. You know what I mean? Like, I just think we have different strengths and different weaknesses, and depending on what you like, you should follow either one of us. What are your thoughts on constitutional sheriffs? Do you think it is something that is good or bad? I'd like maybe see you go deeper on what exactly they are doing, if you have any interest in it. Grackle, it depends on what you mean. So I was at the protests armed on the state capitol after Bloomberg spent a couple $100 million to shift Virginia blue, and they wanted to put in a bunch of gun legislation. I was there protesting against it. And one of the reasons why a lot of that legislation fell through was, some of it was the protests, but a bigger part of that was sheriffs in, libertarian or right-leaning, counties in Virginia said, like, look, you can make whatever fucking laws you want, but I'm not enforcing what I believe to be unconstitutional gun laws, right? And so, yeah, it depends on what context you mean, because I'm not a lover of the Constitution. Like, the way that I look at the Constitution is, so like, I was supportive in that instance. So the way that I look at the Constitution and the Founding Fathers, I look at them as like an older brother, right? And this older brother is a fuck up, right? Like he doesn't have his life together. Like when we were kids though, right? He was a bit of a bad boy and I was the kid studying. And the older brother, he protected me from bullies in school. And he taught me how to be a man in ways that my dad or my mom couldn't be there, right? Like he was a role model in some ways. But as I got older, I began to realize that, like, hey, he's fucked up in some ways. He does some things wrong, and his life's not together. And ultimately, between the two of us, I'm going to have to be the one to take care of our parents when they get old because my older brother never quite got it. That's kind of how I view the Constitution, right? It's like, I might say the Constitution is just a piece of paper and I wipe my ass with it or something is like a meme. But ultimately, I recognize that the Constitution was a group of intelligent men following the Enlightenment that wanted to act on the promise of liberty and equality for all and to get away from the reins of tyrannical government that was all encompassing in our lives. And they recognize inalienable rights and natural law theory, such as it was at the time, and enshrine those into a document that was designed to curtail the state from some of its worst abuses. And like historically and philosophically, I have some respect for that. And so I don't want to just sit here and be like, ha ha ha, Constitution's just a piece of paper, I wipe my ass with it. Like, it deserves some respect for what it is in time. But like, we have to move past it. And we have to understand that it isn't a magic piece of document. Like if you violate it, there's no fucking wizard that casts fucking high level spells and fucking deletes you from the face of the earth because you dared go against the magical document. No, like people in our government violate the Constitution constantly and reinterpret it constantly. So, as much as I can have respect for local sheriffs choosing to, hold up the Constitution in lieu of unconstitutional abuses by the state, the context is important to me, right? And the context is important to me because, there are items in the Constitution that restrain the state, and then there are items in the Constitution that I wouldn't necessarily think of as beneficial because they support the state, right? You know what I mean? For example, like, let's say Donald Trump, he wouldn't do this, but let's say he came out with a law that said, all felons get to vote tomorrow, right? And then constitutional sheriff said, well, the Constitution says that, like, you lose your rights if you engage in felonies, and the states have the right to decide that. So we refuse, in the state legislature, we refuse to enforce this, and we're no longer going to count whether or not someone's a felon in our reporting to the federal government when we do our votes, etc. Right? Like, do I support that? Do I not support that? I mean, like, at the end of the day, the Constitution really doesn't fucking matter to me in that regard. And I don't think of voting as a right. And so if it means more leftists and more Democrats get elected because a bunch of felons that view themselves as victims vote for more socialist policies, then I don't support that. And it's the same thing with women's suffrage, right? Like, I don't support women voting. Voting's not a fucking right. It's just a tool that's used to justify the state and used to, create whatever, systems of violence. It's a decision on who holds the gun. And while I will vote, in my best interests to reduce the size and scope of the state, if I reasonably believe that a politician will do that, not many politicians get my vote, but some do, right? And so if that's the case, whatever. Regardless of all of that, if someone wants to get rid of women's suffrage, I don't give a fuck what the Constitution has to say about it. Like, fuck yeah, let's get rid of women's suffrage. All of the evidence has shown that women vote for socialism. So if we got rid of women voting and we had less socialism, maybe that works out in my favor as far as I'm concerned. The whole tariff thing made me look more into state alcohol laws the number of red states that cuck themselves to state governments is wild. Well, they're cucked because alcohol, tobacco, and like legal age laws and certain regulations are tied to state funding, right? So if you don't agree with like federal mandates on like the legal drinking age and like certain regulations, etc., then you lose state funding for like a bunch of projects, infrastructure funding, school funding from the Department of Education. You lose, you just lose all kinds of shit, right? And so yeah, well, clip it, modern mage, clip it, and then put it in join the Discord and post that shit in the Discord. Like, somebody do it. All you gotta do is hit that clip button and then, you know, move some things around, and you can come back to the stream and fucking catch up. But yeah, so like, but the thing is that just because you also, your citizens still have to pay those taxes. So like, it's either you can agree to those stipulations, or not agree. If you agree, then you get the funding and your citizens pay the taxes for it. But if you disagree and you don't follow the fucking, you know, the regulations on all of this bullshit, then you're kind of in between a rock and a hard place here, because what ends up happening is, yeah, you might have more liberal laws on alcohol or tobacco, but all of your citizens have to pay federal taxes that support programs that your state no longer gets access to. So it becomes taxation without representation. I mean, you have representation, but whatever they decide literally doesn't go to you because you refuse to bend the knee. It's really fucking weird that that's like that loophole exists. Well, no. So what's the maximum time limit on? Well, first of all, even if you do like a 2-minute thing, I can edit it down to the relevant parts, right? Like, if you give me like a 2 or 3 minute clip, I can then edit that pretty easily to 60 seconds. First of all, just throwing that out there. But the new YouTube shorts that changed in October is they can be up to 3 minutes long. Now, if I put a 3-minute short in, it better be really, really good and entertaining, because people will leave after like 20 or 30 seconds. And then like my meaningful watch duration, if it's like a 60-second clip, they watch like 50% of it, or like, 33% of it. But if it's 3 minutes and they leave after 30 seconds, then they only watch like 1/6 of it. So there is a danger in making the clips too long. Brevity is the soul of wit. Scott is the soul of autism. Look, man, I'm verbose. I think via speaking. Like when I answer questions, I'm thinking and speaking at the same time. It's like being part of ADHD. I rant a lot. And so that's part of what makes me decent at streaming. You know what I mean? Is that like I can fill a lot of negative space with conversation. Like if I was really brief and not verbose at all, I better be a gaming streamer or something. There better be something else on the screen, because I'm doing politics, and so because of that, and philosophy. So like, you're here for me and what I'm saying 90% of the time. Right? You're here for my ideas. And so if I was like really brief, like I agree that like I do need to be more brief, and that is something I struggle with. But like at the same time, I have to be careful not to be too brief, or we might just be sitting in silence, you know? But yeah, I'm super excited to talk about USAID today. I fucking hate USAID. I'm all for shitting on USAID. That is a rabbit hole. Like, trying to learn about how bad USAID is would take you years. It is like the worst fucking thing ever. As much as I am like not liking most of what Trump is doing with the tariffs, if he really wants to go after USAID and go after the State Department and like force them to like actually itemize and track where their fucking money is going, this might be the greatest fucking president in US history. Because as much as like the tariffs are a problem, as much as like, you know, certain authoritarian measures are things that I don't like, if he can cut the wings off of the intelligence apparatus being a world police and CIA involving themselves in every country in the world and fomenting chaos for like the American hegemonic like international order, whatever the fuck you want to call it. If you can clip the wings off of that, and instead of us wasting money on all of this conflict elsewhere, and we can just put that money towards America in some regard, either let us keep it or, you know, hell, even if that money just was brought from USAID to American infrastructure, like that would still be a step up. As much as I hate stolen money via taxes, like if I'm gonna have my money stolen, do I want a bridge built here, or do I want, you know, some CIA mission to fucking destroy, you know, Belt and Road Initiative real estate project in West Africa? Like fucking obviously I want a bridge built here. They'll fail to keep track. Their expenditures for basic shit will skyrocket like NASA prices. Oh no, for sure. It's the first step in an extremely long fight to get that entire thing to stop, right? I have a lot of issues with Trump, but him going after USAID is not fucking one of them. And it's a ballsy fucking move to do right in the beginning of his presidency, because USAID is just a synonym for CIA and State Department. Like, people think it's a synonym for like food and like for like, you know, helping impoverished countries. No, it's a synonym for the State Department and the CIA, you know, doing everything they can to make the corporate empire rich at the expense of citizens of the world. It is one of the most evil fucking programs. I mean, it was set up by the fucking CIA anyways. Yeah, Anson, it's become like a, like not a tick per se, but it's certainly become like a ritual. Like, it's definitely a thing now, is that I have to beard groom before stream. But my beard is so fucking thick that like it refuses to obey. Trump is a mixed bag, but his bag of goodies is better than anything I've seen in my life. Yeah, I mean, like, Trump is without a doubt a bull in a china shop, and like some of the shit he's doing is shit I really don't like. But it's like, but like our state is so not working and so corrupt that it's like I can only be but so mad when some of the shit I don't like is being destroyed along with the rest. Because like at the end of the day, I want the dissolution of the state. Beard Balm's good, sir? Yeah, I'm using, what is this? I'm using Shea Moisture. Can't really, my camera's mirrored and it's green on the green screen, but it's Shea Moisture Beard Balm. I love Shea Moisture. Shea Moisture has a lot of good products. I'm a cynical millennial. Yeah, aren't we fucking all? Like millennial is the cynical generation, right? Like Gen Z is nihilist. Like, millennials aren't nihilists, we're cynical. Like, we're doomer pilled in a lot of ways, but like we still have hope and investment and like, you know, a desire to break out of like, you know, some of the shit that fucked us and like have some level of like success. It's like Gen Z is just full blown nihilists. They're like, whatever, I don't care. I'm going to make memes of like random screaming noises and like, you know, drink and get fucked up. Like there's a right-wing white male faction of Gen Z that is like the beginning of the pendulum shifting or swinging the other way. But like all in all, like Gen Z are definitely like fucking nihilists. But the millennials, we're cynical. Like we, you know, like I entered the labor market, right? In 2000, obviously I entered the labor market in 2005, right? But I graduated high school in the beginning of 2009. Like, I went out to go get a job when the economy collapsed. Like, the whole world that I had before me was like, go to college, you know what I mean? Or go to trade school. It doesn't matter. You're going to be able to buy a house. You're like, this is great. The economy is great. And then, like, the moment I'm done my, like, proverbial childhood and going out into the world to be a real man, it's like, ooh, time for a housing collapse. And big bailouts for banks that fucked you all over. Isn't that cool? And here's your $200 stimulus check. What? And like a lot of millennials went into college to escape that. and then came out with useless college degrees. You know, me, I just kind of went out and lived rough and, you know, eventually ended up, you know, traveling the East Coast with Armenian gypsies doing concrete work, and then went into the army and then went into college. But like, it didn't get any better. Did audio cut out? Seems like audio is fine on Streamlabs. Okay. The Gen Z right-wing segment is the last grasp of individual liberty before we under the dictatorship of the proletariat. I mean, we'll see, brother. Predicting the future is hard. Yeah, Jimmy Beam. I remember that. I remember like when gas was like fucking under $2, and then all of a sudden the economy collapses, and like gas was up to like current day prices, and like people were not making any fucking money. And I was working like an overnight Walmart shift, and I was working. So like when that happened, I was working at UPS. And I was working in a burger joint, a cheeseburger. And then I was working in some other third job. I don't remember what my third job at the time was. And then I ended up going like working Walmart, doing like, you know, it was like one of the few stores. It was a show store. So like I was a janitor, but then very quickly I was like the supervisor of the janitors, because the overnight clean store had to like get the store ready for commercials to be filmed. So like we had like an intense cleaning schedule. And then I got my girlfriend pregnant, and then my girlfriend started having epileptic seizures and stuff because she was supposed to be infertile. And then like we ended up having to like get out of work, and then so then I had to like take care of her, and then we lost the baby, and then we split up. And then after that I was traveling the East Coast doing concrete polishing work with Armenian gypsies. And occasionally I'd get sent on the all-black crew, which was hilarious because the all-black crew and myself were the only ones that could get onto military installations, because we were the only ones that weren't felons, because I didn't realize that I was working a job that was a front for the Armenian mob. Right? Like my job was actually, I'm not going to tell you the company, obviously, because I'd like to keep my fucking life. But my company was like just a place where like people that went into prison for the Armenians would then get out of prison, and they would be given this job as like a consignment for keeping their fucking mouth shut. And like I didn't know until so here's the thing about concrete polishing, right? Concrete polishing is really, really, really difficult to price, because you don't know how tough the concrete is. You can guess based off of like the grain of the concrete, and you can kind of test the surface hardness, but you don't really know how hard the concrete is until you cut into it. And so we had a job where we thought the concrete was like relatively regular, and it turned out to be super hard concrete, which meant that somebody had to go back. I was chosen. Somebody had to go back to get more diamond tipped blades for the machine, because we would use these giant fucking machines that would like hook onto your waist and would have like vacuums that you drag along with you. And so normally you can just cut with metal blades. Sometimes you have to go up to like diamond tip blades, and then sometimes you have to use either a chemical or water to increase basically the friction gets so much between the blade and the concrete that like you need something to cool down the friction so that you can continue cutting. Because if you cut it dry, and it's like, and the blades get hot enough, like you'll just burn through and melt blades without cutting the concrete, and you'll end up scratching the concrete. So I had to drive like way back to like not to our office, but to a different office in Pennsylvania, and like pick up stuff. And then like I got there, and I like had the key code and everything, and like dude pulls a gun out on me in like a suit, and is like, "What are you doing here?" I'm like, "What are you doing here?" Like, I've got the polo on, I work here, I'm from this crew, I'm here to pick up chemicals and like extra shift for a job. And they're like, "Oh, okay, yeah, come on back." And then like I go back, and I shit you not, it's like a stereotypical mob scenario where it's like dudes in track suits and like gold chains playing like games in a warehouse, and none of these people are employees of this business, but I guess they were just having some meeting at a business they owned. And they were all fucking like, they were all strapped, and they had people standing over them that were strapped. And then he one of the guys pulls me over and is like, yeah, I know who you are. Like, you're going into the military soon. Like, yeah, like you're waiting to go to basic and AIT. And I was like, yeah. And he's like, yeah, man, good on you. Like, you know, when you get out, like, you know, give me a call. Like, here's my number. Like, you know what I mean? Like, we could really use, you know, people that like, you know, serve for their country, blah, blah, blah. Like, we could use good people. And I was like, yeah, well, I don't know how long I'm staying in. I'm going in for college and stuff. And he's like, oh, okay, yeah, sure, whatever, buddy. And then like told me to get shit and like get out and leave. And then I went back. And then like when I'm like driving, I'm like, I just met the fucking mob. Like, my heart was pounding through my chest. I was like, dude, like I legit just like met some mobsters. And then like it didn't even dawn on me till later that he was like testing to see if I'd be willing to join the mob with my fucking military experience. And then like saw me being like, oh yeah, you know, fucking you know, like I was like, oh no, I'm gonna go to college and stuff. And they're like, oh okay, yeah, he's not one of us. And then like he just like let me go. But yeah. So like, yeah. So that's what I did when I like when the when the fucking housing collapse was going on before I went into the army. I feel like I've told parts of that story before, but not the full breakdown. But yeah, I was scared shitless in that moment. I was like a fucking 20-year-old kid, 21-year-old kid. I mean, obviously a 21-year-old's not a kid. I had some life under me, but nevertheless, like I was not expecting to be in that situation. Like the most I'd been around like shit like that was like, you know, when I was younger and I was growing up in the ghetto and the projects and shit. But like by like middle school, like we had moved to like the suburbs. That's the courage test. I mean, like I was fine. I was still scared because I didn't know what the fuck was going on. But yeah, like I said, me and the all black crew would occasionally get like, I'd leave one crew to go to the black crew, and then we'd go like do jobs that would be done on like military installation, place you need security clearance for, because the rest of those people could not go on those jobs because like you're barred from going on those jobs if you have like a criminal record. I just did under the table roof work when I needed cash for rent. Nothing like being the white dude working under the table. Yeah, I mean, that works. I'm sure you filled out your W-1 in case the IRS is watching this libertarian stream. But I appreciate, here soon, what time is it? We got a couple minutes, and then I'm going to hop into the Discord and get ready to go to this debate panel. So, 39 of you are watching. There's 19 likes. Give us some likes. Give us a boost in the algorithm. We're about to go hop into a debate panel. Probably going to bullshit for a little while and chit chat. And then eventually we're going to get to the topic, which is USAID. And I am super excited to talk about how much I fucking hate USAID and how it's an evil fucking CIA op. And who knows? And often I end up having post-debate conversations, and these streams end up going pretty late into the night. So give us a like. Join the Discord. Again, now that we're in the entertainment section, if something badass happens, clip that shit. Just click the little scissors button and clip like the last 60 seconds or whatever, and then put it in the Discord in the stream clip section. You can do that for free. You don't have to give me super chats, though. If you give me super chats, I'll answer you. You don't have to give memberships. It's just a little bit of time, and it would really help the channel out. And of course, if you want to see me be toxic or, you know, post my shower thoughts, follow me on X. Links are in the description. They also often pop up in the chat for my bots. Wrote a book that said, or Richard Dawkins wrote a book that said that he didn't know why can't remember our future like we remember our past. Google why we can't remember the future with the word physics. Oh God. Because time is linear? Like, I don't understand the joke here. This is wild. All right. Let me add everyone hopping on the panel now. All right. And then let me center. Oh my gosh, guys. Oh shit. I messed up. Turn this over to Logic Capture. Now we do it to center. Okay. And then so many things to click, boys. So many things to click. Dude, how did they get permission again? How did they get permission again? Oh my God, hold on. Now I have to go into fucking audio settings again. You guys remember this? Okay, that's not what I wanted. I didn't want sound recorder. Here we go. Shit. Where is it again? Oh, it's in privacy. That's right. Privacy and security. Maybe not show that one on screen. Searching windows, switch permissions. No, not search permissions. Speech, general. Here we go. Microphone. Testing. Okay. So it's literally all desktop apps. It won't let me cut permission off unless every desktop app has permission. What in the actual fuck? So I'll have to figure out how to fix this later. I'm gonna have to constantly fucking turn my fucking volume up because it's gonna auto adjust my volume all night, and this is super fucking annoying. Like, this wasn't a thing literally days ago. like days ago, this was a non-issue. And now it's like a Windows update changed it to where I can either do permissions for all apps or I can do permissions for, like literally days ago, I could cut it off for my browser, but keep it on something else. But now for my microphone,
Good evening.
It won't differentiate. So I'm just going to have to let it constantly change my volume. This is so annoying. Yeah, it's just like I'm down to 58% now. And the moment I start speaking, it starts fucking trying to undo it. Now I'm down to 90%, down to 82, down to 76, down to 71. Like StreamYards keeps, like I can't keep StreamYards from lowering my audio.
Hello all. No, they're all muted, so.
Except for me.
Except for you, all right? At the ready. Thank you.
I'll be on time,
Dude,
but then be muted.
StreamYards, like Windows just did an update, so I can't not give permission to StreamYards for my microphone. Okay. And so like normally like I cut off permission to my browser when I do this like StreamYards plus Discord thing, because StreamYards constantly cuts my microphone volume down to like 50%. And then my stream is like, hey, I can't hear you. And like normally I would just cut off my browser, but Windows just did an update to where you can either give the permission to all desktop apps or no desktop apps. So like I can't use Discord audio without fucking StreamYards constantly cutting my microphone volume down.
Okay.
Well, glad you solved it.
I mean, I didn't really solve it.
You didn't solve it.
I know.
Like it's just like I'll constantly get quieter and then I'll have to like readjust the volume throughout the stream. It's super fucking annoying.
Okay, to put some thought into that. Yeah, shit, that's really annoying. Okay.
Right? It's even though I'm muted on StreamYards just constantly wants to cut my volume down. It's the only program that does it.
Yeah. Okay.
It is what it is. I mean, it's fine. Like I'm here. We'll figure it out. It's just like if I yell, it's like, oh, that's too much, and then it'll cut my volume down. And then
good reason not to yell, Scott.
So that's again,
like even with me normally talking, like it immediately
The system
just
is
brought it down
learning.
to 76%, 75. Like as I talk, it will just like it'll constantly bring it down. I'm 64%
Try shorter
off.
sentences, maybe.
Scott, click on settings.
Yep.
And then go to audio. Is the automatically adjust mic volume? When it says automatically adjust mic volume, is that on?
Oh, hold on. Audio. Okay, where do I click after that? I'm in Windows. There's no audio setting.
No. Go to like on StreamYards. On StreamYards. There's like a settings in the bottom tab. There's a settings. Click on that.
Yeah. All right.
And then click on audio, and the automatically adjust mic volume. Is that checked?
Yep, I unchecked it.
Uncheck that, and that'll solve your problem.
Testing. Yep, it's staying. All right. I'm just an idiot. All right. I was looking through Windows. You know, look, you live, you learn, and then you get lugs.
Yeah.
Nope, it's still doing it. It's still doing it. What the fuck?
No, that's the end of like that's all. That's fixed it on my end. I don't know about
try leaving it and coming back.
Yeah, let me leave with that setting, and I'll come right back.
Lactoid's gonna upgrade this to the higher ups in the chain.
Right?
Woo! Hey, my friend. Looking good. I like your shirt, Gibbs.
Thank you, thank you. I was feeling very celebratory today after all the just amazing Trump wins today. It's been wonderful. It's been just one country bending over, capitulating like a baby back bitch after another, and I gotta say, love it. Love it. New era. In fact, we're doing so successful that Ecuador is now copying Trump's moves.
Ecuador. Okay. All right.
Do you hear about Ecuador? You know what they're doing?
I haven't heard about Ecuador.
They slapped a 27% tariff on Mexico for being Mexico. I don't know, but they're copying Trump. That's all I know.
Ecuador?
Ecuador. I'll post the article in the thing because I know Coy loves sources.
Yeah, if you're going to claim 9 million in all of New York illegal immigrants, I'm going to require a score. You are correct.
I think Ecuador might be overestimating their importance. I'm sorry. I don't mean to be mean to the Ecuadorians, but
yeah, well, you got to try something when you're Ecuador. I guess it starts with tariffs.
I don't know how that's going to help them, but
right, it's better than nothing.
Effort to promote AR treatment.
Yeah, I mean, I don't get how that's like. At least with Trump's tariffs and his strategy, I can assume a certain degree of like him using tariffs as a negotiating tactic, right? Like it seems pretty fucking clear that that's what he's doing, right? He's tariffing, based off of his immigration policy and stance and like fentanyl and things of that nature. And people and the left are like, oh, Trump, got he got owned, and the right are like, oh, Mexico got owned. But at the end of the day, it depends on whether or not you think those 10,000 troops were bound for the border anyways, type shit.
They weren't.
They weren't. I don't see any reason to believe that or evidence of that. But
well,
I
mean,
tend to side with the right on that. But like that, but you can see like there's a reason that Canada and Mexico have a 25% tariff and China has a 10% tariff. Now, if you listen to any rhetoric from Donald Trump and from the Republican side and look at their goals, why in the fuck would China have one tariff and then Canada and Mexico would have a tariff that's 150% stronger? Is it purely because Donald Trump recognizes that we have to ease into tariffs because China is so much more of our trade? Because Canada is like 15% of our trade and Mexico is like 15.7% of our trade. So they're like a third of our fucking trade. So I don't see a drastic difference in the tariffs because of that. And also recognize that there seems to be very little negotiation going on with China. Whereas like there's a ton of negotiation going on with Canada and Mexico. Like, hey, motherfuckers, we're tariffing you if you don't get your shit right. Whereas with China, like he's just tariffing them, and it's a smaller tariff. So I think I think if you look at it from that perspective, it seems pretty clear that Trump is using the tariff on Mexico and Canada as a negotiation tactic to get them to fucking do what he wants to do. And with China, he's like, no, China's a fucking problem. Temu loophole, right? Where you don't have to go through immigration's customs and enforcement if all of your goods are under $600 in value. So they are able to avoid like hundreds of millions of dollars in taxes that other companies that Shein and Temu don't go through because they only sell cheap products. That seems to be like a clear form of Trump levying a tariff and taxation to close that presumed loophole, etc. Whereas the others being so much stronger and being so much heavily negotiated seems to be a negotiation tactic. I don't fucking like tariffs one way or the other. At least it makes sense.
I would like to add one thing about the 10,000 troops thing. This is just let's just look at Mexico's history with troops working with the U.S. government. I don't know if y'all know this, but one of the last times Mexican troops worked with the U.S. government, they turned into the Zetas, which is now one of the most powerful cartels in Mexico. So even if they had sent 10,000 troops to the border, who's to say those guys weren't over here just like, hey, this is where the tunnel's at, boys. Come on down and let's just send you on underneath. Like that. I don't know. I'm not real sure whether or not I care about the 10,000 so much. More that Mexico's capitulated overall to all of our demands.
That's the point of them both saying that they reached a 30-day agreement to postpone the tariff, right? So because of those troops, Mexico and Donald Trump reached an agreement to postpone the tariff for 30 days. I think, what we're looking at is Donald Trump going, okay, I'll postpone it. Let me make sure that your promises are actually being kept here and that you're not just sending over ineffective coyotes that end up becoming their own kind of like, smuggling operation, that they do indeed actually
Yeah,
protect
I
the
definitely
border in
have the
some regard.
opposite read on this. Like,
I'm not saying it's good or bad. I'm just trying to be descriptive, to be fair.
Mexican troops had already been there, right? I think either the last time Trump pulled something like this, Mexico had sent troops over to the border. And like I'm not sure if they're going to send additional troops or like maintain those troops. Like I'm like curious because there had already been Mexican troops there, right? So like I just don't know the details there.
No, for sure. Like that's why I said in the beginning, I said I don't know. Are you saying I don't know if you follow me? But like I said initially, I don't know whether or not those troops were going to be sent there initially already.
Yeah.
Was it part of their deal they reached earlier, etc.?
I'm saying that like this, like, well, you said in the end you lean towards the right, and that like this was something significant that happened. I think there's something insignificant that happened. What, we're gonna have further cooperation with the Mexicans about drugs? Really? Oh wow. Okay. Well, I mean, no one thought of that before, right? Like,
well, no, it's a
federal.
It's, it's not significant because of policy. It's significant because of symbols.
Federal, it's symbolic. Yes, exactly. It's a symbolic victory. Great. I hope
that's
you're
a
all on the same
huge
page.
victory, though.
Please. So yeah, like on both sides of the border, right? Federal agencies will work together to deal with drug smuggling. Amazing, right? Well, what a breakthrough that's happened, right? And also, there's going to be more troops on the border, right? Oh, it's even like when before people were thinking those disparate people trying to get across the border were thinking of doing so, right? They were like, oh man, like with the current level of troops, I think I can still make it. But now another 10,000 troop members along this massive border, that's just too much. I think I won't bother anymore. Like it's sure.
But I mean, we are seeing. We're seeing. Hold on. I got this, Fabian. This is mine.
It's not.
I got. Hold on. First of all, we are absolutely seeing success. We're absolutely seeing success. I posted multiple articles this week. I don't know if I posted where I posted here, but I posted several in my Discord, and I think some in the other Discords where y'all see them, where the numbers have dramatically gone down to almost zero gonaways, right? And for all the Democrats, all the lefties over there, for sitting here saying there's not a violent invasion. Hold on, 1 second, Fried, 1 second. For all y'all saying there's not a violent invasion, y'all can come with me to a funeral this week because I've had 2 of my friends die in the last 2 weeks from illegal alien cartel members, and it didn't make national news. This is just a problem that we deal with here in South Texas on a regular basis, and thankfully it's less overall than it has been. But still, it's going to get a little more violent before it gets better because cartels always act violently when their power is curtailed.
I want to get back to the descriptive, right? Like let's take the emotion and like the some of the stuff out of it. Admiral Gibbs.
No, let's not take the emotion because it's violent invasion down here.
Well, okay, I respect that your emotions are in it and that you're passionate about it, right? But like what I'm saying is my personal like way that I want to discuss this, right? Is I want to look at this like from like a as descriptively as possible so we can get to a same page scenario about what is happening, right? And that's nothing against you or your friends or your family, and what has happened at the southern border. I recognize that to many people, it's very clearly a crisis, especially those living closest to it. But what I mean to say is, when we look at, sometimes the troop numbers are less significant than the symbolic concept that we're working with each other on this issue and that they're committed to it, right? So like when we look at the caravans that came across during the Biden administration, we knew the caravans were coming. Everyone knew the caravans were coming for weeks, right? Like you can see them marching together as a group. You can like the news is reporting on it, right? It's no mystery where they're going to show up, what direction they're headed, as if like 10,000 troops is not enough because they have to be spread out over this long border, right? But in some instances, the Mexican government stopped the caravans, and in other instances they didn't. And so when you have a kind of I think it's less about how many troops are at the border and more about whether or not the Mexican government is being kind of is kind of being forced into an agreement that they're working with the Trump administration. Because if that's the case, then any one of those caravans could have easily been stopped by Mexico, full stop, right? Like they wouldn't need hardly any manpower whatsoever to be like, nope, you're done, right? Whereas, like, I do agree with you that, like, we don't have the details on the troops, and that those 10,000 could have been there initially, or that those 10,000 could have been from the prior agreement that Mexico had when Trump threatened them with tariffs. And so this new threat is like they're just kind of like re-saying that they're doing what they were already doing, so like it's meaningless. But I think from a symbolic position where they're like, hey, we're doing this, we're gonna work on this, stop, and then they get a 30-day deal, changes, because the moment a caravan or something like that happens, Mexico has to either eat that shit or Trump's going to come out and fucking lay down the hammer. And I think that's kind of the situation we're in.
I just want to add on. So,
go ahead.
As far as I can tell, Canada hasn't like added anything, as in like they were just a pause. Okay, so I don't know how that's.
No, they did. It was like 1.3 billion in increased border security. That's what they. This is what they said.
That was announced. That's just like showing the platform already. It's like, by the way, like that's nothing new.
Okay, so yeah, maybe it is
political.
nothing new. I don't know.
I mean, it can be political theater as well, which is part of negotiations, right? So maybe they don't add anything new. Look, I don't like Trump, dude. I'm not.
Yeah, I know. I get you, right? And I'm saying, right, and this is my analysis of what's happening, right? It's it's all bullshit, just like I said previously, that we discussed this before this all went down, right? And what do we say? There's going to be some, at least what did I say? I won't put words in other people's mouth, but like there was going to be a symbolic victory, right? That Trump was going to take a victory lap as soon as he got something from them, and then push us back.
Right, but what is happening that nobody's talking about while this political theater is happening is a 10% tariff on China. That's
no.
the
Hold
goal
on.
of this dog and pony show.
We'll talk. We can talk about that later, right? But I specifically when we were talking about Mexico and Canada, well, at least Canada, our closest ally in Mexico, like our biggest trading partner, like for these
China's
symbolic
kind of our biggest
victories.
trading partner, but yeah.
No,
it's Mexico. From
Mexico's
what I've
passed them.
heard, yeah, just barely
Recently.
scrapes them out.
If you mean import export, then yes. If you're talking imports, then it's
Ollie is waiting, I believe. Also, I think
I did have him. Okay. Fuck. Yeah. Anyway, so yeah. Whatever. Like the point is, massive trading partner. Like for this, right? We put massive strain on our own economy from organizations trying to tariff proof their supply lines, right? And the ones who can't, right? These individuals have no business organizations, right? They're planning for uncertainty. They don't know what's going to be happening. It's causing chaos, and then reflected within the stock market. Like all of this happens, and of course, a lack of trust between nations, right? Like these things.
Stock market's gone back up since closed, by the way.
Aren't negligible. They aren't negligible things that happen within our economy and to our relationships, right? Like these things build upon each other. Like diplomats remember that these things have ripple effects, right? That aren't completely visible to us at the moment. So in any case, right, all that happens, and what do we get? Hey guys, we're going to continue to work together on immigration and drugs. Amazing. So yes, I acknowledge that it's part of the negotiation tactic. I just say that it just shows that Trump is a disastrous leader, a blithering moron, right?
I don't.
Hold on. He's a blithering moron,
but a blithering moron. I will always say.
Well, okay, so let's talk about Ukraine then. Prime. Like,
moron.
So Prime, I've always been pro Ukraine.
And all he gets is symbolism in the end, right?
No.
We'll continue to do exactly what we've been done before, right?
absolutely
And then the MAGA idiots will clap like seals.
No,
He
okay,
did it,
fine.
guys. He did. America number one. America number one. For this,
What have we gained? Hold on. What have we gained? What have we gained from Ukraine right now?
Monetary loss.
Hold on, Prime. So what have we gained from Ukraine right now, other than like weakening Russia, right? Like, look what he's doing now. This is his newest thing. I've been probably the most pro-Republican, pro-Ukraine war of anybody I know on the Republican side. And what does he say today? And I suddenly am going, hey, that's actually a really fucking good idea. He says we won't continue aid unless you give us exclusive rights to all y'all's rare earth minerals. That is brilliant.
Why do you guys pick so? I got a question. Why do you guys pick so hard on like Ukraine?
Well, hold on. I'm going to come back. Like, I've been the most heavy advocate for funding Ukraine war on the Republican side, right? And this now gives me an even bigger one because I know, actually. Here's the thing. Now he's got a way to say, hey, if you don't give us these rare earth minerals, you don't get aid. If y'all think your country's worth saving, which is debatable, guess what? We're going to get exclusive rights to all y'all's goodies. That's what we should have been doing from the get-go. Now we can weaken Russia and we get exclusive rights to things. So when you say we're not getting something from them, we're absolutely going to be getting something from them now.
Just to clarify
about Mexico and Canada. I don't know anything about the Ukraine thing.
This is like I saw it too. It's coming on.
Yeah. So it makes you feel any better. U.S. Equity firms and corporate interests have bought a large portion of Ukrainian land.
Good.
Since 2014. So
these keep doing that. We could just become the 52nd state after Canada.
So what I was talking about was Mexico. Okay, I don't know anything about the Ukraine deal. I'll have to hold on a second. 1 second, please. I haven't heard anything about this Ukraine situation, so I don't know. So I'll hold comments on that, right? But I stand by what I said. Hey, we got very little, and we did very real damage to our relationships and to our economy. So but
the stock market's already up again.
All we see are accolades. How brilliant was this move?
You mentioned the economy, the stock market, the Dow is up.
It's not as if there isn't another negotiation tactic, right?
Negotiation tactics didn't work.
There's not. Hold on. What do you mean? What didn't work? Didn't try anything.
We've been getting butt fucked by the whole world for a while. We finally put our foot down,
and then you say it didn't work, right? What do we get? We got
nothing. We got taken advantage of for years, for decades, Brian. We've been for taking decades of month. And finally Trump puts his foot down. And now the economy is doing booming.
And immigration. Great work. You mean the thing they were always been doing for decades? That thing? They're going to be doing that thing? Amazing.
What are you talking about?
Let me chime in.
You don't know what you're talking about.
I do know what I'm talking about.
Hold on. You don't know what you're talking about.
I absolutely know what I'm talking about.
Did you not know that the Mexican government has been working with the U.S. government in terms of immigration and dealing with drugs crossing the border? For decades? You didn't know that?
Did you know that the Mexican government is the cartels in many places, like the governors and the president? Did you know that, Prime? Did you know that? They have had in the last 30 years. In last 30 years, they've had 2 presidents that have been backed by the cartels. They've also had multiple governors. The Sinaloa governor almost perpetually is a cartel plant. Are you arguing that, whether that's true? In fact, I don't know if you've even watched Narcos. It's a drama show.
Okay,
they go well into that.
Let's stipulate all of that. If that's the case, what did this change? Huh?
What did this change?
Who are you working with? You're gonna be hold on. Sorry, no. So 1 second, Scott. Who are you gonna be working with? Are you gonna be working with the cartel government?
Well, I'll tell you what.
Did you just get insurances from the cartel government that they're gonna work on stopping the cartels? Is that what just happened?
We don't have to work with we don't have the Biden administration tearing down our border walls, and we see that the wall is working. So I mean, that's a win already.
Hold on. You make this claim, okay?
Yeah, sure.
All right. Hey, the Mexican government is practically one and the same with the cartels.
Yeah.
What could this do to change that?
Well, first of all, it's let them know that the buck stops here. Second of all, we don't have to worry about the Biden administration tearing down our walls here in Texas.
It
stops here. They let them know that it's a tougher stance. Might makes right. That's what's happening. I don't know why you're sitting here going, "Hey, we should just roll over for these corrupt motherfuckers."
The cartels know. Oh, the cartel's going to put more of their soldiers on the border. Hold on, the cartel.
Sure.
You said
good. Maybe they'll stop some of the other cartels.
Now. So now we have 10,000
unified group. Are they?
No, according to you, now we have 10,000 more cartel soldiers.
Sure. I didn't say that, but
border,
sure.
Right? I mean, well, okay, we have 10,000 more possible, right? So for each one, right, there's a random number generator that goes off, right? Is this person going to be part of the cartels?
Do all the cartels work together, Prime? Are they all cahoots?
Possible
Are they all
cartel
cahoots?
soldiers on the U.S. border,
well,
right?
it's a lot easier to work with one group than it is to do with 50. I'll tell you that.
Amazing work for
okay,
Donald Trump.
Prime. So
nailed it.
So it's 10,000 troops. So it's 10,000 troops, right? Hold on. Yeah, you know what's embarrassing? Your lack of understanding of Mexican politics. If it's 10,000 troops, they're all going to be under the head of one guy, correct? Yeah, I'll just go ahead and answer for you. Yes, it's going to be under one guy. So even if he is a cartel plant, at least it's only one cartel plant instead of all the myriad different factions that are sitting here that own the different plazas along the border. Well, no, it's not coke. It's not coke, Prime. It shows that you don't understand.
I'm the one who doesn't understand.
I do understand. You're arguing over border politics with someone who lives on the border and deals with this all the time. They have a plaza system. Do you know that they have a plaza system? What is the plaza system?
No vagina, no opinion, Prime. No vagina, no opinion.
What is the plaza system, Prime? What is the
no opinion? You're not from Texas.
Well, I want to know, Prime. What is the plaza system? Do you know what the plaza system is?
Yeah, the plaza system to move drugs, right? The different.
So you do know. So you know that there's different plazas. So there's different plazas along the border. Is that correct?
Yes. So.
Okay. So cool. All right. Are those plazas all controlled by the same cartel?
No. Ones, right?
No. So we have a border now with 10,000 troops controlled by one person that's going to be shutting down these other plazas.
They already had Mexican troops
work with the devil to beat the other devils.
They already had Mexican troops in previously. Now I'm going to put more of those troops, right?
Good.
Run by
all under the same single person. Right? Yeah, it's better than the alternative.
Great.
I live in all the shades of gray.
I'm glad America is slightly more great again. Thank you. Thank you,
Good, slightly more great. I'm glad that you're admitting that. I'm glad you're right. You're slightly more great. That's the improvement.
Okay, so there is something to be said about the majority of what has occurred thus far being a Pyrrhic victory. I understand that, but I think the appropriate way, and I was talking, not talking, but like one of the people in my Discord kind of told me to look at it from this view, and I think it makes a whole lot more sense in context if you view Trump's foreign policy kind of position so far from this lens, which is that I think that we are seeing the fall, intentionally so from Trump, of the global American empire. And what you are seeing is a retreat to an American empire, an empire about Canada and Mexico and South America and these places. The Belt and Road Initiative has made great strides in Africa, and we are seeing that there's a lot of they've done a lot in those regions, and they're trying to push into South America. And what I think the best way to look at this and understand this, if you look at it through this lens, everything Trump does now makes sense. When you look at the Canada and I didn't say that it's right, Corey. Don't. I'm saying that it makes sense. That's very different between would I do this? Is this effective versus does the motivations for these actions seem to go through this? Which is that Trump is like, what is he doing, right? He's bullying Panama to get American control back in Panama. He's talking about probably going through negotiations to build the Space Force base 2 or 3 times larger in Greenland. I don't think he's actually going to get Greenland, but I think what's much more likely is negotiations will allow for a lot more American control and turning the Space Force, which was previously an Air Force base, into a larger port base with maybe like a joint Navy position there. What else is he doing? He put a 10% tariff on China, but it seems like that tariff isn't a part of any negotiation. That tariff is designed to close loopholes and to close off some level of trade with China. And it seems like he's using bullying tactics to try and use tariffs in South American countries to deport people back to South American countries and to strengthen trade with these countries. I know it seems oxymoron, and I agree with you that it is because I'm a libertarian, I'm against tariffs. But if you're using tariffs as a means to force people to sit at the table and recognize your authority, that you're the player in this game, and that everybody else needs to needs to capitulate to the American empire, then all of a sudden it starts to make more sense. That symbolic victory, I recognize, I'm with you that like is it drastically changing the amount of drugs coming through the southern border, the amount of coyotes or immigration policy, et cetera, by itself? Absolutely not. Right. And the SEALs are clapping for a Pyrrhic victory. But a Pyrrhic victory matters too. Okay, in foreign policy, it matters who's seen as the big Billy badass that walks in and puts his dick on the table, and who's seen as the country that is forced to capitulate and matters. And it looks like Trump is going to, he didn't go, oh, okay, you did that, no more tariffs. He said, you got 30 days. He is stringing along threats with countries and forcing them to come to negotiations that benefit the American empire. And I think what we are seeing is Trump's goal, overall vision, is going to be a strengthening of South America and a strengthening of our control, not necessarily our friendship or allyship, but control of the Americas and the territories that we have in these regions. Because he's recognizing that money spent on USAID, trying to topple regimes in Europe, trying to be a part of NATO, trying to be a part of the WEF and the World Health Organization, and trying to fight China, and that these are losing battles and we're losing money. And I think he wants to shift all of that to the Americas.
So before I go to Corey, this is a bit pedantic, but it's not a Pyrrhic victory, right? Pyrrhic victory would be like we've lost, like we got a victory, but like it cost us so much. And I don't think
I consider tariffs to be a Pyrrhic victory in that regard, from my position.
Okay, all right, fair enough.
I think if we're instituting tariffs that hurt our economy, but then we gain in regional power in the American empire, that is a Pyrrhic victory, because we're going to see the increased costs. We're going to see the downside effects. I mean, maybe I should have left that word out because it shows my bias.
iCal, your audio for me is, I don't know if anybody has heard that, but your audio is way off, iCal.
It might have been because I was speaking.
Underwater.
Try again.
Nope.
Still bad.
Still swimming. Still swimming.
Try leaving the Discord and I'll pull you back in. Okay. Okay. So anyway, it was a small point, so we'll move past it. I don't think that fuck, I should have written all the things down I had to say here actually. Okay, so yeah, okay, now here's what I was gonna say. In terms of deportations, right? Like those countries were always the entire time working with us on deportations, right? Obama was a deporter in chief. That he broke records on deportations. They were working with us, right? And they were working with us under Biden. And we had formed new agreements under Biden.
A little quiet, but better.
Okay. So yeah, we have formed new agreements under Biden in terms of how we're going to handle these deportations, in terms of immigration in general, right? Like none of that was not happening in terms of trade, right? We've always, the entire time, for centuries now, or at least, for at least a century, I guess, a century and a half, we have used our economic military might to get our way within Latin America. That's nothing new. And we have ways of doing that without invading, though we aren't afraid of invading. That's the thing that we do. And without necessarily doing things that are ostentatious. I think so. The one thing I'll give you is that the path that Trump has taken is ostentatious, right? It's big, it's showy, everyone's talking about it, right? And the public, right? More than anything else, the public knows about this, right? His base understands this. A lot of this, all the things that you described, Scott, gets accomplished behind closed doors through diplomats, right? And then it's announced quietly, maybe at a press conference, but in muted tones about the U.S. and Ecuador, right, have reached a new agreement in terms of immigration or whatever the fuck, right? These things happen all the time, right? That have similar results, either symbolic or substantial. But the American people don't actually interact with that. don't actually take it in. It's not like these things like they go over our heads, usually because we don't even know the details about these things, right? This thing, now everyone's got their eyes on it, right? And everyone knows Trump is the one who did that, right? So there, I'll give him that. That is interesting, right? I don't think it's worth like what happened, right? I think this is red meat towards the base that, like, while it helps him domestically with his audience, right? The MAGA audience, the only audience he ever
you have to admit it clearly speeds up that process, though, right? Like many of these like weak like these deals that lack teeth of like compromises back and forth, they often take like 6 months or a year or something, whereas Trump comes in as a bully, like it or not, right?
But it's also
and
a conjunction,
says, you're
Fabian,
gonna
with other
fucking
things.
do what we're gonna do, and this sets a tone for his position in global power.
But it's also in conjunction with other things, like I just posted something with Texas, right? We put Operation Lone Star has been having dramatic success across the board, right? So whenever you say something like, "Oh, Mexico's only going to put 10,000 troops up," well, and then we get these little small wins, and it via tariffs, you go, "Okay, well that may be a small win," but when you have a small win here, a massive win with Project Lone Star, and you don't have to worry about the Biden admin crushing them, it's like, hey, it's not a nothing burger. So do you think Operation Lone Star has been a big win or not?
Hold on. I'm not talking about Operation Lone Star, right?
But they're interrelated, though, are they not?
No. But they're not related. They're not. What's happening?
What?
Hold on. Listen, what's happening in Texas, right, is within Texas's purview, right?
Right.
That's
correct.
Issue within Texas and purview, right? What's happening with Mexico? How we treat the Mexican, how we treat our trading partner? That's a completely different matter. Right? Sure. These things are.
You think Texas doesn't have much of trade with Mexico?
They are adjacent to. Hold on. Of course they do.
Oh,
of course
okay.
they do. Hold on. Sorry. Excuse me. Sorry. Of course they have relations with Mexico. What I'm saying, though, right, in terms of how this is looked at on the world stage, how it makes us, how our international partners, not just in North and South America, but around the world, look at us. These things are separate. The other countries didn't give a fuck what was happening with the Lone Star operation, right? Because they have some sort of State Department or foreign minister. They note these things, but they didn't give a fuck about what's happening on the Texas border, right? But they do care how Mexico is treated, right? Mexico is their biggest trading partner, right? Mexico is a very close ally, right? And this is how they treat them. We're going to remember that with our negotiations, right? These Americans may not be.
They remember Mexico taking advantage of us for decades. That's and so now we're finally putting our foot down.
Okay, sure. I mean, if that's what you want to look at, whatever. I don't care. It means nothing to me. But
it should because it's true.
So when you're trying to say, when you're trying to mix the Lone Star operation,
it's with multiple wins, Prime. It's multiple wins.
No, I'm saying, hold on, I don't care about any of that. But it is important for the domestic audience, right? So when you're talking about the domestic audience, right, then that's what matters, right? Because like I just said, MAGA loves it, right? Like MAGA feels, and I give Trump credit for this part. Actually, I really do, right? And that MAGA feels that Trump shows out for them, right? That actually delivers for them. Now, I think it's questionable what he actually delivers, but still, they feel that way, right? In a way that I know Democrats, right, on the other side, Democrats weren't feeling that way about Biden. They weren't feeling that Biden was actually.
Wouldn't that be the same though for other countries' citizens, right? Like if these deals happen behind closed doors and they don't get a lot of fanfare, and Trump is making it these huge news, and like the Mexican president is having to like capitulate or not capitulate, whatever you think, right? Because America's threatening a 25% tariff, etc. Wouldn't that also be true for Mexican citizens, where instead of this being like some quiet backroom deal of like compromises with some troops on a border, now all of a sudden it's like, holy shit, Trump, the Americans are fucking coming in and like threatening us with our biggest trading partner that a large part of our economy is based off of is threatening these huge tariffs, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Like my argument about the symbolic thing isn't just about the American MAGA people, but the people in the rest of South America recognizing, like it or not, like I said, that Trump is the big bad bully that's coming in and threatening
I
their
think they
country
look
if
at
they
it
don't
differently.
come to the
From our domestic perspective, a lot of people think exactly what you just said. But from the other side, Mexicans, right? Like the way it's being spun in Mexico is that this is a shine bomb standing up to Trump. That she gives him nearly nothing, right? She said, "Hey, like if because like from their perspective, what Scheinbaum and what Trudeau said was that we are going to put trade tariffs back on you, right? So you're going to tariff us, we're going to tariff you back. They're going to be massive, they're going to be significant, they're going to hurt you, right? And then as soon as, and I'm a little confused as to when this happened, whether the tariffs went in place on Saturday or was supposed to go on place on Tuesday. I'm actually unsure because I hear that different places. Yeah, but in any case, as soon as Tuesday? Okay, fair enough. All right, so just before that's going to happen, right? Trump was threatening this, but Scheinbaum comes back. She says, "Fuck you. We're going to put tariffs on you," and Trump immediately backs off. And she's like, "Yeah, well, we gave him next to nearly nothing here."
Okay,
right?
So I follow that, and I agree that that's an interpretation, and I'm not saying one way or the other because I don't have a ton of friends that live in Mexico. I don't have my ear to the ground on what Mexicans feel. But are you basing that off of some information that leads you to believe that that's what Mexicans feel and think, or are you basing that off of the same media establishment and powers that be that spin narrative and news like we have in America, right? Because
I'll give you the unbiased opinion of what the Mexicans think if you want it.
Thinks about it. That's one thing, but like, what are the actual Mexican people think?
The actual Mexicans that I know, they are pretty pissed. They're not the ones that I know. They're not saying, "Yeah, it's Scheinbaum standing up," but they are angry. They're angry at Trump. But they're also angry that they feel like a lot of these people, these migrants from other countries, are causing Trump to be mad at hardworking Mexicans. That seems to be a very general consensus. So they're mad at two groups. They're mad at the migrants and they're mad at Trump.
I can see that second part. I can see that second part because a lot of because these
because it's like they're day workers. They live in Mexico. They come across the border to work.
Immigrant groups themselves, the ones who've actually come here, right, and people from their home countries don't look at themselves as one cohesive group or anything, right? They have like similar priorities, and so there's lots of divisions within there. So I could believe that second part at the very least.
Yeah, they're very upset about it. Like that seems to be a general consensus. It's like the United States didn't have a problem with the illegal immigrants till it was illegal immigrants not from Mexico.
Corey.
A couple of things. One, I want to address what Gibbs said earlier, because I think Gibbs said, the United States has been getting screwed by everyone for the longest time.
I agree.
So I'm just curious, who renegotiated NAFTA again?
Well, that would be Trump. He made a wonderful landslide deal.
So
I can't remember exactly the terms.
By your own deal that was made by Trump?
Hold on, Corey. Do you agree that things needed that change over time?
Pardon me?
Do you agree that sometimes what was a good deal in the past can become a bad deal in the future?
But you said you were getting screwed all the time. I think Trump.
Yeah, we're getting screwed all the time.
So from day one after the deal, you're getting screwed, right?
I can't speak from day one.
Exactly. Yeah.
But it seems like lately, with the deal could be better. The deal
you
could
try
be
to
better.
logic me out of it, right? But yeah.
I'm just saying, like when Trump made the deal, it was. It was a good deal. Now,
no. From the whole time. Now you're saying, hold on. What a backtrack.
No. I'm saying, listen, when Trump made the deal, it looked like a good deal. I applauded it. Sure. However, my issue isn't so much the economic deal that Trump made as it has been. The bigger issue is the immigration issue. I don't think that I'll even give you a win right here. I don't think that the tariffs on Mexico are a good economic policy. I'll say that. However, my caveat is I don't give a fuck about that because I want this goddamn border shut down. I want this to be secured. I want the immigration. I will take an L on the economy because I know that America and Texas, even though we're going to be the most directly affected by this, is going to be able to survive, be stronger, the American spirit, entrepreneurship. However, I need this border secured. Like that needs to happen. The sooner the better. So I'll take an L on the economics.
I understand your agenda. And I do just want to address or maybe respond to what Scott said earlier, which I think was largely just like a descriptive thing in terms of Trump's strategy. The way I perceive it, I could be wrong, time will tell. But I sort of view it as, if this is how you treat your allies, let's say Canada and Mexico and just overall South America, then, I think it's all the more reason for like South America and Canada to look for new trading partners, such as maybe China and all that stuff. Of like, maybe it might be just pushing your allies to your enemies. Obviously, we'll see how it plays out. But I think there's a real danger there, and I think this overall just empowers or emboldens China.
Well, yeah. I mean, I think you have to look at like you're not wrong that if you levy an incredibly high tariff, right, you're going to drive portions of the market towards different exports, right? But when we look at so, I mean, obviously it's going to depend on the level of the tariff, but it's going to push some portion of the market towards other buyers and sellers, right? Like there's somebody somewhere, some company somewhere is on the border of trading between, a European market or an American market, and then the tax or the tariff is going to push them to that degree. That being said, because that is like the praxeological look at it, right? Like that there is a pressure, a downward pressure. But just because there's a downward pressure doesn't mean that there isn't a kind of like that it necessitates that happens in reality, right? So especially when we're talking about, let's say, energy, right? The cost of putting natural gas and oil on boats to move that to Europe or somewhere else is astronomically higher than it is transporting it to the United States, right? And so you can have a certain level of tariff or downward pressure on energy there, and they're probably not going to find a new buyer, right? Because it would require like so much, like the tariff would have to be like a 150% tariff or something for it to be more affordable for them to move it there. Now, does that mean that there won't still be a downward pressure, which affects how much Canada can export? Like some Canadian businesses go out of business, and because of that, other partners kind of get involved, et cetera. Like you're absolutely right. Again, I'm not pro-tariff, right? Like I'm just descriptively speaking, but I do think it depends on like what goods are imported and exported. Like I think the more interesting kind of thing here is the interplay with whiskey right now. Right, because we have Canada that is attempting to tariff imported whiskey from, Kentucky and Tennessee and places like that, whereas, there's potential obvious tariffs with Canadian whiskey, and yet these two products are in competition with each other, and yet they're kind of not in competition with each other to a certain degree, because Canadian whiskey is like cheap shit that you use for that you buy in bulk. Well, I'm just being honest, right? I'm not trying to shit on. Well, I'm just saying Canadian whiskey tends to be of a lower quality, right? But it can be produced in large amounts and cheaper. I mean, so that's why if you make if you're a restaurant and you make a lot of mixed drinks like whiskey sours or old fashions, things like that, you might utilize Canadian whiskey because there's not that big of a difference. But if you're drinking whiskey neat, or if you're an alcoholic and you just buy whiskey, you're gonna buy bottles of Canadian Mist, right? But if your tastes are more refined, you tend to have a lot more Kentucky or Tennessee whiskey or imported European whiskeys.
I just want to go on record: R&R whiskey, Canadian whiskey, fantastic for $20 compared to Kentucky Deluxe for $20.
Corey, do you have anything else? And we'll go to our friend Icon. Okay, Icon.
Yeah. So, but also there's some other problems. It's not just if the tariffs are too high or what are the level of the tariffs. The real question is how reliable is somebody as a trade partner, right? So, if you negotiate a trade deal like the USMCA with Mexico and Canada, can the United States be counted on to live up to the terms of that agreement, like even in the medium term going forward, or will you constantly be starting back from square one? And if that's the case, then other trade partners start to become a little bit more tempting. I don't think it's necessarily China that we're competing with regards to Canada or Mexico. I think it's more the EU. The EU, they're looking at what are the benefits of making the EU their primary trade partner as opposed to the United States if something like this continues to be a problem going forward. But I do think that with other countries, China is the problem. Like, for instance, we're cutting off aid to almost the entire world at this point. The country that's happiest about this is China. Belt and Road is going in and saying, hey, America doesn't want to be your friend anymore. Why don't you make a deal with us instead? Give us access to your minerals, and we'll give you what USAID will no longer give you. And so these are the kinds of deals that are having to be renegotiated over and over.
I don't want to stray
and if you
too
make
far
that
on the
deal with
topic.
the United States, but if you make a deal that includes trade status with the United States across a variety of different systems, how much can you count on the U.S. to stick by its word on that? And if you can't, then we're going to pay some cost in terms of soft power there.
Well, I count. So this is the. I mean, I guess we're actually moving to the topic. I mean, we can segue into that. I don't know, but do you agree that some of these 4 and 8 things, they see this? This seems to be a consensus from a lot of conservative friends and I. A lot of times,
before you go to the topic, right? The 4 and 8, and I do want to do that. Trust me.
Where's Grit?
He said hopefully he'll be here.
Those 9 million illegals got him.
But Gibbs, hold on to your thought.
I mean, I didn't mean to push it.
Don't worry, it's the whole purpose of my thing.
Yeah, no, but I don't think we have to touch on that, and we will actually get started very soon with the topic. Right before we do that, though, this idea of trustworthiness in and of itself, this is what I was talking about in terms of these intangibles that aren't necessarily clear, right? So there is the money loss because there is, even if the tariffs didn't go into place tomorrow, right? Apparently they're going to start tomorrow, right? Money is lost. Logistically, companies have been getting ready for this for months, right? They've been trying to work around this, right? They've been there's been efforts to change up their logistics systems, and then there was the ones who couldn't afford it, right? And they don't know what they're going to do. Maybe they took out a loan, right? Because maybe I'll need to have more money on hand to be able to get more supply in, because unlike Walmart, I can't store a whole bunch of inventory within some warehouse, right? Not without some extra capital backing. All kinds of things have happened, right? Before the tariffs went into place, right? So damage done, okay, right? But I love this idea on the partners and them not relying on us, right? Because that they have choices. It's not like America is the only game in town. They have choices. Hey, are we going to?
Well, and also you have to understand
too. Completely false. I think
you also have to understand that
I don't want to stray too much in the topic. That's just not how trade works. We use power, not soft power.
One second. Rich, go ahead.
Yeah, all I'm saying is that we also have the fact that this isn't over yet. It is true that he's sort of caved in the short term, right? Because Canada especially called him on his bluff when it comes to fentanyl. 1/5 of 1% of fentanyl comes to the northern border. So for them to say, "Oh yeah, we'll stop the fentanyl," that's not a concession at all, right? And so they understand that just because Trump is pushing this out a month doesn't mean he's going to make up a whole bunch of new demands again for the next month. And one of the reasons we know this is because every time Trump talks about this, not just with Canada, but with Mexico too, he says that the goal of the tariffs really is to balance out an unfair trade deficit that we have with these countries. So none of these agreements that Trump has made with Mexico or with Canada does anything to change the ratio of trade. If anything, they're going to trade less with us for the reasons that you're talking about, that they see us as unreliable, and now they're looking for other partners, and they're changing the way that their supply chains are going to work. So we're not getting any of the stuff that Trump said was the reason for the tariffs. And so I think we're going to be right back here in a month.
Stability is there's a premium to stability. Right? You might pay extra if you are going to work with a partner who you know is reliable, right? That there won't be any business interruptions. You might pay into the future for that, if that's the case.
That used to be the priority of a Republican foreign policy, right? Was to make sure that we were stable, reliable trade partners that were predictable in terms of what you could expect from them in trade a year from now, 5 years from now, 10 years from now.
Now everyone knows that we got a big
Well,
dick. So
I don't know if that's the case. I might disagree with that statement.
I just wanted to clarify quickly because I don't want to get into the topic too much, right? But there's a bit of a myth here, which is that these countries, especially Mexico, Canada doesn't really necessarily play into this. They're very different in that regard. But many of these countries, especially South American countries, they don't have a fucking choice, right? We'll get into it more on the topic, but these people are in debt cycles with us. Like this idea or this concept that they could just cancel all of the Blue Dot Network, corporate activity that they're engaged with and all these other things. They are leveraging debt with more debt, via IMF loans, grants from the G7, etc. Like they don't have this, they're not engaged in a free market. Like America is not imposing free market capitalism on the rest of the world. Okay. We're not engaged in free market within our own fucking country, but especially in other countries. So the idea that like a tariff or that us bullying is like, oh, well then they might go to other countries for, companies or imports and exports. There is some truth to that, Rich. I agree with you that there is some symbolic kind of nature where and some understanding of like the instability. But at the same time, we have many of these countries by the balls in the sense that if they try and move away from American corporations and, global corporations that are aligned with, the G7 and aligned with, Europe and Australia and Japan, and then move towards like Eastern markets and things like that, they will lose grants. They will lose their ability to leverage debt with additional loans at lower interest, especially when the Federal Reserve kicks up interest. Like they don't have a lot of choice in a lot of these things. They are
unless we take those grants away already. Like right, if there are no grants to lose, then that's one chit that gets taken off the table. I think that's
we don't have power for that though. Like America does some of those grants, but a lot of those are done by like G7, like Build Back Better. Europe, etc. And like we're all tied in the same economic, Western market.
Right. Given his rhetoric, I suspect Trump wants to get rid of those too. Any American contribution to those kinds of grants, he's going to want to go after those too. And he's not going to like hold it as a chit to say we're going to punish you with this. He's going to take it away no matter what they do, right? So like to him, like I think he's reducing his bargaining power with regards to that. Although I will say that my argument was really, because we were talking about Canada at the time, my argument was really more about Canada. And it wasn't about them trading with China. It was about them trading with the EU. And I think on both of those fronts, it's a bigger threat than, say, Mexico and China would be.
Yeah. Okay. Let's just, I mean, we were halfway into the topic anyway, right? But let's jump into it. Thanks, Saul, for being here. Hopefully you've enjoyed our conversation so far. Thank you, Admiral Gibbs, for the 17-month resub earlier. Really appreciate it, friend. Anyone else, if you support the channel, please consider helping us out. There's a brand new month. So we're empty on gift subs in terms of our leaderboard. So consider helping us out, or for bits as well. Follow the channel. In case you haven't already, if you're out there, you haven't followed the channel, we'd love to have you give bits or give subs. And we'd appreciate anyone who helps out.
Yeah, pay me, just like Prime is saying. Pay me, bitches. Give me gifted memberships and give me super chats. I'll answer your super chats. But mostly just like, share, subscribe, join the Discord and X, and consider clipping.
Ad-free viewing. So consider helping us out. Okay.
One more sub and you get a hype train. Guys, make it happen.
We need 2 more.
Oh.
This is a long time ago.
Oh, never mind. I was trying.
I appreciate it. I appreciate it, friend. I do. I would love a hype train. That'd be great. But consider supporting the channel. If you have a Amazon Prime / Prime Gaming, use that 1 free sub here. it'd be much appreciated if you find yourself coming back to this channel often. Consider helping us out. All right. Any which way. So the topic. Earlier today, it seems Elon Musk, in his capacity as head of Doge, has taken aim at USAID, which stands for the United States Agency for International Development. Musk has decided that the agency should be shut down and claims that Trump agrees with him. However, it is generally thought that a president cannot simply decide to shut down an agency on their own. Congress controls the budget, and the president doesn't have the power to zero out funds for a department. But Trump and his allies seem to have a different ideas and are gearing up for a fight. Do you think that Trump should get rid of USAID? Should a president be able to unilaterally end departments/agencies? Are you okay with the president encroaching into the powers of Congress? Or do you foresee this radical expansion of presidential authority to be a problem in the future? So this is a fast-moving story. So, like, I sent this out in the morning. There may have been updates since then that I might not have seen. But the gist of it is that this apparently has been going on for quite a bit. I hadn't heard about this particular point of friction, but that USAID was in the crosshairs of someone, the right, for various reasons, and that there's been friction with like the head of USAID, and now that Musk can apparently do something about it. He is moving to end this. But again, we'll get into the very details. It's just that I'm not exactly sure how far along we are in this process. But yeah, the larger point is, can you do that, like, at all, right? Like, does this have to be an act of Congress? And like, even if you think that the president can, right? Should the president do that? Not just for USAID, specifically this agency, right? We can talk about the agency itself and like what it means and maybe why it's in the crosshairs, but also, would you want presidents to do that, right? Because the consequences of that can reverberate far into the future. If presidents can just decide, I don't like this agency just, it disappears. So we'll discuss it all. You can do your opening statement and your intros at the same time. We'll go to our friend Lactoid.
Yeah, so I'm Lactoid. You can find me at Lactoid TV on Twitch, Twitter, and YouTube. I want to take this time to, I guess, introduce that we are now in Black History Month. In honor of Black History Month, I would suggest giving bits to the two Black members of the panel, me and Prime, of course. I'm looking forward to talking about this subject here, which is whether or not, probably, whether or not we should give a bunch of money to other people. Basically, it's a little more complicated than that, but we'll start with that. No, I think it's a good thing when we don't do that. So I like the idea of not spending money on USAID. And I like the idea of Elon Musk going into agencies, auditing them, and finding out, hey, this is a bunch of hooey. We're getting rid of a lot of it. That's awesome. We should be doing that with every government agency. I'd like to see administrative bloat removed. Overall, government spending has increased dramatically over time as a percentage of the GDP, not just in absolute terms, but also just as a percentage of overall economic output. And I think it's a good thing to cut some of that down. And yes, that should also include foreign aid. Now, there's that hat, the libertarian sort of hat, but then there's also this other hat that I wear, which is the separation of powers that I think is an important thing to take into consideration. He's in for a court fight on this one that he very well may lose. The Constitution does give Congress the power of the purse, and there's been a piece of legislation passed which specifies, hey, you can't just decide to not spend the aid that Congress says you have to spend. There are some people in Trump's corner who say actually that is unconstitutional. One of the problems he's running into is there's been Supreme Court decisions prior to the passage of that statute that indicate actually no, under the power of the purse, Congress has the right to decide that all the money is spent, and that the statute simply codifies that additionally. So he's got a bit of an uphill battle, I think. I think it's very possible the Supreme Court could rule against him. Let's see. I mean, I can see the constitutional argument either way. I think that Congress does have the power of the purse in terms of authorizing payment, but also as the executive, the executive can choose which laws to enforce in large part. And so the executive also, it would then follow that they can choose which laws to enforce, and they also should be able to choose what spending to spend, essentially. So, and then the last question here: do I think the president should be able just to, just remove departments and agencies? I'm a lot less skeptical when presidents try to remove the power that they have as opposed to try to expand it. I think the first is usually pretty good. The second one can be good, but obviously it should be given a lot more scrutiny. So in terms of removing executive power here, removing agencies that the president has power over, I think that's probably a good thing. Now, if the Constitution allows it, then that'd be a good thing. I would like to see the president be able to prevent spending, but that'll be up to the Supreme Court.
Just quick question. Like, you don't think that if it's commonly believed that, at least it's believed among some circles, that the president doesn't have the power to take away of agency, you don't believe that in itself would be an expansion if they do start doing that?
Well, the actual act of removing departments that they have power over, like you could say the act itself is like an exercise of power.
Yeah.
But the consequence of that is a removal of some additional power that they have. And yes, the executive power is expanded over the years as these departments
I mean, it's not consolidation.
Well, wait, you took my question away, Prem. So I was going to ask that anyways, because how does that remove any powers that he has? It just removes powers against him. If he doesn't like an agency, the agency would be assumed to be working against him, or could work against him, and if he removes it, now there's no one.
Well, no, if
we'll
they
get
remove
into it in the open.
But yeah, I was about to say, Scott.
We'll get into the open, but I guess a preliminary response to that would be like, the funding is going towards something that the president has control over. The president gets rid of that funding, then that's some kind of power or service that no longer exists. So the president obviously can't have power over if it no longer exists. It would be like there's a Congress says, here's $100 million. You have to spend it on guns for your secret police force. And Trump says, well, actually, you say that I have to have a secret police force that I have to use to oppress everybody, but I'm just getting rid of that. Is this an exercise in power by saying, fuck you, I'm getting rid of the secret police force? It is,
replace
right?
It, no.
But the consequence here would be no more secret police force.
We have a relevant decision from last year, but I'll get into it when it's my turn.
Okay. Let's go to our friend Scott.
Yeah, so there's a couple things here. First, I'll start with the boring stuff, which is the president absolutely has the authority to get rid of USAID. I don't think that's even really questionable, because the president has two authorities here. One, he can get rid of cabinet positions, and he can also get rid of any agency that is under another agency. So even though Congress writes the purse strings and enacts into law the existence of agencies, he can absolutely take the funds that were given to USAID and then divert them into the United States State Department, because the USAID is under the purview of the State Department. Now, getting rid of those funds completely is something that is definitely debatable. All of the money that went into USAID, we can debate whether or not he can get rid of those things, right? Richard Nixon got rid of the Office of Economic Opportunity. Jimmy Carter got rid of the U.S. Civil Service Commission. And then Reagan was given temporary powers for restructuring. Again, you're capable of moving funds. You're capable of moving funds within the same department, even though a lesser agency may be where those funds were enacted. I don't think in any way, shape, or form we're going to see a Supreme Court case that is going to go against what previous presidents have done, which is get rid of agencies and then have the money and the funds subsumed into that agency, which in this example would be the U.S. State Department. That being said, USAID is one of the most evil and horrific agencies that have ever existed within United States history. It is without a doubt a complete myth and lie that has been sold to the world in America as this means of getting food and getting development in other nations. And we as taxpayers pay absurd amounts of money for this institution that was set up in 1964 by the CIA and has always worked closely with the CIA for CIA missions. It is a CIA front to control other nations, to control democracies, to create riots, to create and foment chaos for the American interest. Just a couple of things about USAID that I think are interesting. So we just had this recent freeze, and one of the things that people noticed was $50 billion earmarked towards Palestine for condoms. And people were like, what the fuck is this? And many Republicans are like, this is an example of like fraud, of like waste and abuse. Well, no, that's not what's fucking happening, because that's enough condoms for somewhere between 20 to 50 condoms for every single solitary man, woman, and child in Palestine. It is what USAID has been used for over and over and over again, which is CIA money laundering schemes to go towards corporations, to go towards contractors and NGOs to foment chaos, create war, and make the rich richer at the expense of humanity and the world. In 2021, Mark Milley wrote a really interesting memo, 2021, The Way Forward by U.S. Special Forces Command Airborne. And in it, they created a hypothetical scenario about what they might do in West Africa. In this hypothetical scenario, what they discuss and how we ought utilize USAID and things of that nature is they discuss a soldier finding a billboard with Chinese characters, then said, operative, and then said operative would look into the details and find out that there was a real estate business that China was doing in a hypothetical West African country, but that real estate deal would also be a part of China's Belt and Road Initiative and would also give them ports that would allow them to have more control over the Atlantic Ocean from the West African deal here. What he suggested in this hypothetical, or what they did in this hypothetical, was that the first thing they did is they coordinated with the government and tried to get the government to stop the initiative. Once that didn't work, the next thing they did is they utilized their power to attempt social media campaigns and things of that nature to discredit the Chinese in that deal. After that, the next step was, quote, DOS, which is Department of State, USAID, and NGOs establish job fairs near protest areas to provide disaffected workers with alternative employment options. Within 2 weeks, the construction company lost 60% of its required labor pool. After that, what they did is they used USAID-funded organizations and social media organizations to foment chaos so that they could create racial tension between the African locals and the Chinese in the hopes of starting race riots so that they could then shut down this deal for U.S. power. What he is talking about is a great way to use USAID is to censor, create race riots, and destroy West African countries in a hope that it will stop Chinese Belt and Road Initiative programs. And then what USAID would then say is, oh, look, we did a job fair program. And that job fair program would actually be a means of depleting labor from the Chinese so that we could create race riots and destabilize countries. USAID over and over and over again in the Ukraine, in Brazil, in other South American countries, throughout the Middle East, has been a tool of the CIA to destabilize countries and to put countries into debt and to make them client states of the U.S. empire. It is absolutely a horrible program that needs to be destroyed, and if Trump is able to destroy it and destroy the State Department's replacement and CIA initiatives in this, he will go down as the greatest president in all of U.S. history for stopping the American empire from doing horrendous things to destroy and destabilize the world for its own interests.
Thank you. Corey.
Well, I'll try to keep it brief, but yeah, you can find me on Twitch, Corey Campbell 84, Twitter, X, YouTube, Instagram. It's Corey Campbell. And yeah, so I guess I'll defer largely to Lactoi's expertise and other legal experts in terms of whether Trump has the power to do this, at least from my cursory reading, okay, which could be totally wrong. But like the president it cannot unilaterally shut down an entire agency without congressional approval. At least, again, that's my understanding, but could be totally wrong. And but what I would say is, am I in favor of foreign aid? Largely, yes. But I haven't dug into the full history or deep dive into the entire history of USAID. I'm in favor of actual good foreign aid. Well, define what that is, but yeah, I'm not in favor of, let's say, what Scott outlined. If in fact that's true, I don't actually know. I'll have to do the fact check.
It is.
Okay, sure. Then I'm against that. That doesn't seem good. And there are probably better ways to carry out foreign aid. And like, yeah, I'll probably just like largely that in my mind, this seems like an expansion of power or presidential authority. But I can see Lactoid's position as well, both ways. But I think it tracks with overall Trump's let's say mindset. I think he overall, from what I can tell, has the mindset of he wants to do what it is that he wants to do, and he'll find any sort of legal loophole or any sort of exploitation or loophole that he can do to get it. And I'll leave it there for now.
Ollie?
Yeah, so the quick answers is kind of no, and yes. So like the way foreign aid works, yeah, I don't think it's good having it cut. And maybe there's something to it. I don't know. But really so like Lactoid, this is gonna be bounced back to you. You can think about it for later. You're saying it's like a removal of power, right? Like they take away the thing. Honestly, my biggest worry is not that. I think it's gonna be a battle in court that if he can just get rid of an agency, but like honestly to me, and just as like some dude who's watching doesn't really know too much politics, I forgot that JD Vance was the vice president. It feels like Elon is the vice president, or like at least a pseudo vice president, right? And I mean, technically, he was, he's not a U.S. natural born citizen. So if he's getting all this like access to the government and to like whatever, I think that's weird. I think giving him all this power is very, very, very strange. Like this is a lot of power. Like I said, from like just some dude watching who doesn't understand politics too much, I forgot that JD Vance was the vice president. So like really, that's my issue with all of this that's going on. And yeah.
We'll go to our friend Gibbs. Gibbs, just before you go though, our friend Sean, or my friend Sean, gave 10 Canadian dollars for a super chat. Says, I am excited to hear from Gibbs why the tariffs threats on Canada are a great thing for Texas. He gave this a bit ago, but
last week.
Last week, yeah.
One word answer: oil.
Well,
Yeah,
it's actually not a one-word answer. I'm so glad he asked that. I actually was going to talk about this in my opening. But one, oil, sure, that's the obvious one. I'm sure iCal is going to talk about that. And how that's not oil is a good thing because we make light crude and they make heavy crude or all that good jazz. But let me talk about what it is, a direct win. I'll tell you who's winning. Me, Texas ranchers. Finally, lordy, Trump is stepping up for ranchers in the United States. Canadian beef prices, guess what? Those are going to go higher. You know what? Beef prices overall might go higher, but you know who benefits? The ranchers here in Texas and a lot the rest of the United States, because now that is one less country we have to compete to sell our beef with here nationwide and worldwide. It's really good overall. That's going to be the answer to his specific question. Does that answer that, Prime? Now I'll go into my intro here. Man, it's a great day to live in Trump's America. I got to say, it's all winning. Colombia capitulated. Panama capitulated. Canada capitulated. Mexico capitulated. People could talk about them not being wins, but they're absolutely wins. Small wins add up. Big wins add up. All these are massive wins. I'm a huge fan. As for USAID, more like US nope. I don't like this bullshit. I've been saying for a long time, as have many other conservatives, we have been getting ripped off. I agree with what I think iCal is probably going to say about the Belt and Road. China is going to be able to gain some ground there. But, whenever y'all have been just getting aid worldwide from the U.S. government for so long, where we're just giving y'all no strings attached aid, or we're giving y'all aid with strings attached that we don't follow anyway, you know what? That's bullshit. I also know, and I'm sure this is going to come up, USAID overall given out is only 1% of funding. But whenever we have things like what Lakeford brought up, where we're going to spend $200K on grants to study butchers' languages in Paris, France specifically, to study a language that they think is going to die, I don't give two fucks about the British butcher's language. Why did we spend $200K on that? You know what? Why don't you give me the $200K and I'll come up with a way to make that money back and profit for Americans? That seems like a better idea. Jesus Christ, these are terrible things. $50 million for condoms. Yeah, I know it wasn't exactly just for condoms. That was a whole thing. But why? Why are we sending this money to these people? These people hate us. Maybe if we had, you list these requirements and then we will give you the aid, that would work for me. Instead, we these countries hate us. We're going to give them the aid anyway. And it's ridiculous. I'm sorry that I don't feel bad about cutting aid to these countries that all hate us. We've been giving everybody the carrot, and it's been getting us fucked over. Now it's time for the stick, and lo and behold, people are bitching. So yeah, I absolutely hope that Doge cuts the funding and guts USA. Hey, but Elon, I'll tell you what would make all people on the left and the right happier is if instead of focusing on USA first, why don't you get rid of the ATF next? That would be a good one. Why don't we get that done next? And that's the end of that. All I have to say.
I don't know why the left would love that, but okay, fair enough.
You like the ATF? The left likes the ATF?
Yeah, because it bothers you so much. Really,
well, in that case, fair enough. That's fine.
I think a lot of people
the left hates dogs, clearly. So, they would love to fund the dog killers.
Most people on the left have no opinion on the ATF, like zero whatsoever, right? Other than you just know that the people on the right can't stand it. But go ahead. I go.
So I kind of want to jump on the earlier discussion about separation of powers that Lectwade sort of brought up, because there's a very although I do agree that there's going to be some court fights here, I'm not sure what happens though, because even if Trump loses those court fights, it just goes back to Trump, and then he gets to try to figure out another way to do it, right? So this is what happened, if you'll remember the Muslim ban in 2017. SCOTUS kept striking it down over and over again. I think it was on the 5th attempt where Trump finally was able to sort of get it through. I think we might see iterative approaches like that, and he's just sort of testing his limits. But to me, the biggest thing that he's going to have to get through is the Loper Bright Enterprises versus Raimondo case, which was last year, which most people probably just think of as the Chevron decision, right? Which basically said that the president no longer has the ability to interpret these statutes without deferring to agency. Like the court no longer has to defer to the executive's interpretation on this. In fact, it's the executive who has to prove that he's following congressional intent. So if Congress says you have to fund, these countries in this particular way, it then goes to the courts and they have to determine whether or not Trump shutting down USAID was Congress's intent when they authorized USAID spending initially. And I think it's going to be a challenge, to say the least, to be able to prove that defunding something meets Congress's intent to fund something. It's almost as if you're trying to say that the opposite is happening. I do take what Scott said to heart, though. The instances that he's talking about, especially in terms of West Africa and the ways in which it's trying to fight Belt and Road by starting these race riots and stuff like that, that shit did happen. And I think it's certainly legitimate to say that those kinds of practices could easily be challenged because, I don't think it was Congress's intent for USA to be abused in those particular kinds of ways. And if Trump can argue that that's what he's doing, then maybe he can push a lot of reforms into how that money is spent. I just don't know that he can make it all go away and still be able to show that he's carrying out Congress's will. I mean, we'll have to see. There's something else that's interesting here. Marco Rubio said, I think today or yesterday, that the State Department is now administering USAID. That is to say, they're going to dismantle the agency, but the State Department will take over its functions and will still hand out all of these funds and stuff, which presumably means that on a case-by-case basis, Rubio and other elements of the State Department are going to decide what stays and what goes, which is not what Elon wants to do. Elon wants to get rid of all of it. So it sounds like we're setting up a battle now here between Rubio and Elon. And I guess, I don't know if that's if one side's going to fully win on that battle, or if because it goes to case by case, like they meet somewhere in the middle. I just don't know where that's going to go. But then going forward, I have to ask, and yeah, Gibbs is right that I was going to bring this up. What do we do now to compete with Belt and Road for all of these resources and for all this sort of financial cooperation and even trade deals with a lot of these countries? Especially now with all of the arguments that Trump is making about Greenland, like he specifically says we need Greenland for national security purposes. And it's because of these very same resources that we were getting with the aid of USAID. What tools does Trump want to use instead of that? And how does he compete with Belt and Road? Those are some big unknowns.
Thank you. And finally, Grid Sports.
Hey, thanks, guys. Sorry I was running a little late tonight. It happens. I really can't. I don't know that I can add a ton to what Scott said. Scott laid it down perfectly. There's really, honestly, not a whole lot to add there. The only thing I can say is that I honestly believe Trump. I think this is a tactical decision by Trump, because if you actually defend U.S. aid and you defend the hypocrisy and the horrible things that this agency has done in the name of process, it's political suicide. And I think it's very tactical. I don't think that you could stand up and make the case on a podium to an audience of normal people that USAID needs to exist and that Trump's not doing the right thing. As a matter of fact, I think it's a great case for him to say, you see, when they passed the law, when Congress put in place the law that says that the Congress has to approve the president restructuring in 1998, that was a mistake. That was a mistake, and we need to undo that mistake, because if I think it's very tactical. I could be wrong. Maybe he's not thinking that far ahead, but it's a very specific and odd target to pick. Very specific, with a documented history of absolute horrendous things. And I honestly can't think of a single thing that USA can be thanked for. And I couldn't find any either when I went to document it. I mean, not that actually other people didn't do. So with that, I honestly don't have much more to say. Scott covered it all. It's awesome.
Don't worry. I can add a lot to what I said.
I know that Scott.
Talker.
We all know that
USA.
Always.
But
if I just want to piggyback off of you a little bit, Grid, I don't know if this is 5D chess or whatever. I usually assume that Trump isn't engaged in 5D chess if I can help it. But I will say this. If we assume legally that the route that is forced in order for him to get rid of this funding or to get rid of USAID is that Congress is forced to say, because there is another way to go about this, right? Which is in the courts, Trump's lawyers and team could say, well, okay, Congress authorized this money for infrastructure. Congress authorized this money for these things. Here's the ways in which the CIA uses it. And then they're kind of put in between a rock and a hard place, which is they either have to try and, defeat Trump and say, well, yes, actually we intended for the CIA to stage coups in these countries and utilize, InQtel money and the National Endowment for Democracy and the State Department and USAID to fund NGOs so that we could create a global censorship campaign to ensure that right-wing presidents across Europe and South America aren't elected because we do not actually believe in democracy. We believe in a civil society and democratic institutions. Or they go, oh, we didn't mean for that money to go that way. And then Trump goes, oh, well, since it's being used fraudulently and this isn't what you approved it for, then let's get rid of it, right? So, there is kind of a, that is one play here. What do people think about that?
Well, I think that's very possible. I think that I think it's a kind of along the same lines that he used to get Space Force through, right? Like he kind of just did it and kind of asked permission as he went, and it was denied. He just kind of kept doing it anyway until they finally said, "Okay, we'll have Space Force." Yeah,
it was like the Air Force was already doing that anyways, right? So it was just diverting of funds and creating a new agency.
Yeah, it was a diverting of funds, and he just called it out for what it is, and I think that's pretty.
Well, it's not much different than the Air Force being created, right? Like the Army was handling the Air Force until eventually the Air Force became its own branch.
It spawned a great TV show as well.
Look, I'm a fan of removing.
Yes, you are. No, I'm just kidding.
Wait. But like, let's be. Are we really super confident that he can just like abolish an agency essentially, or even move the money down to zero? Sure, the president has substantial.
I think the latter.
Discretion.
The latter is way harder.
I think abolishing an agency. So
I think moving
abolishing
the
a department or agency is
the State
almost
Department's
impossible.
easier. Well, I mean,
we've
done it in the. We've had presidents do it in the past. Nixon has done it.
We have. Yes, Nixon has done it, but Nixon did it because Congress passed a specific Reorganization Act, which gave him authority to do it for a period of 1.5 years. So when Congress says you can do it, you can do it. No, the last time it was used was Reagan. It was also used under Nixon.
Well, regardless of that,
so because departments are generally set up by Congress.
That's an important point if that's true.
Yeah. So because departments are the executive departments and agencies are set up by Congress, like basically they're like these, it's a terrible analogy, but like they're businesses set up and owned by Congress, and then the president's hired as the manager of them is one way of looking at it, right? And so they have the power of the purse and they have the power to create departments. They've created this department. USAID was specified through an act from Congress. They've created this department or agency.
No, that's no.
Yeah,
Kennedy created USAID.
Yeah, Kennedy did.
It was created with an EO.
What
it was
EO
then
based on,
later ratified
based on
by
what?
Congress.
No, that's not what happened. No, that's not what happened at all. I can tell you the exact. It was the Foreign Assistance Act that was passed by Congress in 1961. It ordered.
That's what enabled it to become that's what put it under the Congress. But it was USAID was literally signed into being by an executive order by JFK.
No, I understand. And the reason why it was signed into being is because Congress passed a statute, the Foreign Assistance Act. This was before USAID, and it ordered the president to create some agency that would fulfill the tasks set forward by the statute.
It ordered the president to do anything. That's backwards.
Well, no. If it says this is the agency, the president shall create an agency in compliance with X, blah 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 blah. That is Congress creating the agency. Yes, I know JFK named it. They did an EO. He did an EO to set it up, but this was ordered by Congress. This was ordered by a specific statute passed by Congress. And this is the issue I have with it.
Furthermore, the Supreme Court, made it a point last year to eliminate Chevron deference, to say that you have to very closely follow congressional intent when you do anything that touches on something that's statutory. And of course, this act is obviously statute. So
and this which is something that Republicans wanted specifically.
So correct me if I'm wrong, but
because they don't like presidential power.
I'm reading that we're both kind of right, Lactoid, which is that Nixon abolished the OEO first, and then there was challenges, and then Congress later ratified it because he had restructured it. That he wasn't given temporary approval to do it. That he did it as an executive order, and then it was challenged, and then they ratified it later. That's because it was signed into law in '74, the Legal Services Corporation Act of 1974, and so that's what I'm reading.
Yeah, I'm reading that he was Nixon was unsuccessful in abolishing the OEO. He couldn't do it.
I mean, I'm going to defer to you, right? You're obviously far more of a legal authority here. Obviously, I'm far more passionate about, getting rid of USAID no matter what.
And I'm not. Let me specify here, because there's a lot of details in a lot of this stuff, and so I'm not. When it comes to this OEO stuff, I have a general understanding. When it comes to reorganization acts, I have a general understanding, but I also have a general understanding, which is that departments and agencies, et cetera, with some exception, right? There are a few that are specifically core powers that is given to the executive by the Constitution, and that's why they don't need congressional approval to get them on in certain regards, right? But generally, departments are created by Congress for a specific number of tasks, and then they are, that's why Congress has to basically approve these hearings, right? There's a reason why Tulsi Gabbard needs to get voted on by Congress. It's because Congress has created these agencies and has a say, and this has to do with separation of powers. And so, am I 100% on board with like Doge going in and defunding a lot of these things? I am. I worry that the separation of powers here is going to get in some ways get in the way.
Well, so two things. First, I offered a question. I offered a question and it didn't seem like you answered it, right? Which was, what if the challenge here is that as it's brought into the courts, there's a situation where Congress needs to prove or to claim that the actions of USAID are what they intended to fund. So therefore, they're kind of forced to either claim that they did intend for the CIA to be overturning countries and causing race riots and all those other things, or that it was fraudulent, that's not supposed to operate that way, and thus we can shut it down. And number two, the other one being, what if he just declared a state of emergency in saying that this program had gone rogue by the CIA, which is under his purview, and that these funds were being used to make America less safe, et cetera, against his purview? Like, both of those are options that may not be,
and they can be proven.
The exact option that we're dealing with right now.
So, Lactose can respond, then we'll go to Ali, let him in, and then anyone else wants to go.
As to the state of emergency, I don't think that'd be a good idea, nor do I think it's necessarily. I don't think it's necessary. Like, from what I've read of the act thus far, as is the case with most of these departments, they, by their very creation, give a significant amount of deference to the president in terms of directing how they operate. And so, yes, there are congressional bills that authorize funding for XYZ purpose, but basically anything outside of this, the president has power over. So, if I think Trump does have power to go into USAID and to rearrange things and to point out certain wastes of money and to say this is ridiculous, look what's happening here, look what's happening there. I think that they have, and also, for efficiency's sake, there can be alterations and temporary freezes, right? The president has authorization to freeze funding for non-policy related reasons. Right. And so he can freeze it if he has a reasonable belief that money's being either used inefficiently or being wasted or being used contrary to Congress's will, et cetera. And so I think Trump has the ability here to intervene and to help stop the problem. But it seems like, the dream here is to just wipe it out entirely, which I would love to get Congress on board with, but I don't know. I just don't believe that the president can do that unilaterally.
Can I ask you a question, Lockjoy?
I want to go to Ali, and then you want to go next?
I just have a question. So.
Okay, all right. We'll go to Ali, then Gibbs, and Grid, you want to go on in? Right.
So it seems like we're going to defer to Lactoid for a lot of this. So, like, if you want Trump to have Elon work alongside him, and then come and get rid of all, like, you're so pro, like, Doge getting rid of all of these, like, 3-letter agencies, whatever, like, they don't like. But then that just means that, like, any president that comes after him can create whatever 4-letter agency they want and get rid of the previous 4-letter. So, like, right now, it's really surprising to me that you're so against the 3-letter agencies and yet so pro Elon Musk and Doge.
It depends what the agencies do, right? If the agency is focused on shrinking government power and what the president has control over, then this is like a good thing. Like, this is what I said before. Like, if the president
has control over if the president has control over USAID, then why wouldn't he just better allocate funds or have better control over it rather than getting rid of it? Which it seems like a power grab. It seems like we're going to get rid of all these agencies.
It's not a power grab.
The only person. I mean, once again, I don't understand it. So this is what it looks like from the outside. So it seems like you're getting rid of all these agencies, and the only person left with power is the president and Doge.
Well, no, those agencies are executive agencies, right? So if he gets rid of them, then he's getting rid of his own power. Like these, Congress might fund these agencies, right? And they hold the power of the purse string, right? So there is a balance of power here situation.
What power?
but they serve under the authority of the presidency, right? So he appoints the leaders, he appoints the staff. Ultimately, the president is the one that is in charge of how these agencies run. It's also his duty that to make sure that he either does nothing with them, or if he does use them, that he does so in the way that Congress enacted into law. So if Congress says such and such agency, 3-letter, 4-letter, whatever, is an agency that we fund to the tune of X amount of dollars, and this is what the agency is supposed to do, right? Now, the president, what's debatable is whether or not the president can get rid of that agency, and it probably not. But what's more debatable is
if he's in charge of,
because it's enacted into law. It's enacted into law, but what he can do without any on the other end of the spectrum, right?
Defund it.
The middle ground. The middle ground is about the funding. Can the agency be shrunk or potentially gotten rid of and absorbed into the agency, the 3-letter agency, in this case, the Department of State? That's the middle ground that may or may not be debatable. We'll talk about that in the courts, etc. But what he absolutely has the authority to do is fire everybody working at that agency, put all of his own people in, and say, this is how you're going to use the money. So long as, however he says that is engaged in what the program enacted in, or what the agency enacted into law is supposed to do. So he can fire the director of the FBI, for example, and change how the FBI operates. But what he can't do is put in a guy in the FBI, and then what the FBI now does is they inspect cars, and that's all they do, because that's not what was enacted into law.
So why not do that? Because I still don't personally understand how getting rid of these agencies removes any power from the president.
Let me explain that.
We're talking about what Elon Musk wants, not what the president said.
I understand the question, right? The question is, well, the president's given this power to remove agencies. Isn't this just giving him more power since now he has the ability to remove these agencies? But when we're talking about,
even more. If he's in control of these agencies, like you guys are saying, he gets to control them. Then stripping them, just he still has control of whatever functions those agencies had, right? He's still in control and power of the functions of those agencies, right? No, what do you mean? How?
No, that's where you're wrong, right? If
USAID, or at least responsible
because
for the
USAID,
of those agencies.
No, because USAID, so money is how you get shit done, right? And USAID gets a certain amount of money from Congress. The president gets to have large power over where that money goes and how that money is spent.
Yeah.
If none of that money is even at the president's disposal, it's not like that money gets transferred to the president's personal bank account. The president just loses access to that money completely. So they're not able to use that money for their other
as an
purposes.
Individual, but as an agency, the money is still existent and is going to be allocated somewhere, right?
No, hold on, that's the argument, right? So Trump's argument is that, and this has been attempted before. Don't spend the money. Not just by Trump. There was a couple other times this was tried.
Yeah, it was attempted by Nixon too, right? But
it was attempted by Nixon too.
The ICA says that he has 45 days to ask Congress, to do a rescission of funds, right? So that he doesn't have to spend it. So 45 days go by, then he has to spend the funds.
Right.
And this also happened with Ukraine when he tried to pull back Ukraine funding, and he lost that case and he had to spend the money in Ukraine. When I think if anything, the Loper decision makes it that much harder, because now on top of all of that, and Nixon and Trump both lost their cases under the ICA there. Now with this Loper decision, he has an additional responsibility to show that he's enacting Congress's will accurately.
Yeah. And that's you're right.
The power question too. The power.
Well, no.
What do you think about my question that I asked? Right.
Ali, I feel like we haven't tied this on a bow yet. You would agree. Okay, so the president has the presidential powers, and then Congress, in their infinite wisdom, has decided to give additional powers to the president via all these different departments the president runs. Okay, right. And the Congress has created these departments for the president to run. If the president chooses to not use the funds allocated to these agencies, in my mind, this would be the president exercising less power as opposed to more power.
Financially, correct.
That was the question before.
Real quick, because you're not funding the agency, but the responsibilities or the duties that these agencies held are going to be there's going to be a vacuum left there, right?
No, they're just not going to do anything.
Agencies did something.
But
and that something is just going to cease.
Okay, well that's to USAID, but does the CIA, for example, apply to this, or does that apply?
USAID is the CIA.
Yeah.
So if you stop funding,
it depends on the
like
wording
the
of the
FBI,
statute that you're
if you,
receiving.
Theoretically, yeah. So if you have a department and you just entirely like, let's say tomorrow the president says, I'm not funding anything in the Department of Education. It's not like that money goes anywhere else. Like the power
but
the
now you have
president
a
has to direct
vacuum,
it.
and now you have no money
You're
in
saying a vacuum
schools.
in the sense that they're not being something that
maybe I'm wrong.
Or just look, if the money isn't spent, like it just doesn't get spent by Congress.
This is not how power works within our. I mean, sorry. Let me be clear, right? Like, I see what you're trying to say, right? Like I get it, right? And it's not unreasonable. Like what the words that are coming out your mouth, right? That I said lactoid.
He's saying I'm.
Oh, sorry. Oh, sorry. Okay. Sorry.
Yeah. So it's not unreasonable the words that are coming out of your mouth. I hear that, right? Like, that the agency in the extension of the president's ability, right? And if that extension goes away, well, the president can't do that thing, right? Yeah. But so often, like the friction in our government, right, is like, should these things exist at all, right? Like, so let me try to paint this. So a Republican-run Congress decides we're going to make an agency that's going to put a gun in every man, woman, and child's hand, right? Like, Republicans, hooray, right? Let's arm everyone to the teeth, right? President AOC, in her wisdom, decides, no, I'm not going to do that. And so I'm not going to create this, or at least I'm going to take away the funding. And so it doesn't get enacted, right? Now, this was a congressional act, an act of power by Congress, and then the president extended her own power to deny that, right? That's like the big friction.
I see your point too.
Yeah,
but I think the better example. I think the better example is the EPA. Like if a Republican was to completely defund the EPA, right, then you could make the argument that the Republican in that instance is exercising his power in favor of like corporate donors or things of that nature, because they don't want those EPA regulations. Like, but overall, usually speaking, that money is not is that he can use to manage regulations, manage who he goes after, manage who he doesn't go after. Like we saw this scandal with the Obama administration targeting Republican institutions with the IRS, right? Like there's a lot of power that he then gives up as a president. Now that power, you could say, creates a power vacuum. And if there are other people that like donated to him or something that wanted that power vacuum, you could certainly say that that is some form of like of power or of like, you know, exercising new presidential power by choosing not to do what Congress wants to do in that regard. But the institution itself has so much more power than choosing not to use the institution.
I just have a quick question. I mean it's really for whoever thinks they can explain this. So my personal understanding, right? Congress makes the budget, correct? Right? So right, okay.
Yes.
And then the executive branch decides to control the budget, or like issue the budget how they see fit, for the most part, right?
No,
not entirely.
There's appropriations.
Okay, sure. Hold on. Yeah. So hear me out. This is, I guess, where I would like maybe someone to explain. So let's just give you a hypothetical, like, thought exercise here. Say we have the organization Butt. I don't know. We're gonna call them butt fuckers, right? And the butt fuckers organization has been not doing a good job, according to the new president that comes in charge.
Yeah,
not butt fucked. It's not working, right? So they come to power. New president. We'll call him Bob. Comes to power, and President Bob goes, "Hey, you know what? Things could change around these parts. Now the money's already been issued for him." And he goes, "I don't like any of these people. I'm firing everybody in butt fuckers. They're all getting fired." All right, so I would. So as far as I know, that seems right. He could do that. And then he goes, instead of waste the money on this, since I fired everybody, we're just gonna let it sit here with nobody employees except for the barest minimum to call it an organization. And it's basically just gonna be an organization in name only. And the money's gonna sit here paying the most minimum number of people I can have to make sure it's an organization. Maybe it's 3 people, maybe it's 300. I don't know. Would that be acceptable by a president? Is that something they could...
Probably not, because the money has to be spent. The money that Congress appropriates has to be spent.
Okay.
And so the idea is, what do you spend it on, right? And
so okay,
like, for example,
that's the follow-up then, right? So if it's allocated for butt fuckers, right? And he goes, okay, well, we know they're not working. let's say we'll call him Sally. We'll call her Sally. Sally's the new person Bob's put in charge of buttfuckers. She goes, well, we're really trying not to do anything with this organization. I'm going to give it to the jerk off organization. We're going to basically help them under the idea of organization cooperation. Is that something they could do?
So the president could put an executive order saying that the jerk off association is their interests are strongly tied with the butt fuckers, and it is within the congressional scope of expanding butt fucking to help the jerk off association in
This is really
XYZ way.
clarifying everything.
And then they make that
Right
argument.
there.
And then before the removal of Chevron, the courts would have been like, yeah, that we give them deference because they're the executive agency. But now they might say, well, I think Congress didn't actually mean this to go to the jerk offs. It's meant to go for butt fucking. And then that's going to be the argument.
So Admiral,
So the
here's
local
the other
decision
thing.
adds an
Here's the
extra
other thing.
layer to that.
So there's another thing here when it comes to like appointees, right? So many of these positions are subject to congressional approval, right? Like you're seeing the Senate and the congressional approval hearings for like Pete Hegseth and Tulsi Gabbard, right? These have been, like a lot of these positions are subject to approval, and Congress and the Senate only have they don't do special sessions unless there's like an emergency. And so what Trump could do in regard to the butt fucking organization, right? Now the butt fucking organization has to fuck butts, let's assume, right? Now Obama said, butt fucking is, we needed to be more equitable. So we want to use this money to fuck as many butts as we possibly can. And Trump is like, well, I don't actually like butt fucking. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to take like, the head CEOs of, I'm going to target butt fucking over and over again on the head CEOs of like, healthcare pharmacy corporations, right? And that's popular with some people and not popular with others. So they get to choose like, who's being targeted for the butt fucking, et cetera, but they still have to engage in butt fucking. Now, the thing that Trump could do in this example is he could defund and not appoint people. He could fire a bunch of people and then he could just like not push things through. But we saw this when Trump came into office with judges, especially when he came into office, which is that if you choose not to appoint a bunch of people and you leave a bunch of positions open, well, then what the next president can do is they can come in, and a lot of these positions that are like that, that are now that are vacant, they can immediately start hiring and pushing these through people when they have a mandate. So it's in the president's best interest for his political party, et cetera, right? To, if you fire people and defang it, to recognize that if you don't put new people in those positions, the incoming administration after you're gone will have a fuckload of vacancies, and now they can hire all their own people to go into these institutions. So it's kind of in your best interest in a lot of these, especially when they're set up specifically by Congress to have because like when you look at laws for new agencies, they're really detailed in like, oh, there needs to be people for this and people for that and people for this. And then new laws will come in that say like, oh, 3 to 12 jobs need to be created, for this new purview, et cetera, right? So there's all of these jobs are positions that are specifically created by law in Congress. And when you make those positions vacant, if you don't fill those positions, then the incoming administration has like all of these empty positions that can be filled. So there's a little bit of power play there.
Yeah, so that's been a fascinating trip afield. However, back to Trump and what he can do with the to not necessarily get rid of USAID, but to manage it better or fold it into the State Department is. And what I believe he's going to end up doing with all of the administration and most of the employees there is he can simply find them incompetent, neglect. He can find them guilty of incompetence, neglect, and mismanagement. All of those he can do, and he can absolutely remove them from their position and put the people he wants in there, or he can simply consolidate jobs. There's probably somewhere there's a table of organization. It's when they have that table of organization, that within the agency very well may be editable by Trump or Doge or some other agency. Congress can't say you've got to have 100 people working here and you've got to have 10,000 people working there and all of that. They don't micromanage like that. That's a Department of it's the DOO. It doesn't matter.
Office of
Doge's
Personnel
job,
Management, maybe.
huh?
Office of
It's not
Personnel
Doge's job.
Management.
It is OPM maybe, but it's something else that has to do with the payroll and all of that. They actually write the DOE, and Trump absolutely can. We're so far afield talking about appointees. Trump can simply find an appointee incompetent and say, you know what, you're incompetent, you suck at your job, get out of here, and that's the end of it. There's not even they can't even take him to court over it. I mean, they can try to maybe do like some.
Well, hold on. If you're talking about finding somebody incompetent, then you're talking about firing somebody for cause. And like in his first administration, like Trump constantly ran into problems when he wanted to get rid of people, and then he had to show cause for doing so, and that was a roadblock that he ran into over and over again. So if you're
and that's why he's created the Doge this time.
well, sure, but the Doge would still have to deal with the courts. The courts would still have to determine whether or not there's cause in each and every one of these cases. Now, maybe he's ready this time and he's able to staff up in a way that allows him to prove this in ways that he couldn't in his first term. Like that might be the case. He's more.
Well, I can't. Wouldn't the expensive
unless
city,
the president, unless it's revoked? What's that one? The thing that the job protections for employees. What was it called again? I forget what it was called, but it was like something.
Schedule F, like that.
Schedule F. Schedule F. Yeah.
Yeah.
If that gets revoked, then he's got a lot more power. Just to.
Well, I think Schedule F is the thing that he's adding to get rid of the power. If I'm remembering that correctly, Schedule F is like the amendment. My understanding.
I don't know if you guys have heard about this, but on my show earlier today, we were talking, and one of my guys is a government contractor, and apparently. The government's been sending out letters to various departments saying to especially to senior people that are older, saying if you retire now, they'll pay you off, and it's some ridiculous number. I forget. It's like $70,000 or $80,000.
Yeah, and that was stupid. Yeah, like, but that was like so this has been well publicized. Like this letter that was sent out, and this is, I mean, clearly, well, one, it came from Elon Musk. Right, without a doubt, this came from Elon Musk. How do we know it came up from Elon Musk? Because he sent almost the exact same letter.
It's what he did with Twitter.
To Twitter, yeah. So when he first took charge of Twitter, he sent a similar message like, "Oh, hey, the only people we want are the ones who follow these principles, and we're going to be hardcore. We're going to be working so many hours and all the fuck, right? And respond to this email if you are going to resign. Otherwise." And you'll get like a severance package, and otherwise you'll get fired, right?
Right.
There were shenanigans on whether those people. Hold on. There were shenanigans about whether those people actually, the people who responded to that, got any sort of severance at all. So that in itself was an issue because Elon Musk is a criminal, right? Just like Trump, doesn't like to pay people. But for the letter that you're mentioning, right? So it has like much of the same.
It gives more of the dog, less of you.
It has much of the same verbiage that you're talking about, and it's not at all clear that Trump can do that, right? That there is a budget because it was saying it wasn't simply like some sort of lump sum. It was like, well, you'll have a severance package and you'll keep getting paid for X number of months. Right, even if you're not showing up. I mean, you're done. You're leaving. You're not showing up, but you'll still get paid. There is no a budget line for that. That doesn't exist. Right, that's a lie. Right, another lie. But and so the workers unions or cooperatives, whatever they're called within the government, have been telling their employees absolutely don't do this because they can't actually follow. You can leave your job, right, but you won't be having these assurances. And this is another level of chaos that's going on within the newly minted Trump administration.
Well, I hope he
Gibbs,
can do it, and I hope he does.
Gibbs, I think more of you now that I know you have a husky. I think more of you now that you have a husky.
That's not my husky. I'm just babysitting for these hot hoochie mamas.
Dogs.
Yeah, the problem here is that Twitter
is cooler than you.
Yeah, probably.
The problem here is that Twitter didn't have to abide by the Loper decision. So I don't know Like there was no like congressional intent, or in this case, it would have been stockholders, I suppose, because he owned everything outright. So far, he doesn't own the government outright, and the president doesn't own the government outright either. So there are separation of powers like is still in play. You're still going to have to abide by congressional intent, more so now than in his first term.
I don't see how
I offered
don't
a question, and
hold on.
multiple times
I
people
don't-
haven't answered the question.
Okay, but I don't see how, like, people are. You guys are celebrating this. Well, I mean, Scott, sure, all right, but like, especially
I'm
any
celebrating.
other concern. Yeah, well, yeah, okay, Gibbs. I don't understand how you are celebrating this, right? President AOC, in all her wisdom, right, decides to defund the border agent, the border patrol, right? She talked about this. In fact, she's talked about this before.
She has.
Yeah. So, like, President AOC decides unilaterally that this agency disappears, right? And Congress can't do anything. You would agree? Well, then she should be able to do that, right?
I would agree. I would agree.
Okay,
Yeah, she
and
should
then
have that power.
she should be able to reduce
Sanctuary cities follows this law.
the military, right, by as much as she wants, right, as much as a leftist thinks the U.S. military should be, right? She should be able to do all that, right? Like, despite that Congress says, hey, here's a certain amount of money, right, $1 trillion plus to enact our will, that without making any sort of fight within Congress, right? Like, not about taking her case to the American people.
I'm a states' rights guy. You're
right.
talking about
She
federal
gets
stuff. I don't agree
to
with
decide, right, on her own. These are all gone, right? And anything else, any other agency that serves the needs of the good people of the red states, well, she gets to get rid of that as well. Like,
Prime,
clearly
bro.
we're in
Dude,
Yeah.
I'm good with
Congratulations, you're
everything you
discovering
said.
conservatism.
I'm a states' rights guy.
Scott. I know you feel differently, but I like other. I know that other conservatives they say, right. They pretend, oh, we want a smaller government. They want a government that serves their own interests. They want a government with the departments and agencies that takes care of their material needs. They look at their material needs differently than people in other parts of a political spectrum, right? But they have those material needs. Not you, ANCAP. I get you. You're different, right? A different breed. But for all the conservatives, they're bullshitting when they're saying, yes, we want a smaller government, because when government breaks, oh boy, do they complain. Oh boy, do they have a problem. When the agriculture department isn't there for
don't ask me.
farmers.
There's two conservatives here that disagree with you. that aren't
other farmers.
I think you're probably. I think we can all agree. Like, if something like that happened, yeah, I think that you would see a lot of conservatives be pissed. A lot of the kind of populist right is actually fine with government expenditure and government growth, just as long as it's within a certain niche areas that are particularly important to them. And so taking your point where it's like, and this is why I think it's kind of difficult, because in one respect, like the AOC gun example, I would argue that AOC is limiting her own power by not handing out the guns, right? Because this costs money. This requires organization. This requires the president to have the ability to proliferate items across the whole country. This is a massive expansion of her power. I think that not doing that, by cutting that to zero, that's a reduction in her power in one sense. But then what you're saying is it's actually an expansion of her power in this other sense, because not doing something that Congress wants you to do is a challenge to Congress, even if it's a reduction of like the size of government and a reduction of like her own just ability to control things, right? Or I guess to change, decide the direction of an agency or how it's going to do things. That's all fine. That's all fine. What I mean by like the power that I'm interested, I get excited when the first power is reduced, right? When you have government shrinking. And so if I see a politician use power to reduce their own power, this is power that I'm not super skeptical of, because they're not expanding themselves. They're not expanding themselves into my life or your life or anything like that. But if they use power to expand their power, I'm pretty skeptical of this unless they have some very good justification, right? So that's kind of where I'm at with this. If President Trump is using his power to cut government waste, this is something that I'm not super skeptical of. I think it's a good thing. If he used his power to expand the government in certain respects, which he has, I'm concerned about that. I can be skeptical about
Isn't
that,
it
right?
So are you skeptical of like Doge? Because I feel like Doge is like an expansion of government, and honestly, you're not worried that like Elon is this
not in the first
cutting
place.
power.
Guys, relax. I promise. I'm just asking you a question.
But
So like,
we've answered this question like 20 times. Like we were talking, like Doge is designed to cut government fraud, waste, and abuse. Okay, it is. In what way?
Well, he's right though, Fabian.
Okay, here I'll give you one way. It's some random billionaire that gets to come into the government, and he's the one picking the government agencies to cut. It's Donald Trump agrees with Elon. It's not Donald Trump like has these agencies that he's like picking out. It's Elon that's coming in and snipping in your agency, and it's like, yeah, dude's kind of playing vice president. That should be concerning to a lot of people.
First of all, vice presidents have, throughout all of American history, has been seen as nothing more than a symbolic position. The vice president's powers exist that if the president's killed or is taken out of commission due to medical surgery or something, right? And that's only recently in terms of like medical positions, right?
Symbolically, it feels like Elon is the vice president. I know what you're trying to say. I know the point you're trying to get out.
The vice presidency has been a stepping stone. And historically, it hasn't even been vice president. Historically, it has been the head of the Department of State. So again, it is a position that is not designed to have a lot of power. They preside over the Senate for like rule-based systems and a tie-breaking vote, but ultimately they don't have that much power.
Then it's weird that Elon has more power than the vice president. Then, like, if
Elon Musk doesn't have any power whatsoever to cut a single agency. He does not have that power. He has the power to gain information and then report to the president what he thinks as he has been appointed
you don't think that's
by the
power?
President. But he can't do anything. Like Donald Trump is the one that is able to make those decisions.
Weird. Hold on.
Ollie, have you seen that meme where it's like libertarians secretly plotting to take over the world and leave you alone? Have you seen that meme? It's like very prolific all over.
Hold on. I want to respond.
Yeah.
Sure. But you guys are really focused on like to take over the whole world.
No, I don't think it's taking over the world. No. I don't think it's to take over the world. I'm saying you're giving a lot of praise. You're giving a lot of praise to like cutting off these agencies, right? And like, once again, from an outside perspective, it seems like, okay, you're getting rid of these agencies, but then you're implementing other
USAID
ones.
is fucking evil.
Yeah, well, one agency with the power to reduce the power of the other agencies. Doge doesn't like do anything in of itself other than reduce other than
influence the president to
other than reduce the power of other departments. That's the whole purpose.
Hold on. No. But the way that you're expressing it is weird, right? And I can understand why Ali might be confused about this. And that, like, to say that Doge is powerless, well, because it's just an investigatory agency. What do you mean? What? Investigatory agencies have a lot of fucking power. Actually, yeah. If their recommendations are followed through, right? It doesn't matter if they pull the trigger themselves or they tell the president to pull the trigger.
Their only recommendations are to cut government spending and funds.
That's what they say. That's what it says. That's what it says. Cool.
Gotcha.
Like that's what the worry is.
But
the worry is that they will come in and cut government funding and positions.
Oh my God.
Which is state power.
Down. Okay. Calm down. Okay. All right. We
calm.
got it. You love
I'm
it.
perfectly calm.
Okay. So let's pull it back. All right.
Actually, the calmest I've seen Scott.
It's weird to interpret Doge as having little power. Now, I get it's doing what you want it to do, right? I get that this is all happy days for you all. Fair enough, right? But when I'm saying that the normal people, right, the rest of the world looking into this, right, the way that our friend Ali is looking at it, right, they're like, well, no, Elon Musk has just got a shit ton of power. This moment with USAID, I believe it was a few agencies that were talked about 24/7, right? But like, if it's, I believe it was USAID, in which like the department heads were given a leave of absence because now Doge wanted access to various parts of the agency, and they said no, right?
They threatened to call the marshals on them.
That's an exercise of power. Now, again, they're just investigatory, right? But they say, hey, they reach out to the president. Okay. This guy's not cooperating.
So you just defined exactly why they're supposed to.
Right. No, I'm not. Hold on. No, because I'm not done. Thank you. Not gonna hold on. So, right? When others recognize this about Doge, and it's a level of power, right? Just like what happened with the Treasury, within the Treasury Department, within that specific office that disperses funds, right? The person there who was in charge, he also didn't want Elon Musk's goons coming in. He was there for 30 fucking years, 30, 40 years, this individual, an expert in
Sounds
federal
like an expert
funds
leech.
disbursement. Yes, okay. Federal funds disbursement, right? And he also protests Elon Musk goons getting in there. And but it happens any
Well,
which
you
way.
just called
It
them
sends us-
goons.
Hold on,
What the hell,
hold
man?
on. You all wait till I'm done. Thank you. So when others are watching this, right? When they're watching these battles take place, it sends a clear signal who's actually in charge, where power actually lies, right? Clearly, as our friend Ali has identified, power lies in Doge, right? The power lies within Elon Musk, right? Only at the pleasure of the presidency, sure, great, but as of now, power lies with them. You have to respect when Doge comes in, right?
No.
You have to cooperate unconditionally with their demands, right? If they want access to your systems, if they want to attach computer system, attach surveillance monitoring software to your system, they got to do that.
explaining a
No,
whole
shut
bunch
up!
of
Oh,
things
no,
that
no,
they
no,
can do,
sorry,
you're
Scott,
glossing
Scott,
over the
no,
argument.
Scott,
You're just
Scott,
gish-galloping over it.
Scott, holy shit, Scott! You don't have to talk. You've had enough time to talk, right? Yes, I'm going to gish gallop. Let me do it. Let me cook. Thank you, right? You're not making this end any sooner. I will finish. Thank you.
it.
And I'd like to go after
silly
you,
at
Prime.
this point.
Thank you.
Great. Hold on. No, don't. I'm just going to meet you because you can't handle it. Fine. Shut up. Really appreciate it. Okay. Shut the fuck up. God damn it. Right? Holy shit. Very simple. I shut up when you were talking, but you can't shut the fuck up when I'm talking. Shut the fuck up. Thank you.
Go on.
Now I'll
Go on with
continue.
the gish gallop. Come on.
Anyway,
Come on, buddy. I'm muted, by the way.
Yes, it shows these who's in charge. They can do whatever they want at this point. So, Lactoid, now I'll speak to you. It's a weird formulation
Now he'll speak
to
to
say
me.
that these things have these individuals have little power just because they're investigatory agency. Does that make sense?
I understand your argument the whole time. What I'm trying to, I feel like maybe you're missing my point.
Okay.
Like when you download it, so look. Let's say I got a computer full of viruses, and I'm like, I'm sick of these programs having power over my computer.
This is hilarious.
So then I download an antivirus. Are you going to say, I thought you were sick of programs having power over your computer? You just downloaded an antivirus that has access to your whole computer.
Why are you like super? Why are you?
I want to build a bridge a little bit.
How much was the cape that you bought for Elon? How much was the cape? Like
The purpose, it came free. Okay, he knows what I'm doing. The purpose of the antivirus. The purpose of the antivirus is to reduce or eliminate the power of all the other viruses, right? Is to, and that, yes, you download one more program that has access to everything. But if you remove 50 programs that have access to everything,
can I build a bridge?
You are net good. You are net in the clear.
Then that one program has a lot of power, right?
Yeah,
it does. But now there's fewer programs that have power over my computer once I wipe out all the viruses.
Yes, now one has power. So it's kind of, have you seen the meme circulating where it's like, I want less government, so government smaller. I want less government. I want less government. He's the king now.
But unlike the other viruses, the antivirus, the software, is tasked with one goal and one goal.
It's a good
to remove the other viruses.
Yeah, McAfee was great.
Unlike the viruses where they're doing all sorts of shit to your computer, the antivirus, although
software,
it has a lot of control,
they were all trash.
With one thing only, which is to remove the viruses.
We all know antivirus software is trash, right?
I love it when it's like a massively powerful thing whose only purpose is to remove oppressive power.
Random shit.
Go ahead.
So I want to build a little bit of a bridge here because I've actually said this. I think here in several places, I've actually said the same thing as sociologic. One of my initial concerns with what Trump has done, because Trump is like what I would consider like a 90s Democrat. We don't have to debate that today. But I've said many times, I think he has expanded government power. And the Doge is a prime example of this. Doge has vast power like right now. Like they seem to be going in. They seem to be letting their dick hit people in the face. They're coming in. It's not just investigatory because they're investigating. Then they're making cuts, right? They have a lot of power. Now, as the Prime said earlier, with the AOC wanting to cut border control, sure, like there are a lot of programs. I think that whoever gets in power should go in there and be able to cut left or right, either way. Whoever's in power. The thing about Doge is kind of what Lactoid is saying is it seems like their goal is to identify what they see as bloat and eliminate it. Now, whether or not that's true, that could be a whole different thing, but that's what their stated goal is, right? So whenever we have one agency, which I don't blame any of these agencies for fighting to maintain the power they have, but they are going to do that. They're going to fight to maintain the power they have. When Doge comes in and goes, hey, we need to see your stuff, and they go, we're going to call the marshals. Sure, there's going to be some kind of butting heads. We're going to see you get the power. I absolutely agree that Trump expanded the power of the U.S. government by creating Doge. That's not a debate. I don't think that really is a debate. However, I do think that this is a case where it's supposed to, and hopefully it does do this, and it looks like that's what they're doing, is they're going in and they are eliminating bloat. And it looks like if the goal of the agency is to sit here and actually curtail government power, then I would say that, hey, yes, we might have to give them more power in order to accomplish the second goal, which is to eliminate power. Like, do y'all disagree with that concept that we have to have an agency to like curtail power, or are y'all just like, oh, they only gain power all the time? Is that kind of where you're at?
I just want to know who Grid One is rizzing up in his camera with the hat and the baby blues.
Yeah, we got Indiana Grid.
Admiral Gibbs, it's really simple.
Indiana
right?
Grid? That's funny.
I agree.
Right,
no one here is saying that Elon Musk doesn't have any power. What we are saying, or that Doge doesn't have any power. What we are saying is that the goal of Doge, the stated goal of Doge, what Doge is capable of doing is investigating the state and then going to the president to say, these are the institutions of your power. These are things that you have power over and you have funds for as the president. And we would like to get rid of these specific aspects of your power. The entire what Doge does is reduce the president's power. That is the goal of Doge, is to reduce his own power in such a way that it presumably saves money, or that it reduces deficit, it reduces deficit spending, etc. Like, I agree that Elon Musk has a lot of influence over the president, that he's talking to that's a lot of soft power. I agree that he has the capacity to go in and investigate in areas, but everything that his job entails is to find areas where the president's authority and power is being used in such a way that it's not a good return on investment, and then say, get rid of those things. Get rid of these programs. Get rid of these tentacles of the Leviathan, because they're not helping our country. They're not helping the taxpayer.
And we trust him. Why?
Well, I mean, who else? Like,
we trust Elon Musk. Why?
That doesn't matter. That matters.
Hold on. This is an immediate goalpost shift. Because listen, this is an immediate goalpost shift. You don't trust him. Fine, you don't trust him. I don't trust any goddamn politician and anybody working for the state.
He's not a politician.
Well, that's even better.
Absolutely, is acting like one. He's acting on. He is now. He's an unelected bureaucrat that is also a billionaire. I don't fucking trust Elon Musk.
That isn't good. He's also South African and not natural born. If you like that kind of person,
I don't personally give a fuck about that. But again,
when someone's running the country, or is that close to someone who's running the country?
Is it a coincidence that Trump just recently came out in favor of the white South Africans?
Hold the fuck on. I explained this thing that you are aggressively misunderstanding this entire time, which is that you are aggressively misunderstanding the very simple idea that Doge is cutting government programs, or at the very not cutting explicitly.
But baby, hold on, it is a powerful organization.
No, let him repeat. Let him repeat. It's okay. Go ahead, Fabian.
I'm not going to shift from the fucking argument.
I didn't shift, but you can repeat.
Yes, you did. You were like, "Whoa, South African. Oh, why do we trust him?" That's not the point.
I don't
The
trust
point
anybody.
is that the argument. The argument isn't that this guy doesn't have soft power. The argument isn't that the institution doesn't have power. The argument is that the sole goal and the power that has been invested in them is to investigate portions of the president's
Why
power
do you trust
and destroy
that?
them.
Well, hold on,
Why do you
trust it?
Fabian,
No,
just to
now
play
this is
So
a
why are you
moral
defending
argument.
it like
Hold
that's
on,
what
Fabian,
I mean?
Fabian, just to play devil's
I'm not
advocate, right?
defending. I'm not defending
Hold on.
Doge as the next great
Hold
thing.
on.
You're adding new straw
I
mans.
mean, you
because
said if
didn't
No, hold on,
understand the original
Fabian. Hold on.
portion.
But so,
Well,
okay,
wait.
so
If you wait. You said if Trump gets rid of USAID, which would be to Elon and Doge's recommendation, that he would be the greatest president ever in time ever. So that means that, like, yeah, you are kind of saying that you do trust Doge and think Doge is great.
I'm not.
Because
I,
Doge
he doesn't,
would have made
those
the
two things are complete. Those are two totally different things.
But hold on, I want to say
said
something
if
here
he
that
gets
maybe
rid of
supports
USAID, which is an
sociologics.
evil fucking program, and no one apparently disagrees with me because we're just completely circumnavigated how awful USAID is, which to me feels a little fucking subversive because it feels like we want to talk about the fucking power systems and all this other shit instead of talking about
that's what really matters.
most evil program the government has ever
that's
enacted
what
being
really
fucking
matters.
gotten rid of. I'm saying that if he gets rid of that would be an amazing thing for humanity.
I know.
That is not the same thing as me saying I trust Elon Musk or Doge. That's bullshit.
At the recommendation of who? At the recommendation of Doge, which is why me and Prime are kind of being like, hey, it kind of seems like Doge has a lot of power. Elon has a lot of power. If Elon's the one that's kind of making these recommendations and it's coming through Doge, then yeah, this is something we should look into. Do we trust Elon or Doge? Yes.
Hold on. I want to
kind of championing them.
I am.
I mean, I guess I'm talking to the lactoid then because he's the only person that's. You're not championing. Wait, you don't champion Doge, Fabian? You don't want government to get smaller? You don't want.
I have literally talked shit on Elon Musk so many fucking times. I talk shit on Trump so many fucking times, and I've said openly many times that I'm distrustful of the concept of Doge because I don't like creating a department that is supposed to then go out and do these things. Because I've said in the past, what happens when a leftist gets in charge and all of a sudden they redefine fraud, waste, and abuse as institutions that don't have equitable outcomes, and so they utilize a system just like Doge to go after any place that doesn't have enough DEI.
USAID gets gone no matter what. That's all you care about. Wait, I just want to make sure that me and him are yelling at each other for something, not over each other. You just care that USAID gets gone no matter what. Doge, Trump, Biden, doesn't matter as long as USAID was gone, right? Like,
well,
I
I'm
just want to
saying
make sure.
USAID is evil. I would like to get rid of it. If that happens, that would be great. Yes, that's not me.
That's your argument.
Elon
just to be clear,
Lactoid, I've been arguing with you this whole time.
Let's go.
The left in control of Doge wouldn't do anything.
Iko, do you want to have something?
Yeah, just quickly. There is some hidden clash in this panel, and I think it's between Scott and Gibbs, right? Because everything Scott mentioned, and I agree with him, like on most of what USAID has done. I'm arguing for reform, not defunding, but whatever. The disagreement, though, is everything that Scott mentioned is stuff that I've heard Gibbs in the past say is based, and he wants more of. He wants to have more client states to the United States.
I agree. Yeah, it's true.
If he can start a race war in order to defeat the Belt and Road Initiative, then he wants that. Like, these are all things that he wants. So I don't see how eliminating USAID benefits any of the goals that Gibbs says.
Sure, I mean, I can respond to that.
Before you two respond to that, let's give Grid the chance he's been trying to get in. So, and then go at it.
I want to.
It seems very curious to me that I'm not a particular fan of Elon Musk. I've always thought he was kind of a weird dude, but what he's doing in this case is right. I mean, he's not screwing up. He's not acting in an evil way. I honestly don't really care too much about his, like, I don't need to think he's a good person for him to do a good job and do the thing that needs to be done. He can be perfectly evil inside as long as he does a job that needs to get done. I don't have to live with the dude. He's not my neighbor. He doesn't matter at all in that manner to me. What does matter is his specific type of autism is going to make the government more efficient, spend less of my tax dollars, and possibly get rid of horrible, horrible programs that should never have existed in the first place. And that's what matters. I honestly don't give a shit about any of the rest of this stuff that you guys have spent a couple of minutes arguing about and moving goalposts and trying to prove a point that doesn't matter. I don't care that you
No one moved the goalposts.
like he has more power. He's not an elected official. He couldn't even get in without Trump's saying, hey, yeah, you got to let him in, right? Like Daddy Trump had to go over there and say, you got to let him in. So what power does he have at that point?
Let's let in.
Just no goalpost removes. Everything was understood. I just want it to be clear.
So, Gibbs, go ahead.
So
those
I'm
goalposts went to
aggressively
Saturday.
understood.
So I want to address a couple of things. One, I will say I'm about to agree with you sociologically some stuff. I do think there was a goalpost move with the Elon thing. One, and the reason, and this is the first thing, I don't give a shit if it's Elon running it. I don't care if it's Bob Saget running it. Somebody got to run it. I don't trust any of the fuckers
Bob
anyway.
Saget? Okay.
Yeah,
right.
I mean, listen. I don't. The point is, I don't trust any of these fuckers in the big government to run it. Now, I'm able to build a bridge here. I'm trying to build a as a conservative. I fucking don't like bigger government. If you are trying to tell me that Doge is not an increase in government power, then you're fucking lying and you're not being good faith. It's absolutely an increase in government power, and that should be concerning to a degree. Now, as for what we'll come back to that in a second, but as for what ICAO said, I don't necessarily have so much a problem with USA getting gutted because I think they're fucking inept. Now, we can debate whether or not they're actually successful in these goals. I would rather, for example, Fabian's going to call this evil, but I guess I'm evil, so that's okay. I'm going to say if they came out and said we absolutely had a CIA front, and they were trying to get access to XYZ resources in fucking, I don't know, Nigeria, and guess what? We tried to fund these people via this aid contract thing, which was a front. Then you know what?
Oh, no.
I would be okay with that. I would be good with that because guess what? That's expanding American power. That would I be okay with. But that's not what's currently happening with USAID. They're just giving money away for things like, and I quote Langford, grants to sit here to like $200,000 to study butchers' languages in France that
they're
are
doing
dying
bad
out.
shit too, Gibbs. Don't worry.
Sure. Either way, that's such bullshit. That needs to be eliminated. Now, I am concerned, though, that you're right. Elon has targeted certain things to start off. Maybe he's picking low-hanging fruit from the start. I don't know. But why is it, though, that he hasn't gone after the ATF? Why is it, though, he hasn't gone after some of these other three-letter agencies that are, like, pretty sus? You know, on the one hand, I would think that Elon, the first agency he would have gone after, would have been the SEC. He didn't do that, so interesting. I would have surprised that he didn't go after, I don't know, the FBI agencies that investigate financial crimes. I would think these would be the agencies.
They are going
he was
after the
actually,
FBI.
Sure, but they're not going after the financial crimes department.
51 agents.
Hold on. Were they the financial crimes department? No, they weren't. All right, cool. So the point is that I'm trying to make that is that if he was actually corrupt, I would think he would go after those. But what is suspicious is he's not going after these agencies that, like, hey, seem to have unanimous disapproval. Like, if he wouldn't cut in the ATF, I don't think that the left, although they like the meme and say the right, like, does like, I don't think the left would actually be upset if the ATF got all their shit pushed. No, but really, I don't know. We can come back to
the agency that prevents people from having automatic weapons.
But yeah. Sure. But as for ICAO's point, yeah, I definitely would be okay if they were CIA fronts. But instead, we're not admitting that, and we're not seeing any goals accomplished. So yeah, let's cut these funding to these countries because we're getting fucked all around. We're giving money to countries that hate us. They chant death to America and half these Middle East countries, and then we're still giving them funds and training. Look, I could go down to the military base 3 miles from my house, and guess what? There's Saudi Apache pilots everywhere. Right? And guess what? They're all cool people. I like them. But
they only chant death to America because you fund the other country that they hate too. So it's like a whole, it's a cycle.
Exactly. It's a cycle. We're sitting here like,
if you get rid of one funding, maybe they stop hating you. See?
Maybe they stop hating us. It's amazing.
Admiral Gibbs.
Admiral Gibbs. Money to spend it at home.
Yeah, Lactoid. No argument there, bud, huh?
As much as I hate that you probably support what the fuck I'm about to say, you're what you have to understand is like these people are not as incompetent as everyone is putting them out to be. They see these grants. They see these grants for like study butcher's language, etc. And what you think is, well, that's a dumb use of money. Like that money could be utilized in a different way. But when you listen to these people in their own internal communications at their at these like fucking resorts where they like train other people at NGOs, etc., they will constantly use this phrase called a whole of society approach. This is a whole of society problem. This is a whole of society. And what does a whole of society mean? It is What they're talking about is democratic institutions. They no longer say that America is in support of democracy. They're in support of democratic institutions. So what the
I wish they'd
CIA
say they were
does,
in front of American institutions.
Let me. But this is what they do. So what the CIA does is they fund universities, they fund media organizations, especially with programs like National Endowment for Democracy Fund. They fund government politicians and campaigns. They fund all of these ways. And what they do is they fund them with bullshit research like you're talking about. And the reason they fund them
I've seen the study. They have an actual study on this. That's the worst part about it.
But the reason that they fund these bullshit studies is because these bullshit studies, those institutions then end up money laundering or just putting those into administrative costs.
But not all of them are that.
But listen. When they do these bullshit things, what they're doing is they are purchasing power. They are purchasing one university that supports their ideals over another university so that they can push and shape culture so that they can gain things like cultural revolutions.
Well, good, but then they're inept because it's not been working, Fabian. It's not been working.
Number one. Number two is they engage in massive amounts of money laundering. So another example is there was a program called the Zune, what is it? Zune Zion. I have it written down here. If I want to get the exact
real quick,
thing.
before you move to number two, Fabian, real quick question, Fabian. If they say, let's just go look use your, we'll move to the second thing, but just real quick, let's butcher this thing, which is, I don't think it is. I've seen the fucking stupid Langford thing on it. If let's just say it was to buy university to push American influence or whatever, there is no evidence that a lot of these programs have got the results the CIA has wanted. Right. So even if they were accomplished the goal I wanted, which is the CIA pushing the American agenda, it looks to me like they failed. Guess what, Tommy? If your job has failed 10 times, it's time to cut the funding. Like I don't know why that's.
I mean, so the Arab Spring, the Arab Spring
was successful.
The Arab Spring was absolutely the Arab Spring was an example. The Ukraine takeover by Volodymyr Zelensky. These Ukraine's government is created by CIA and USAID. And the same thing happened.
That one was a success. Arab Spring was a failure.
And then when we saw the censorship apparatus that was created via NGOs and training that occurred during COVID, all of that shit was set up so that other countries would so that people like Bolsonaro would not get reelected. It was set up to destroy people like Marine Le Pen from getting elected. It was set up to destroy, which was obviously a failure, to destroy Brexit. But again, what has Brexit actually accomplished? Not what the fuck they voted for. They just have a worse version. Over and over and over again, the CIA exerts their power via these institutions that they set up as a means of censoring people.
And they're failing for the most part.
Okay, sometimes it fails, sometimes it's a success. Ukraine was a massive success.
Exactly, but what I'm saying is, so you brought up
we'll see
Ukraine,
about that.
Another failure, right? That we don't know what success and failure looks like because we don't know where the money laundering is occurring.
Well, we can look at the money laundering. We can look at this. We know where the failures are.
Well, we can't. What we see is we have to investigate.
If I look at Nigeria. Hold on. We can look at this example.
The money laundering
if we look at Nigeria, we can look at all the funds. They funded fishing.
Not all of it.
Fishing villages along the coast of Nigeria. You know who took those over? Boko Haram. Wow, guess what? We don't need to keep sending money to the fucking fishing villages when Boko Haram controls them.
I agree, but what I'm talking about, so in Cuba, for example, in 2011, under the OTI, USAID funded a program of Zune Zeneo, which was a Twitter alternative. And in their own internal documents, which the Associated Press showed in 2014, they stated, quote, the plan was, quote, to get 100,000 users based on sports and hurricane content. And then, I'm ending the quote because I'm paraphrasing because I want to read the whole thing. And then what they wanted to do was create smart mobs by giving them information to try and overthrow the Cuban government, right? Like, this is what you are
failure. It didn't work.
With USAID. Yes, that's a failure, but we don't know where all of the money laundering occurs. And defining success or failure is silly because what their goal is often just stopping China or keeping a country poor. It's fucking neo-colonialism and it's 1% of our budget. We should fuck off with it.
It's weird that you're like confidently stating that
because it's pretty easy to tell it's a
right,
failure.
and all the other shenanigans that the CIA gets through all its tentacles that like it has throughout the U.S. government and then like throughout the world. It's weird that you're saying that it's a failure, without knowing like what the objectives were and what the mission was, right?
Sure,
like,
sure, problem. I can tell you why I could say that. It's pretty simple.
Oh, well, okay. I'll just finish this, but and I'd love to hear what you have to say. But like, yeah, it seems weird. Like, and this always is the problem with like judging intelligence agencies. We've run into these conversations before, right? Like, we'll say that the CIA has been effective, and we'll point to like a public failure, right? Complete collapse that the CIA is botched, right? And we'll say, well, the CIA is a failure, but like, I have no insight of the CIA. I have no like I don't have any sort of comprehensive list of the things that they get up to, or the
You
NSA,
don't even have
right?
security clearance.
Yeah, I have nothing, right, to judge what they do, what their goals are, what the metrics are, or anything like that, right? All I can do as an outside observer is say, like, oh, they botched just one thing, and maybe spectacularly, right? But like that doesn't tell you much of anything. So if USAID,
the successes are often more hidden than the failures, because when a
exactly,
failure
right?
occurs, it makes it easier for us to see where
and
where
it
they
just
went
could be
wrong.
like
And
smaller, like they're funding smaller operations, right? And those operations maybe take years to come to fruition, and they don't have a result like, hey, like we've like overthrown in a uncooperative leader in some nation, right? Like it's a culmination of all these actions, and we don't have insight into that. But go ahead.
I understand that, Prime. And like, listen, I'm not arguing about whether or not, hey, they've had some successes, some failures. We can argue about Arab Spring. Arab Spring's obviously a failure. We could say the Ukraine looks like a success to me, right? Like, now there are some debates. You know, Zelensky admitted 54% of the funding to the Ukraine's gone not to anything that he has control over, which is kind of suspicious. But when we go sit here,
also all the dead people. Don't forget that part.
I don't care about that part. I'm talking. Listen, American imperialism, good, base colonialism, whatever. Anyway, listen. So when it comes to stuff that we want to look at, right? I can definitively say that, hey, whatever project the CIA and USAID was working on with Nigeria, where they funded fishing villages and fisheries, and then Boko Haram comes in and captures it, I can definitively say that's a failure. Whatever you were trying to do there didn't work. I can point to others.
What if this was the goal? What if the goal was, we don't care so if we destabilize the region, what we don't want is China to come in with the Belt and Road Initiative and gain port access? What if destroying a country is better than allowing China to have control?
That would be a fair argument. That would be a fair argument.
So we wouldn't know.
If they had fucking ports. Except it's not a port place. They're literal villages. They're literal villages with like little huts and maybe one pier.
But in the example I gave in my opening
but I don't care what you're telling me.
About,
a real world example.
But I gave an example of the 2021 memo that came out of Special Forces Command by Milley, who was in charge of the Joint Chief of Staff. Okay, and he gave a hypothetical about how we use and how we ought use resources. And one of the ways that they said is that they utilized USAID to set up a job fair program, and the entire region turned into riots and chaos because it was never designed to be a job fair program. It was actually designed to give temporary positions to workers that would then pull workers away from Chinese projects, and then they would utilize their resources in fomenting racial riots in the country to stop the Chinese. And yes, the Chinese in that example were going to build a port that didn't exist as part of a real estate development project. So if we were to take that hypothetical that he's writing and say that this is how we ought use it and this is how we do use it, and we assume that may have happened in the past, we're in the same position here.
So here's the problem with that. One, I don't know if that was effective or not. That specific example might have been an effective use of USA, and hopefully
it was a hypothetical.
Sure. Hopefully, in that case, Elon would have the clearance, the security clearance to know these things, and then they can make an executive decision on which part's the gut. The one last thing here is, I would prefer if we just gutted USA completely, and then we just were upfront about what we were doing. We were saying, we're going to give these money to your fucking enemies, and we're going to destabilize their enemy, or we're going to do this. I think that would be better.
I want to examine what you just said, right? And maybe you didn't mean it this way, but you think that Elon Musk should have visibility into like all the operations that our intelligence agencies do? That you think that Elon Musk so Elon Musk and his cronies, right, can decide what's an efficient use of our intelligence agency dollars, and he'd be the one, or his small department, to oversee the CIA and NSA?
Well, sure. So here's my answer to that. I mean, I hate to be the guy who answers a question with a question, but if you want to be able to actually cut government bloat, right, then he's going to have at least some level of high clearance to where he can say, okay, this USAID program, hold on, I know, just hear me out. You're not going to like it. USAID program was effective in accomplishing this CIA office's goal. Now, listen, I get that Elon Musk, maybe a figure y'all don't like. Sure. I didn't like a lot of the Democrat figures either. It's part of how the government works. You have to have high enough clearance to be able to make a call and say, hey, this was effective, this wasn't, if you truly believe Doge is trying to cut government bloat.
I'm glad you brought this up. All right, and now I want to get to Lactoid, right? And well, mostly Lactoid.
If you wanted to
answer the question directly, I'm fine with it. Yeah, Elon is Trump's employee at this point.
Lactoid. So that you agree with that? You're saying that like Elon Musk, an unelected billionaire, a defense contractor who has his own priorities, like direct financial priorities, that this individual
gets government subsidies.
Gets government subsidies, right? Gets direct government contracts, gets all that, right? That this individual should have eyes on, like our intelligence agency dollars. Remember, this is coming from leftists who hates the imperial United States, right? The imperial reach, right? But you're saying that like he should have eyes on that and approval over the CIA,
just to be clear,
or the NSA, and
just to be
the
clear,
agencies that do this.
Oh, about approval?
Well, yeah, because no, of course it's important. This is what
Trump makes the decision.
Hold on, no, wait a minute. This is what Ali and I were talking about before, right? This is the power.
Let me specify the question. Let me answer the question.
Okay. Well, I don't think you understand the question, right?
No, I know. I understand. You're saying. Do I think that Elon Musk, with all of his infinite criticisms that you have of him, do I think that it's a good idea for him to have access to all the different information that we have in government, and potentially even make recommendations of cutting all the different elements of government, because he's a defense contractor, he's this, he's that, etc. So I think this was on one of his a press conference that he had today. He was signing different executive orders, some of which I find to be very controversial, including the creation of a sovereign wealth fund. That's going to be very controversial.
Is it the crypto one?
No. He wants to create a sovereign wealth fund and put companies in it. That's nationalization. That's going to be a very interesting conversation. But he stated that Elon Musk is part of an organization that has oversight from 2 congressmen and is also directly answerable to President Trump. If there's identified any kind of conflict of interest with the information, then Elon is not allowed to have access to that. And that is determined by the congressmen and the president. I think that's fine. It seems like he is operating as an employee who's being ordered by the president to go look into XYZ shit. And if the president and his staff and the congressmen say, actually, that's like a bad idea because there might be a conflict of interest here, then they don't let him.
Hold on. But before, friend, right? You saw what happened in December. You saw what happened with the budget, right? When Elon Musk sends a tweet out, when the United States, like, there's going to be a bipartisan agreement for a budget, right? Like, there was a plan, and as far as we could tell, it was going to go through, right? Congressmen, senators were on board. And then Elon Musk sends a single tweet. And he says, well, anyone who approves this awful budget, or whatever the fuck, right? Whatever the tweet exactly said, right? Like, they'll be getting money, flooded from me, right?
Yeah.
Through the entire budgetary process.
So he's just AIPAC as a person. We've been doing this forever.
Yeah, that's not good. That's kind of...
Yes, but AIPAC...
Yeah, and you're going to criticize it too, but
No. But AIPAC,
Citizens
right?
United.
Like, Jonathan Greenblatt, I think he's the head of AIPAC, whoever was the head of AIPAC, right? Like, this individual doesn't have eyes on the intelligence agencies, right? He doesn't have that direct power. Like, congressmen are...
If he could get security clearance and was hired by a president, then maybe he could.
And we would not want that.
We would not want that. He's been.
He's already got security clearance.
I don't know that.
What if it was a Muslim?
As long as he's saying they're going to
millionaire.
Do I want him to have the power?
I don't care. I don't know anything
about it.
As long as it doesn't
someone's
matter.
Going to make the cuts.
Hold on 1 second. It doesn't
Somebody's
matter.
going to have to look at this information. Yes.
Yeah. It doesn't. But it doesn't have to be Elon. It doesn't have to be him.
Who
It doesn't.
should?
Who should it be?
Who should
Yeah.
have power?
Yeah, sure. I got it.
Yes, Prime. You should pick the person to go through.
Are elected officials, people who are actually
He is overseen by elected officials.
Responsibilities, right?
Overseen by elected officials, and he's a defense contractor. He's been
Grid, I won't listen to you till you take those glasses off. I want those baby blues, man.
He's been invested.
I need the baby blues.
Prime.
Hold on, shut up.
Baby blues.
Shut up. Shut up.
Prime,
Shut up.
you're-
I'm gonna
dude,
shut up.
you're wrong
Shut
on
up.
this
Shut up.
one.
Shut up. Shut up.
Take
shut
the
up.
glasses off.
Shut up. Thank you. So answering that question, absolutely. The people we've elected, that'll be, there's an idea, right? We have oversight committees that do just that. The people who
do they oversee?
Who are actual employees of the government who draw a paycheck and who have to follow the rules within of our federal government, not an outside force, and not a person with massive conflicts of interest, right?
Elon has to follow the rules. They've already said if they identify conflict of interest.
What rules?
The rules is that Doge is overseen by a congressional oversight committee and the president. They determine like what Doge can do.
That he controls. Sorry. That oversight committee that effectively would be his puppet. The moment he implies that he's going to flood their races with money, right? These individuals who prove
I don't think he's ever
brave.
threatened. I don't think he's ever
thinking the
threatened to
same
primary the members of
Also-
Congress that
Oh
are
yeah, he hasn't
overseeing
done
Doge.
Also, hold on a second.
He hasn't done it yet, Prime.
Hold on.
If he does, that could be a concern.
Hold on me. I won't hold on.
Yeah.
I won't hold on.
You have to
I
wait.
won't hold on. It won't happen. I'm not going to hold on. I'm going to keep fucking talking. Thank you. Right. So no, he literally, like, yes, I'm not sure if he specifically attacked those specific congressmen, but he's flexed his power just months ago. 2 months ago, we watched this happen,
Right.
and then now
he's
you're
the
pretending
president.
it won't happen again. Well, surely not,
Okay,
right?
hold on. A couple things. It's also the president, first of all. So Trump has to approve what Elon can do, and so you can't primary the president at this point. And if you're going to say that, well, what if he's going to threaten to primary the congressmen? Like, yeah, if he does that, that's going to like look bad. And hold on. I wouldn't be in favor of that. But remember, there's also this guard at the gate, which is the president, which is where this authority is coming from. He's working as an employee of the president. He's an assistant for Trump on this.
He's the vice president. Just say it.
So
He's not
I
the vice
see.
president.
We'll go to Grid.
The president has many different assistants.
Hold on. We'll go to Grid and Scott. Hold on. But Lactoid, you know this, right? I shouldn't have to tell you this. President Trump does not personally oversee all the work of every single person.
His office does.
There's a reason. There is a reason why he hires these individuals, right? Right. Well, any
Biden hasn't been cognizant the whole time he was in office.
Hires individuals. They hired them for their particular judgment, right, and them to execute a job. But
Did you have a problem if it was somebody else other than Elon in charge of Doge?
Especially, no, I wouldn't want anyone. I don't know what the department exists at all.
He doesn't
so
want
fuck
Doge.
that, right?
Yeah.
But anyway, yeah. So
but hypothetically, if you did want Doge,
no,
would you
I
want
don't want. There's no hypothetical where I do want that. But anyway, for this individual, fuck, what was I about to say? Yeah. This individual has a certain level of power. That's why it matters who we nominate, right? That's why we have a nomination process. It isn't simply that, okay, well, the president was elected, right? So like President Biden is in, and well, he was elected and he has a vision. And so because he has that vision, it really doesn't matter which nominee heads these departments. Congress has oversight over these things, and for a reason, right? Like if this person is somehow objectionable, in certain way, it gets shot down. We want that to happen. We want to have that push and pull. We don't have that with Elon, right? We don't have this.
Let me respond. Elon is again, unlike other departments, which yes, I know are executive agencies and executive departments. This is different, right? Doge is a direct extension of President Trump. Like President Trump or his office, because I agree that the president's office usually has a lot to do with the day-to-day dealings and determining things like conflict of interest and determining all these different things. I mean, like I said, there's some news coming out that Biden, people noticed some deficiencies within the first year, but his office was, competent. They always are, and they were able to get, they were able to mask it for as long as they were able to do, and they're able to get the shit done the president has to do. just because President Trump, which I'm sure he probably has some in like a direct say in exactly what Elon's doing. I mean, he meets with him. Elon went to Mar-a-Lago and hangs out with him all the fucking time. I'm sure they have these kind of conversations. But either President Trump or his staff is like setting the guardrails for what Elon can do, because Elon is working for Trump, right? And also has oversight from Congress as well. And so when you have an employee who has oversight from Congress and is also oversight and taking orders from Trump, because Elon does not have unilateral authority to do anything, right? There's a reason why they had to get Trump involved in order to have access to the information, why they had to get Trump involved when it comes to making any of these kind of decisions.
Power now.
So if you're saying the president has the ability to agree to have his employees do things, yes, this is the case. Now,
so
you just don't like this particular employee.
One last question.
Sure.
Move on. On that note, right? One last question, and then I'll move on to Grid and Scott. Right. So the dream comes true, right? Everyone across the land is celebrating AOC's rise to the presidency. She is backed by George Soros, right? Like a multi-billionaire puts money on campaign. Oh, I don't know why AOC would take that money, but like fair enough. But AOC, let's say, takes this billionaire money, right? So now that she's in office, she returns the favor from the multi-billionaire who funded her campaign, almost like practically put her in office himself, right? You would say, you're fine with putting this individual within a powerful agency, right? That oversees parts of the government, right?
If George Soros,
as long as it cuts or whatever the fuck, right?
If George Soros was a direct employee of AOC and had oversight from Congress and was going into agencies and looking for cutting certain things, sure.
And security clearance. He would have to have security clearance.
And security clearance.
You would have to get security clearance.
I think MAGA will
which is what Elon Musk already has.
You'd lose your mind.
Absolutely cheers.
I'd be losing my mind because AOC was elected, not because of this.
I mean, but also,
anything AOC would do, I'd be losing my mind. But for policy,
so then be reasonable.
Absolutely,
that is reasonable.
I think the conservatives are cheering this moment, right? I think it's so great. It's amazing for them, but we understand, as happens all the time with conservatives, and the hypocrisy, right? But for Lactoid, I'll give him that. Lactoid tends to be consistent on this, so I'm excluding you from this, Lactoid, right?
Thank you.
Yes, Scott. Yes, we love you too.
Scott,
we love you
too, never
Scott.
consistent.
Scott,
never
Scott.
consistent.
I think all the conservatives are pretty consistent.
No, Scott, we all love you. In case we haven't given him enough attention yet. Scott, we love you. Yes. But conservatives in general, the conservative movement, with its endless hypocrisy, yes, they say this makes sense. We should put a billionaire who the president owes a massive favor because he put $250 million into his campaign. We should empower him. Yes, it's only natural, right? This MAGA movement was talked about the swamp, right? Which during the first campaign couldn't get enough of it. Let's get rid of the swamp. What does the swamp look like? This is literally the swamp. This is the swampiest fucking thing, right?
What do you mean? It's just like
as always, the conservative movement, when actually faced with like following its principles or exercising power, will always choose exercising power.
Well, hold on, Brian. That's not what's happening in this conservative movement at all. That's not what's happening at all.
Before that, let's go to Grid because he's been waiting.
I was trying to be. I did try and be polite. I did interrupt you a few times there, Prime, but I think it's. I just think you don't like Elon, man, which I personally don't like Elon either. However, the man has a higher security clearance than most politicians. Do you not understand that? Like a lot of politicians don't get
explain how that's a good thing.
That's not a good thing. Hold on. Did you know that
Elon Musk, that's not a good thing?
Elon Musk had a lower.
Wait, it's a good thing that some random guy has more clearance than most politicians.
He's not some random guy. He's a defense contractor.
Our intelligence agencies
have investigated. Do you not understand?
No, but don't listen. Our intelligence agencies have
questions about Elon Musk. I know how it works.
No, you don't. No, you don't. Because Elon Musk, like our intelligence agencies have been questioning Elon Musk for a long time.
I'm calling bullshit. I don't care what
I'm going to say. You have no idea what I'm going to say. You have no idea. Hold on.
He's
Complete my
You're
sentence
gonna
for
say
me.
words. Am I right?
Complete my sentence for me.
You can
What
keep
was I
saying
going to say?
words, but they don't mean anything
Elon
because
bad.
Hold on.
Take your
Complete my
glasses
words.
off.
Hold on, because you were going to tell me.
very
You were going to
specific
tell me.
meaning.
Hold on.
Bad,
You were
Elon
going to tell me
bad,
what I was going to
Orange
say.
man.
So complete my
Yeah,
words.
it's just
What was I
Orange
going to
Man
say?
bad, Elon bad,
No,
everybody
you don't
bad.
know what the fuck. Okay, great. You have no idea what the fuck I'm going to say.
So you guys can't like
So shut up
contest
for a
with an
second,
argument at all.
and I'll
I have an
complete my
argument, but
words,
I'll wait
right?
till
And then you can
my
respond to
turn.
my words. Okay. So
It's the
anyway,
cape, Ollie.
intelligence agencies
You're
have had
invincible.
questions about Elon Musk for years, right? Elon Musk has had a lower clearance than his SpaceX employees. That Elon Musk could technically not be within meetings, right? On SpaceX, on certain projects, because he wasn't allowed, because he was not able to get that higher level of
Because he
clearance.
smokes weed.
Like, because our intelligence agency actually did an assessment, right? A real assessment, not what's happening now when Trump has simply demanded this
Hopefully some
individual
cocaine too.
gets this clearance, right? Trump simply gives it to him. That doesn't mean that he necessarily is a trustworthy individual, that he isn't compromised at all, right? This is simply an exercise of Trump's will. We've seen that throughout the nomination process. That we've had cursory investigations into these individuals. For Pete Hegseth, like many of his acquaintances have not been questioned. Was it his sister or his ex-wife or whatever wasn't questioned, even when they put themselves up. They contacted the FBI. I'm willing to give a statement about this individual. They weren't questioned. There has been a degradation in the testing. I'm not sure the word I want to use here, right? But the investigation into these individuals. These are rubber stamps, right? So because he has a clearance now absolutely does not mean that he's a trustworthy individual. That
Sure.
he doesn't have dangerous conflicts of vision
But
interest.
you agree? All right. So just real quick, and then I'll be done.
Go ahead.
I'm sorry. I just want just to be clear. Like I know you don't like Doge. All right. My argument is, and this is my argument, so I don't want to get called a hypocrisy, whatever, is that whoever is in charge of Doge, whether it's Elon Musk, Bob Saget, Santa Claus, I don't give a shit. Whoever is in charge of Doge is going to need high enough clearance to be able to see, hey, CIA funded this bullshit program. This was the result. It didn't work or it did work. Or A, this was not a CIA program. This worked, didn't work. I'm arguing that whoever's in charge should have that security clearance to be able to see A to D. Now, I know you don't like Doge. Do you agree that if Doge is supposed to work the way it should, the person at the top has to have at least a high enough level security clearance to be able to make those command decisions?
No, even within Gibbs, within what you laid out, actually you don't. Right? You can say that that this individual has general oversight, looking to the budget, right? That they had looked at certain Senate committees have into the budget. But maybe they don't have a deep understanding of each individual operation. Why? There's no reason to, right? There's no reason to give all that power to this individual, this unelected individual, right? Trump has that power, and
do you elect the CIA director?
Sorry, what?
Do you elect the head of the CIA?
The CIA director is put in place by the president. He's not elected.
Right. Okay. So they're not elected, right? Right.
Yeah,
so
but the CIA director, he has a view into the CIA.
You know why
not the
Elon
entire
didn't
government,
have the security
right?
clearance?
So the person who has
Because
that
Biden
view of
pulled
the
it.
entire government would
Because
be
he
the
didn't
president.
like that he bought Twitter.
He has that view. So no, I would not give that. Even if I was
That's why Elon didn't have
absolutely
security
not in
Your problem with
and it
Tulsi
doesn't
Gabbard?
matter that Elon happens to be the person in charge. I mean, it does matter because he's a particularly a vile individual. And
So then how do you expect Doge to make cuts?
Vile
That's their goal.
individual?
is
What did
particularly
he do that was
problematic.
vile?
But even if it was someone else, right?
What's so
Someone
vile
else,
about Elon Musk?
that
Hold
I,
on. Well, let's
I
let's
I
see
have a whole list.
other people.
I have a
I
whole
want to hear
list.
what Prime
That's
says.
another. That's a
Yeah,
long
let's just say it's not
discussion. I
Elon.
love
If
to
it's
have
somebody
with you.
else.
I have a whole list of reasons to have a problem with Elon
Sure,
Musk.
sure. But
I
what about
have to
somebody else?
correct you,
He's pro
Prime.
Israel.
But even if it was
Prime,
someone
I'm
else,
sorry,
no,
I
it has
let
no,
James
no,
ask
it's
a
not.
question, but I gotta
Back to it.
correct
It's
you.
not
That's
about
not
being
part.
political.
That's not part of it because he is.
I
I
didn't
have to
even.
Yeah,
correct
because
you.
everything's
I
Just
put it
everything's
in
reduced.
with other
Everything is
people.
reduced to
I
Israel
have to,
Palestine.
Hold on.
Lactoid.
How many
Jesus,
other
get
just
over
in
it.
the interest
Lactoid.
of
Get over it.
accuracy,
Zero. Get
Biden
over
is
it,
the
No,
one
Lactoid.
no,
Jesus,
that
Lactoid. I actually
revoked
don't appreciate.
Musk
I actually don't appreciate you
security
flattening my
clearance.
opinions just to has a problem with Israel. I actually have many complex
We
opinions.
asked you.
on
We
lots
asked you.
of-
You called him a
The pro-Israel
violent.
side can never
Forget
can't
the
get over
Israel.
the
I don't
I
care.
have
conflict, man. You
Let's
guys
get
violent
good people. What
examples
about
that go many
somebody else?
reasons,
What
right?
about somebody
Elon
else,
Musk
Prime?
is my problem with Elon Musk does not have nothing to do with Israel at all. I
Okay.
actually
What are some of the problems then?
No,
Hold on,
Lactoid. What about other?
so
What about?
talk
I
about
want Prime
I
to finish
love
his
to
thought.
talk about it because he's disgusting. But
I'll
later
probably
on,
say what I'm going
anyway,
to say, but
But
so
what about
the
somebody
reason
else,
my,
Prime?
my,
have
to
security
answer your
clearance is
question,
because
no,
Biden
I don't
was
think
pissed
I
and
don't think
revoked
an
it.
individual, even one that's cutting parts of our government, needs to have that deep of operational knowledge into
Well, so
everything
then
that's
how are
happening,
they going to
especially
know
within our
that it's
budget
actually
agencies.
doing?
That's
So my one
ridiculous.
question is,
Okay,
how are they going to know?
Hold on. I've been waiting.
If they don't know what the beginning is to the end. That's what I want to know.
I'll answer that in mine, right? So we're getting a little heated here. So let me pull it back a little bit. So Admiral Gibbs, I totally understand your position, which is, how is it that someone can effectively cut government programs if they don't know what the government programs are doing? If they don't actually know what, someone has to have the ability to understand what the stated goal of the program is and judge its effectiveness to determine whether or not that money is being utilized in an effective way. If I think that money is going, like you said, to some fishing village, and I don't actually understand that this is a secret operation to stop the Chinese in that regard. I'm not saying that this is good or bad. I'm just saying from a purely descriptive position, how am I supposed to know whether or not I ought cut that program when I don't realize that the goal was actually to stop the Chinese, not to fund some fucking fishing village. So I'm looking at $200,000 as some fishing village as a waste of money when really $200,000 stopped the Chinese from getting $1 billion project done. All of a sudden, that's money well spent. I understand your position there. There's a few problems here. So first and foremost, let's talk about security clearance. I have top secret security clearance. I'm a fucking ANCAP streamer, and I have top secret security clearance that I got reissued from my secret security clearance when I was in the Army, when I was working for the post-enumeration survey for the census. Because I was quality control for quality control, I needed that access because I needed to look in every single solitary American's, all of their census data, including pictures of their home, whenever I wanted on a laptop at the touch of a button. And I needed to be trusted that I wouldn't fucking do crazy shit with that information. Because I could just be like, oh, I want to know where Justin Timberlake lives. And I could go look that up, know where he lives, know all of his information immediately. That being said, intelligence agencies don't work like they do in the movies where there's secret and there's secret and then there's top secret, right? Secret and top secret are really small security clearances. When you're talking about intelligence agencies, you're talking about secret and top secret and then interim intelligence, right? Which is you're in the process of approval or you're in the process of leaving your job or something, so you get a different type of security clearance. And then you have two other types of security clearances, which are sensitive compartmented information, and then you have special access programs. Now, with sensitive compartmental information, you have access to a domain of intelligence at the highest level. Right? So you're a drone pilot and you bomb people in the Middle East. Okay. You are aware of things that are you are aware of every detail that is necessary for that job, which is at the highest levels of government. But you don't have access to any other type of shit that's going on in your department or going on in intelligence, etc. Special access programs, which is you'll often hear called PRIVAC or privileged access, right, are people that are in charge of agencies, right? So if you're in charge of let's say a section of the CIA or something, you're part of a special access program. You have privileged access because you need to be able to manage everybody. Here's the problem. And I love how people really don't trust Elon Musk, and I love how people are showcasing all of the problems with this, is that you're kind of already made my argument for me why USAID needs to fucking go. We have a close to $50 billion funded program that the CIA uses to topple regimes, to destroy countries, to destroy democracy, to censor people, to ensure that the right people get elected, even in countries that we're presumed allies with, because they don't want the right-wing populist candidate to win, is the current kind of push from the CIA, etc. And we recognize that one individual can't actually oversee these things, that it would be too dangerous to give these people all of this information. We've had Congress that has been, that we have committees on Congress, congressional oversight committees. And what did they do? They watched James Clapper go before them and say that the NSA does not wittingly or in any way, shape, or form utilize people to collect people's data en masse. And then they all knew that he was fucking lying, that the NSA was doing that. Edward Snowden proved that that was a lie. And all that he got, instead of going to jail, was he got a permanent gig at CNN as an intelligence correspondent. He got fucking money from the very same institutions that are funded by USAID. Look it up. Media organizations in America, your tax dollars fund state media. That is part of what they do, is they fund our own media programs so that they can have access to intelligence agencies, so that the intelligence agencies can tell you, the American people, what you ought to think, because you don't have a right to all of the sensitive information. The very reason that you don't trust Elon Musk, or the very reason somebody else wouldn't trust George Soros if he was in charge when AOC is elected, is the very fucking reason why these programs should not fucking exist. We should not be stealing tens of billions of dollars of Americans' hardworking taxpayer money to overthrow fucking regimes and to support democratic institutions in other countries that, even when they're successful like they are in Ukraine, lead to fucking more wars that we then fund. It is money laundering. It is how people like Black and Vetch get more money so that they can support more wars, so that more people can be bombed and die. It's fucking atrocious that any of this occurs. And the very last small point that I'll make is, I don't know why you think AOC wouldn't take billionaire money, because she took money from Tom Steyer, and 38% of her campaign that was funded in 2018 was from PAC money, much of which is dark money.
Damn, Scott.
Even the good ones are all corrupt.
Okay. Yep. Get money out of politics. Like,
no one's demonstrated why like Musk is trustworthy, or like why they're okay with like the program being run the way it is.
The problem is, like, it should have to rest on Musk in the first place. The fact that
I know
it could be, yeah, no, I hear you.
But they're rooting, but they're rooting, and they're kind of championing and like caping, which is like, I understand that, like, it's your team that's in charge right now. You're hoping for the best. I'm saying, like, you hope for the best, you pray for the best, but you expect the worst. And it seems like you're missing that part of the equation, is that, like, you're kind of blind, like, to any skepticism of, like, the process that's being taken, or like the person. Well, I'm not talking about you, Gibbs. You've been skeptical. I'm more talking like Lactoid. I kind of want to, like, I want to understand his, because, like, me and him have argued about the principled stance. And if you're a libertarian, right, like, I understand that this seems like, okay, this person's taking away, like, that they're taking away power from the president. But once again, all, like, the average person sees is, like, oh, this billionaire, everyone learned the word oligarchy this year. So, like, all of a sudden it's like, oh, the billionaire is taking over. The democracy that we had has become an oligarchy, right? And, like, yeah, why are so many people putting, like, trust in this person that we're saying, like, to the point where you're saying he has no power? But I would argue that, at this point, the president's right-hand man, like, right next to him all day, at every event, at every, like, showing, is what that.
Dude, the billionaires already have power. The billionaires already run our fucking government.
Yes. I'm asking Lactoid why he trusts this one particularly, and is okay with it, and is caping for this particular
fucking argument.
Because no one's answering the fucking question. You're just getting angry and saying we don't trust them, but then we do trust them. Well, you've been yelling. I don't know.
Lactoid
is a little bit calmer.
Admiral Gibbs has. Grid has.
But you're scary. You're scary when you do it.
I'll say this. In addition to everything I've said,
fair enough.
I think that Elon Musk has proven himself through his companies to have an eye for efficiency. SpaceX.
Where? Can you elaborate on that? What?
Yeah,
I will. Look at the cost of space flight in terms of launching shit per pound into space before SpaceX and following SpaceX. SpaceX specifically has led the way. Even critics of Elon will say,
because there's scientists who are good at doing science.
Elon Musk specifically led SpaceX into being what it is, which is a incredibly efficient driver of innovation in spaceflight. Yes,
he had money. He funded it. Yes, he funded it. Correct. He funded it.
He also runs it administratively.
Okay, so let's say we grant that. What else?
I don't grant that, but go
I will.
Sure. So we've got a history there of one of his major companies that gives him almost all of his security clearance that is directly involved with his efficiency. We also have him being an innovator in the field of electric cars. This wasn't. Hold on. We're not going to pause yet. You can pause after finish the sentence real quick. Like this is. I understand that you can say it's like some mistakes are made in Tesla. Before Tesla, electric cars weren't really a conversation in the U.S.
Okay, all right, for sure. Okay, even I grant that. Okay, so
Kia didn't exist.
When did Elon announce that full self-driving autonomous cars were going? What was the timeline? Do you recall?
I know he's messed up the timeline. He overstates timelines. I don't know.
Okay,
I'm guessing many. He's done the same thing.
Your best
for
argument
Mars as well.
is that he overstated a timeline.
He's that like you can't really.
It's that he always
wait. Should any good business owner run the Department of Government Efficiency?
Better arguments.
Okay,
he's not a good business owner.
When did Elon?
I know. But Lactoid's argument is that he is. It's like, would any good business owner or like millionaire, like would any millionaire would be like should be able to run the Department of Government Efficiency?
Potentially, because what does that communicate when you have these expectations for your work?
That they made money.
What you're communicating is my expectations for you, my employees, is that you get this done on a strict timetable. Does he set goals for his employees that are infeasible sometimes? For sure. But yes, many times. But empirically speaking,
what's his timeline for Mars?
I don't recall. I don't recall any of the specific years that you're going to point out. What I'm going to say is that I do know for a fact that SpaceX specifically, when it comes to cost efficiency, has been an absolute industry leader. When it comes to electric cars, Tesla's been an absolute leader. And then Elon gets into this Doge shit. And he starts immediately making great recommendations for all the reasons that Scott said. If someone's looking at USAID and saying this is kind of a bad idea, that demonstrates good judgment.
So, Lactoid, if I may, Lactoid, just one thing. So I actually, the reason that Elon made those bold claims for Tesla was not to actually ever deliver the car on time. It was to attract investors and keep that interest up. Even when he missed the date, it kept the interest up. And that's
by a decade.
Scammers do. That's what scammers do.
Sorry? The biggest criticism I have of him is that video game faking shit.
That's pretty bad.
I don't know the video game thing, but
I can't go into that. It's pretty sad.
So I actually.
I'm sorry. You go first.
I actually had.
I'm the only Path of Exile player here. I can confirm he faked that shit.
Theranos also kept interest up for investors, by the way.
Yeah.
No, he did a great job.
Excuse me.
Yeah, he did that specifically, my opinion, to keep interest up from investors. I don't know,
like Theranos,
single corporate guy that doesn't do the same thing in one format or the other. I mean, they just do. They will make claims based on what they think will happen to bring in investor money.
So
that's what they do. But to actually achieve it is exceedingly special.
But he hasn't achieved it. That's the point.
Yeah.
So you guys weren't wondering what my problem is with Elon. I have this. I can do this for.
Just answer the question.
I'm going to know what I mean.
Or not.
Cybertruck piece shit, for the record.
I mean, I know you're going to spurg out again, but please answer the question. Does the Cybertruck exist or not?
Blue Eyes White Dragon.
Shut the fuck up. Hold on. I'm talking. Thank you.
Cybertruck piece shit, by the way.
So, any which way, right? So I'm going to distill down because this is a very long conversation, and I can talk for I think 2 hours about Elon Musk and what a fucking fraud he is, and that's the focus. He's a fucking fraud. In terms of Sorry. What are you saying to me?
This is just a cost of launching a low Earth orbit by time.
Oh, okay. All right. Okay. We'll have to deal with that later. He's a fraud. What I think many people understand here, he didn't actually invent Tesla. To be very clear, right? He didn't invent it. A pair of engineers created Tesla. He came in afterwards, bought the company, pushed them out, and then also pretended he was the founder. He like put that within as a fraudulent individual. He put that into the corporate the business news cycle, right? And people were just saying, "Oh, I guess he's the founder of Tesla." He's not the founder of Tesla. All the innovations.
Did you just buy it basically for the name? Like, wasn't it even like they hadn't even sold like a single electric car when he purchased it?
Part of the agreement was that he was listed as a founder because of how much he did for that company.
He didn't. He's done well. What he's done is market, right? So the thing that I get from is that he's a fantastic marketer. He is. There's a reason why, like him and Trump get along.
And he also secured Obama bucks for it. That was one of the.
Exactly. That's the other thing.
He raises funds. He's a money guy
from the government. Yeah.
Yes, from the government. Yes, these individuals are.
What better person to be in charge of government efficiency?
Yes. Okay. Oh. Again, see, there's hypocrisy because the way he did that was like straight fraud. With the government, right? Yes,
fraud.
Literally fraud.
Straight fraud. How did he commit fraud against the government?
I know. Well, we can go through that because he said he had a business relationship that he didn't have, right, to secure funding, and then he used that like private funding. Then he used that to get government funding as well. But we can go through that some other time, right? We can go through this. So I'm just trying to give you a quick rundown because this is a long conversation, right? So he
talking about the SEC.
All the innovation that's come out of Tesla has come from those original engineers, right? They've been asking him for the Tesla Roadster. Hey, when are you gonna Elon? When are you gonna provide the Tesla Roadster? I believe it was 10 or 11 years ago. He promised his Tesla Roadster, right? And he took pre-order money for the Tesla Roadster,
Down
right?
payment.
Down payment. $250,000 for this Tesla Roadster. He got that from a certain number of individuals, right? And it was like, was it 25 million or I forget how many individuals? But like it was millions of dollars came in, right, for this promise. Literally has never delivered on it. People can't even get their money back. From this. This was a zero-cost loan, effectively, from his customers, right, for a product that he doesn't plan to deliver, and he can't deliver because he's lied on all his promises, right? If you go down, and I would be happy, Blackwood, you and me, right, to sit down and watch his presentations where he makes promises as to what is coming and what he can't deliver, and I can tell you all the lies, the established lies that he's told many times before, right? And the ones that he surely, right, for reasons I can provide later on, he surely cannot provide. I have done a deep dive into Elon Musk, and I've seen exactly the endless amount of lies that this individual has done, right? He's a fraudster. Just exactly.
And you can prove that he is a specific lie on his part,
Sure,
as opposed to
I
missing,
will absolutely do that. Yes,
as
yes.
opposed to just simply missing production targets.
We'll sit down. We'll discuss it.
That he knew that he couldn't.
Yes, that he
provide
knew.
XYZ.
He absolutely knew that he's lied, and he's lied many times. But we'll go through that.
I'll look at your sources.
We love to. We'll sit down together, and we'll have
when you're
this
all done, you will prove that
because-
Elon Musk is like every other fucking bureaucrat, politician,
Yeah.
and billionaire.
So he's a disgusting individual.
Which is why we should get you rid of USAID.
Yes, whatever. I don't care. I don't know why you. I don't care about that. But anyway, so that's my issue. With
If
Elon
we
Musk.
put
Like,
Mother
you-
Teresa in charge of Doge, would you be in favor of it then?
Why would I? I've already told you. Like, I'm not in favor of this agency at all. Like, why would you think that? No.
Why
Mother
aren't you?
Teresa
Why?
is
Just generally speaking,
as well.
Okay. Leaving aside, okay, I also saw the Christopher Hitchens documentary. Leaving aside like the specifics, Curtis, like I'm trying looking for some kind of like perfect person. Okay, if you had like this fucking choir boy, okay, why would you not want this person looking into government bloat?
Why would I not want a? I think we already have. I guess my problem is that we already have systems to do that, right? We have like inspector generals.
Obviously not enough because we have USAID.
Hold on, but USAID isn't government bloat. That part I've never agreed to. It's not government bloat, right? I don't like what lots of things it gets up to. I can agree with Scott with lots of things it's gotten up to, but it's not a government bloat, right?
Wouldn't you want somebody to like
Hold on.
investigate that and potentially cut it?
No, I
correct.
don't. No,
It's not government bloat. It's fraud.
Yeah. Well,
it's our government
well, they should look into fraud, right? They should look into
fraud.
fraud.
Fraud, right? Like it is a tool of the State Department of statecraft, to either help honestly with certain projects that might require some funding, right? Or to fund covert operations. Either way, like it's not fraud, it's not waste. It's doing what it's supposed to be doing. So I don't look at it in that way.
Every time, Prime. Every time.
If they say, hey, if they say, for example, hey, we're funding irrigation efforts in Afghanistan in, let's say, the 2010s to help farmers, maintain themselves. But what you don't realize is that they're not telling you that the United States Institute for Peace is working alongside the Taliban, and that the USAID is specifically utilizing irrigation systems with the Taliban to make sure that the trade of heroin is being moved massively. And the American public is being told that we're helping farmers and irrigation systems, but really what we're doing is we're helping the Taliban fund heroin.
Because I don't care about that, right?
How is that not fraud?
Hold on, listen, hold on. I'm literally about to explain that when we're dealing with intelligence agencies do covert operations all the time, right? Ones that we hear about, the ones we don't hear about, right? The fact that an agency in and of itself is using certain funds for a covert operation, right? In the supposed interest of the American people, quote unquote, right? Like that in itself doesn't bother me, right? Now the actual specifics of the operation might bother me, and I can find agreement with you there. But the very fact that yes, a covert agency is doing covert things doesn't bother me in and of itself.
But it's not. But it's not the CIA.
What if USA?
But this is the problem. This is the problem. Is that we're not talking about a budget that was given to the CIA. Okay, under the Ronald Reagan administration, he had to reform in the eyes of the public the CIA because the CIA had gotten a massively bad rep from the American public and from the world abroad because we were engaged in regime change wars and assassinating, public elected officials, etc. And so what we have now is a fraud to the American public where most people hear the term USAID and they think it's foreign aid, which is what they was set up to do. And then it is sold to us as if we're helping people with irrigation systems in schools and all these other things. That is fraud. You're not talking about money given to, hold on, you're not talking. No, but you're not talking about money that is given to the CIA, and then we're like, hey, we're not allowed to know what that money is doing. You're talking about money that is given to the USAID.
You asked me what my opinion was, and I already given it to you. I've already answered the question. Right?
So there's no such thing as money laundering and fraud so long as the government funnels that money to the CIA to do covert operations. So if we have a giant infrastructure bill and it's like $2 billion and $1.8 billion actually goes to the CIA and it's utilized to topple regimes in other places, you're like, well, maybe I don't like what the CIA did there, but that's not fraud. We voted for a 1.8. We voted for a $2 trillion infrastructure bill, but 1.8 went to the CIA.
Can I ask you a question, Prime?
Sorry, go
after he's done. Yeah, just real quick. Let me ask you this. This maybe I just want to bridge a gap.
Stepping on my toes, right? Admiral Gibbs. Now
I'm sorry. I think.
Question.
Yeah, that's fine. I think this is going to be the worst one for him to answer, right? So, Prime, you said the words, I think, where it's working as intended. So let me just give you a hypothetical, and I want you to tell me if you would still agree it's working as intended, okay? So, say Gibbs is now head of the Doge. I'm head of Doge.
I don't care.
Okay, sure, right. You don't like Doge. But I investigate a USAID program, and I see that it's funding Colombians' food. Like, right? Cool. Whatever. And then it turns out that it's actually a CIA front to bring cocaine to the United States, turn it into crack, and sell it to minority communities. Now, that is the stated goal of this organization. Would you, of this thing in the CIA memo, would you agree that that is not working as intended for USAID or the American populace? And needs to be cut.
It's the stated goal?
The plan is
that's what they were doing?
That's what they're saying they're doing, is to sell the crack here in America to minorities.
I'm putting the focus here, right? I'm putting the focus on our politicians. I'm saying that if like that's the goal of our politicians, and like it's doing what it's supposed to be doing, right? That's an agency that is doing something I don't like, right? Lots of agencies do things that I don't like, but
and they're
like,
lying to you about it.
Yeah,
they lied to us about it.
U.S. government
So
lies
it's
all the
fraud.
time.
So it's
Agreed.
fraud.
Whatever.
Yeah,
So you agree that it's fraud.
But I don't. Sorry. Not if. It would be. I don't know. I don't know the best way.
Gibbs said that it was a stated goal, which means
Yeah,
they're
so-
saying out loud that that's
No,
what
no,
they're
no.
doing.
Within the
No,
memo,
that's
in the
stated
memo,
goal within
USAID
internal memos.
in
That's
internal
not what's
memos,
happening.
yeah.
Oh, I see. Okay.
They said their goal is to feed
USAID funded the
Colombians.
Contras. Do you know that?
Yeah, that's.
Yes, I know
Thank you.
that. Of course, I know that. Why wouldn't I know that? Why would you?
Well, wouldn't that be
If
fraud?
only we had like a Doge in place at the time that would have investigated.
No,
USAID
and
giving
here's the
money
thing.
to
Here's the thing.
Contras,
Because they
coke
they
addicts.
wouldn't have done that. Because hold on, like Scott,
Although they were
Scott
kind of
has
they were
for a long
anti-communist, so
time.
they're kinda cool.
Scott for a long time has told us, right, has regaled us over long periods of time, over big rants about how all these tech oligarchs, right, are tools of the intelligence agencies, how they've gotten money from the intelligence agency, right? All the big ones, right? All the ones lined up behind Trump during inauguration, every single one of them has our defense contractors have gotten intelligence money, right? Well, here's what I think. Like I said before, it actually matters who's running these things. Those individuals who gets those defense contract money, right, and who are doing work for intelligence agencies directly. No, I don't think they would have actually zeroed out that, right? If Elon Musk
has, he suggested cutting USAID.
Yeah, I think Elon Musk, right, to ensure USAID is something that Donald Trump has a problem with, right? But if Donald Trump doesn't have a specific issue,
Elon has a problem with it.
and if Donald Trump, again, I repeat what I said, because hold on, this is what you were saying previously, right? Well, Donald Trump has the final say, correct?
Yes, correct.
Right?
Yeah.
So the only targets that you can actually effectively get rid of are the ones that, according to your logic, right, are the ones that President Trump approves of.
Great.
Correct?
What's the problem?
Okay.
Yeah. Then what's the problem? If you're saying you can't have your cake and you can't have your cake and eat it too. Like what I'm setting is President Trump, vets everything and approves of everything. Great. Then it doesn't matter who's doing it, because ultimately it's up to Trump. Like, so who cares? Who cares if it's Elon? But if Elon does have some say in it, like it seems like you're concerned about because you don't want Elon to be involved in it,
Hold on. Your contention, just what you just asked me was, hey, like during the Iran Contra scandal, if Elon Musk and Doge were in charge, would they have cut it, right? So you're saying in an operation that at least at the time the public didn't know about, right? That was serving the intelligence agencies, who Elon Musk also serves and also has contracts before. You're asking me, would Elon cut that? Would he take that action, right? That's different from whether he would approve.
There's different factions in these organizations, isn't there?
Like whether he would not take that action or not take that action, right? That's different from
his recommendation is public, though. I agree. If you had a different person leading the agency who is like maybe more pro like Reagan in this regards, like maybe they might not be as based as Elon's being, sure, and if, like investigating the right agencies, that's fine, I guess. But like
move away.
Either because here's the thing: if Elon is following Trump's like directives, then that's great in your mind because hey, he's following the will of the elected official. If he's not, which seems like really the only case that you'd have a major problem, he's already demonstrated some good judgment because he's recommending cutting USAID.
It was advantage, right? Like
2 minutes left, and then I'm going to drop off.
Like getting rid of
and go somewhere else.
Have a good one. Getting rid of other competitors to contracts that he wants. Like he could cut those contracts. Oh, this isn't inefficient.
No, he's
right?
going to be denied. No, he's going to be denied if it's a conflict of interest. He's not.
Why would it be? Why would it be again?
If it's another defense contractor that he's in competition with?
Again, once he's exercised his power over Congress. This is a part that you don't seem to accept, right? He's literally shown his power over Congress. You're assuming that this must be good oversight. This body, right? This legislative body that just literally bent to his will just a few months ago, bent to his will because he sent a tweet out. He sent
not
a tweet.
those members and not the president.
Oh, not those members. Yes, because
not the president.
Hold on. Explain who these members are. These brave members of Congress who don't respond to primary challenges.
I'm glad, Prime, you discovered not trusting the government. Big fan of that. Big fan.
I haven't seen any threat that he's made against those specific congressmen.
No, it's not. No, Lactwood, what you're telling me, friend, what you're telling me is that we have a special breed of politician that's been put in charge of Elon Musk, a special breed, right? Who are above these concerns. So please name them. Who is a special breed, right?
Again, I don't know the specific names off the top of my head. I don't know the names.
Okay, then how do you know that they didn't respond to the previous?
Because Elon Musk hasn't threatened, hey, if you don't let me do X, Y, Z, I'm going to primary you.
Have to substantiate.
You did. But then on top of that, it's not just those congressmen. It's also the president in the United States who is not in danger of being primaried.
My claim is that all the congressmen and senators, right, are subject to the exact same pressures, right, of getting reelected and not wanting to be primary, not wanting millions upon millions of dollars to end up in the coffers of a possible opponent.
Yes,
that's
if they didn't do what Trump wanted them to do. That was the threat.
If they didn't want to do what Elon wanted them to do.
Yeah, like if
which happened to line with exactly what Trump was saying.
If APAC says they're not going to fund a congressman or a politician anymore, and then they all of a sudden start bending the will. Well, same thing with Elon. If he stops funding them in the future elections,
I
because
love this,
they fought back.
It's rewrite how
wait. You guys like attribute all this business and like this shit to Elon. Look what he did with his own platform. It's supposed to be a free speech platform. Someone made fun of him for Asmongold made fun of him for the game. He removed his verification. He removed all the verification for the people who were doing the talking shit or like whatever for the H1B visas. So it's like this is the person that is like
he pulled the check marks from the Groypers. And look, I've criticized that decision. I think X is much freer now than it was before.
Yeah, but he
comes into a position
you're giving a soft criticism.
He doesn't make things
better do what he wants.
No, it's not a soft criticism. I criticize that publicly.
Wait, hold on, Lactoid.
I thought that was a very bad decision, and I thought that was hypocritical.
Hold on, Lactoid. So you're arguing against your own principles.
Perfect, but nobody's
No, but I'm saying this is the person. This is the person that you want to let be in charge. This is the person you're okay with being in charge of Doge. Wait, Gibbs, one second.
Yeah, and it's a private person. You criticize them for it.
This is the person. Okay, yeah, the person that you criticize for being that petty with his own platform, right, is the person you want in charge of government efficiency when he has not only the finances to fund any race at this point that he wants. But you think that like he's not going to exert that same pettiness when it comes to like people who stand against him in any way, shape, or form?
So with the amount of oversight he has right now, it doesn't. I understand the concern. With the amount of oversight he has right now, there doesn't appear to be an ability for him to exert pettiness, especially over the president of the United States. If that proves to be incorrect in some way, then I'll eat my words. But what I see is somebody who has like been overall a net force for good on X. Overall a net force for good in terms of space travel and cars, and then this fucking dude gets into like the Doge, and one of his first suggestions is cutting this horrible program. I'm seeing nothing but good.
He really destroyed Twitter. But hold on, $10 super chat. Alexander Wynn. They say
it's not called Twitter anymore.
I mean Twitter literally destroyed.
Fair enough.
Are they? The super chat says, are they okay with this because it's Trump and Elon? What if it was Biden and his son or Harris and Soros? Are they good with this precedence? Billionaires with their hands in every executive pie. And
I would say yes. There's the answer for them.
I believe you've answered this question.
Didn't he pardon his son?
Yes, they are fine with this. I asked them directly, but thank you for that super chat. But I'm going to expand on what your question was, right? And Lactoid or anyone else can answer this, right? Who's supportive. Putting Elon aside, right? I have big fucking problems with Elon. Lots of problems with Elon. But we're going to put him aside for a second. Let's replace him with a generic billionaire. Who has a multinational or international company that has contracts, right, in front of governments across the world. This individual, right, who has conflicts of interest, has all kinds of priorities, separate, completely separate from the American people. Are you saying that the functions of our government are better? I think I know what Scott's answer is, but the functions of our government are better in the hands of billionaires like the ones I've just described. You'd rather that individual with all those conflicts of interest, even with our enemies, right? So our political rivals, you'd rather have a billionaire like that have massive power within our government rather than lowly bureaucrats who lack that. Is that really the better option to all of you?
It depends. It depends who they are. It depends what their history
Why would
is.
that
It
matter?
depends what they've done already. It depends on what their agenda is. There's all
They're
sorts of
serving
things.
as president. Why would it matter? And they
In
have
terms
oversight.
of
Why would it matter?
well, then it doesn't matter who they are. If they have oversight of the president, they could be either or.
You're saying that this person Elon Musk has oversight, right? And he has strong oversight. And so so compare that with, because you're saying it matters what happens in the past. But what does it matter if it happens in the past?
Yeah,
If
the reason why that matters, again, I'm looking for somebody with an eye for efficiency. I want somebody in this agency who can go in, look through a balance sheet and say, I identify XYZ problem. I'm going to bring XYZ problem to the attention of the president. Hey, Mr. President, here's XYZ problem. What are your thoughts on what we should do about it? I suggest we do XYZ. And the president looks at this and says, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if it's a bureaucrat. It doesn't matter if it's
What
my
about an
mom.
accountant?
Okay, it doesn't. If they're good at it, that's what I want them to do. That's what you asked me a question.
Then I'm comparing. Okay, great. So you're saying that it just matters in your eye, even though there's lots of contradictions here. It just matters in your eye that it's a an individual who has an eye for cutting, right, and efficiency and all that, right?
So we have appropriate security clearances and oversight. Yeah,
has all that good stuff, right? All the requirements that you want, right? This individual, right? Compare this individual who makes, I don't know, $200,000 a year, right? From the government, with no other conflicts of interest, right? Right? Compare that to a person, this generic billionaire. Which one would you like? The person without the conflict of interest, or the person who does? And they both have the same qualifications to do this particular job.
As long as the billionaire is being denied access to anything with a conflict of interest, there wouldn't be a conflict of interest, which is what they're saying is happening.
They have loyalties to priorities to another nation, because of their business interests.
Yeah, look, if they're handling anything regarding those foreign nations, then I'd prefer the one with I prefer the one without the conflict. I'd prefer the one without any kind of conflicts of interest if they have to look into conflict of interest. But what President Trump has said is that if there's a conflict of interest that's identified, Elon doesn't look into it. Now let me ask you something. If you have somebody with the proven, I know you hate him, but he does have proven business acumen, and he absolutely, I sent you the chart on SpaceX. Okay, the SpaceX, that's all nothing. He's actually not like an engineer who developed shit when he was 8 years old.
No, he's not an engineer. No, he doesn't. He doesn't understand.
What are you talking about?
I know, because this is new to you. You've never heard this. You don't know anything about Elon Musk, right? This is what I'm saying. We actually have to have a long conversation. This isn't a soundbite worthy thing.
He was lead engineer at SpaceX. He developed computer programs when he was like 9 years old.
Himself the title lead engineer, but he's not an engineer. He doesn't know anything about. He's bad at software development. We've had people within his companies that talked about how he's bad at software development. Doesn't know anything about rockets.
I feel like PayPal did pretty good.
PayPal
is fantastic.
PayPal developed by other people, right? There's a whole PayPal mafia, right? Like Elon, and they tossed him out. Right? So
he sold it.
Elon Musk is
sold it to Compaq.
I understand. You haven't heard this.
It's not getting thrown
I have
out.
to prove it to you, but I can't do that right now. We don't have the time.
Okay, we don't have the time. We don't have the time, so I'm not convinced.
You guys are going back and forth about Elon. Let's just completely fucking take Elon out of this, right? And I know, Prime, you kind of tried to do that with like a different billionaire, right? That funded.
Oh, never mind. Go ahead. Keep going. Sorry.
Right, like what if, different scenario? There's a different billionaire with, access to the president, who is then in charge of this, this committee, and then is able to presumably, view things that aren't a conflict of interest or are a conflict of interest, etc. My big problem with this is it seems like you guys have this weird inherent trust of government that has proven to not be worthy of your trust in so many fucking ways. The topic is about USAID. And what we are talking about is a program that is ostensibly foreign aid to help people, to do nation building, to help, build wells and farming communities, etc. And what it is a United States, led mafia to create other countries and turn them into client states, right? The Blue Dot Network was a system developed between Australia, China, and USAID to go into countries and give them loans, and then say that if contingent upon these loans, you must use companies that have 3 blue dots that have been verified by us, which basically allows for Japan, Australia, and primarily America to be able to put in American corporations and give all of the money that is used for development to these corporations, which, by the way, are corporations that lobby and purchase politicians and have their kids sit on boards of things like foreign council relations and the national, billionaires, right? Corrupt billionaires and millionaires and all of these corrupt politicians work together to fuck over these countries. And then what they do is, and this is a great book about this, Confessions of an Economic Hitman, what they do is they wait for the Federal Reserve to raise interest rates. And the moment that they do that, many of these countries, they depend upon leveraging additional debt to pay off debt that they got before because they thought they were getting this great deal, but it turns out all the money went to American corporations and there's very little return on investment because the money doesn't stay in their country. Then what the IMF does is they come in and they offer them more loans and they get them, turn them into a debt thing. Then another program, which was created in 2021, which was the G7's Build Back Better World, right? Off of the model of the Blue Dot, Blue Dot program, Blue Dot program, right? What they do is they offer grants instead of loans. You're enslaved in debt. So what we're going to do is we're going to offer you grants so that you can get out of these loans. And we're going to use the World Economic Forum and the G7 programs and the IMF, et cetera. So now you're no longer in this debt cycle. Of course, unfortunately, if you want these grants, you're going to have to change your government the way that we like you to change your government. You're going to have to engage in privatization the way that we want you to engage in privatization. You're going to have to enrich the American empire more. So throughout all of this, what we have is an incredibly corrupt system that is utilizing and maintaining wealth of the millionaires and billionaires, that is designed for the wealthy elite, NGOs, corrupt politicians to make defense contractors, NGOs, millionaires and billionaires, all the people that you don't like, more money and more power. And so we have a different institution, a different thing, which is Doge, coming in and saying, this is bad. And you're going, but the billionaire is corrupt. Don't we hate this corrupt billionaire? The whole fucking system that he's trying to destroy is a system of corrupt millionaires and billionaires.
I can answer your question very easily. It's because I don't look at this as good guys versus bad guys. I don't look at
Neither
this
do I.
as... Oh, okay, great. Well, then we're already on the same page because I look at this as bad guys versus monsters, or a disaster that I can control rather than a disaster that I can't. I'd rather have individuals who are elected and somewhat accountable, right, through somewhat of a democratic process, broken as it is, with all the caveats that I already have because we've discussed this before, right? I'd rather have that than an unelected individual, a person with whose first and only goal is their profits, them being in charge of these functions. Simple as that.
Okay. Yeah, no, like I follow that. Here's my problem. When you were pressed much earlier in the conversation about Doge and why we shouldn't have Doge, your response was, and it seems like you're parroting this response to a certain degree, was that, well, we have the Inspector General's office. We have these institutions within the state that are designed to make sure that this money isn't wasted and that this money goes to the right places. But all of these systems were the very systems that failed to curtail this $50 billion of world-destroying, humanity-destroying systems. And now there's a new guy coming in that says, let's get rid of this shit, and you hate him off of the principle of them being a billionaire.
I know. This is why I didn't look at it as fraud, right? So in terms of lying to the American people, sure, yeah, great. Like I agree with you that it's a lie. If you say that we're instituting some sort of program to accomplish this goal, right? You announce this to the public, right? Or don't announce it to the public, right? But the public thinks you're generally doing these types of things, right? But instead you're not. You're funneling it. You're using it for covert operations or whatever, right? Yes, they lied to the American people, but right, well, the function of that apparatus, right, of this organization is doing exactly what it's supposed to do. It's supposed to do that money laundering operation within that Eastern European country, so that we can get weapons, right, to combat Russia.
Hold on, this is all new.
Hold on, let me answer the question. This is what you want to. You were confused about this. I'm letting you know. Here's my opinion, right? So yes, like this agency, it's supposed to do that. It's like under the oversight of our politicians, and it's like it's running as it's supposed to run. So I don't look at it as necessarily fraud, because like that's the goal, right? That's the goal, is to do these things. But I can say that like it's maybe morally corrupt or something that the government shouldn't be doing. But if it's running as intended to, right, then the Inspector General looks at it and says, okay, well, you're actually doing your actual goals, not your stated goals, but your actual goals, you're accomplishing that, right? Well, then there's nothing to.
So I disagree. I think, and here's why I disagree, right? The CIA has a budget. The State Department has a budget. Okay. Now, when you're saying, well, the USAID is doing what it's supposed to do, I agree that it's doing what it's supposed to do as far as politicians that are lying and committing fraud to us say. Okay, but when you, as the American citizen, are being told that USAID is this giant program that roughly 1% of your taxes goes towards, and that your taxes are being spent on building wells, on helping universities, be able to study things in other countries, giving reading programs to Pakistani girls, they're feeding, impoverished people, and the organization is called USAID, and you're being told that it is foreign aid to help people that are in need, instead of that money going to the CIA. That's just not true, Prime. If USAID was destroyed and all of that money went to the CIA, a lot of people would be like, hey, man, the CIA has a real big fucking budget that's real secret. Maybe we should cut CIA funding. But instead, we've created this new program that is designed to look like foreign aid to help people, but is being utilized fraudulently as an arm of the CIA. You would have an argument if the CIA had the same budget and USAID didn't exist, and then they were like, look, this is secret shit, you don't get to know what we do with this money. But instead they say we're doing good things with this money, when secretly they're fucking destroying the world with this money.
I can see again, there's a person again, and I hope you already know this about me, but maybe I have to say it again. I hate US imperialism. Right? I have huge critiques of U.S. imperialism, right? Critiques that I think are similar to you, Scott. Maybe actually, I'm not sure about Lactoid so much. But at the very least, similar to you, Scott, on this, right? And the polar opposite of whatever Gibbs wants to do. So I hear you, friend, on that. But like, if these agencies exist, right? Even though I may not want them to exist, or I may not want them to do the things that they do, right? If they do, I understand that to operate, right, to be as effective as possible, it's useful to have fronts, right? It's useful to create things, right? Like to create like an organization, like whether a quote unquote private organization, or this charitable public organization to accomplish missions. right? To launder money through them, right? To run drugs. I like we send a shipment of food, but like buried in there is like a shipment of AKs, right? As well. It's useful to do all that. So if we're going to have these things, which I don't think we should necessarily have these things, right? It's fine if the U.S. government does that to accomplish its missions, which I don't agree with in the first place.
Okay. Let's assume saying it's fine sounds like you're kind of okay with American imperialism.
I'm not okay.
Let's set that aside. My issue is, like, look, I understand you believe that maybe it's okay for some reason for In-Q-Tel to exist, right? Which is an investment firm that the CIA uses where they gain and funnel money from billionaires and things like that to set up things like Metabiota when they set up the level 4 biolabs in Ukraine, and when they engage in corruption in Ukraine for like American interests, whatever, right? In-Q-Tel exists. It's an investment firm that gains money and funding from billionaires, and then they make sure that they do what the billionaires want, like start wars in the right places, so then that those billionaires get their money back by engaging in whatever, right? My issue is that the CIA has somewhere between like $30 and $40 billion budget, and USAID has somewhere between like 35 and 45 billion, right? And so what we have is we have a program that is working for the CIA that has a budget bigger than the CIA. And I just do not buy this argument that it is okay and that it is acceptable that we have a program that works towards the interests of the CIA, who knows what percentage of their budget is towards CIA goals. And they certainly work with and communicate with the CIA to make sure that whatever they're doing aligns with the State Department and CIA goals. That is bigger than the CIA itself. And the American public is being told, hey, it's only like 0.8% of your budget is going towards the CIA, when maybe it's actually 2% of your fucking budget. I think that that's fucking fraud, especially when it's being used for evil purposes.
It's bad. It equals bad, right? Where I would start with this, I would start with here's where I think we build a bridge. I start with the Pentagon. The Pentagon can't pass an audit, right? Where does our money go? Right? This is a small ball, right? This is a tiny portion of the problem, right? Like
yes, it's a great start getting rid of USAID.
Would you support Elon cutting the Pentagon?
Well, I support.
Let's say Elon investigates the Pentagon and then goes to Trump and says,
that is on Elon's list.
I don't support Elon having the power to cut the Pentagon. No,
hold on. He doesn't have the power, but he brings suggestions to Trump when he cuts the Pentagon.
Oh my God! Please stop.
That's him having the power. That's him having the power.
I've already answered the question.
I'm having the power.
Of it being cut, the Pentagon being cut. I've been talking about it for years, right? You've heard me talk about it. I'm not supportive of Elon or whoever the fuck pulls the trigger through the recommendations of Doge doing it. No.
I have a question. So the Constitution has.
How do we fix this? Because you said the Inspector General's office would be good, right? But they didn't stop it. So how are we stopping it?
I have to re-engineer the whole system. I have lots of ideas on this. I've talked about it before. But before we do that, I'm gonna get Aiko.
Why not?
Yeah. Doge? So the Constitution gives authority to the Senate, right, to advise and consent. And it sounds to me like this Doge thing is more powerful than any agency, than any secretary that would have to be confirmed, because like if once you confirm a Secretary of State, they have authority over the State Department, right? Once you do confirm DNI, they have authority over the intelligence agencies, right? But they're in their silos. Now we have people who are over all of the silos in the same way that only the president should be. And they don't need advice and consent from the Senate. And the only step that's missing is the only difference is they talk to the president and then the president does the thing, right? But other than that, they're higher in power than any secretary, and yet they don't. Advice and consent is not necessary. So are we saying that the founders? Right. So are we saying at this point there's just no theoretical basis for the concept of advice and consent anymore? Like, what's the point of it at this point, other than the fact that it's arbitrarily in the Constitution?
Because the department heads can make decisions on, like, They can make decisions on their own. They don't have to like go to Trump and say, Trump, I think you should make this specific decision, and then Trump makes the decision.
But they can. I mean, he still has the power to fire. They serve at the pleasure of the president.
Oh yeah, ultimately he can fire them.
Yeah,
he
Just-
can
overturn
just like
he
he
could fire Elon. But again, the difference
just like he
is
can fire Elon. Yeah,
they have control over their departments. Those departments get funding from Congress, etc. This is entirely different. Doge doesn't get, it's not allocated funding from Congress. It's not.
Well, there's also a corrupt incentive structure. Every single department head, his job or her job, right, is dependent upon showcasing that they're doing a good job with the money that they have. Okay, like they're not incentivized personally as an individual to go to the president and say, hey, look, my department's doing a bad job. Please cut my department. Please give me less power. Please give me less, please trim the fat here, right? Like, sure, there is an incentive to cut and trim fat within their own department and then maybe go to the president and say, look, we cut and trimmed this. Aren't I doing a good job? The Doge is love it or hate it, right? I understand that some people have, like many people here, have an issue with Doge, but nevertheless, the incentive structure of Doge is to find fraud, waste, and abuse. That is every instance of fraud, waste, and abuse that they find is a pat on the back, and that is confirmation that they're doing their job.
Wait, real quick. Why do you guys trust the objective of Doge, but not the objective of any of the other three agencies?
Again, you put a straw man in your question. Right?
I just asked a question, man. I didn't put a straw man. It was just a question. I was just trying to understand your point. There's no man of straw. There's no fire. You don't have to put the fire to put it out. It's okay. It's fine. I promise you, no people.
Sociologic, stop trying to. You ask what is known as a leading question, which is, when did you stop beating your wife? Right? No matter what I answer,
when did you stop beating your wife?
Right? Like, exactly. If I answer with any form of time, then it is assumed that I was beating my wife at some point.
I've never beat my wife.
Why do
there's an answer to the question?
Right, but that's not actually an answer to the question. That's because the question that was asked is a leading question. Stop it. Okay? I'm saying that it's a leading question because the question assumes that I trust Elon Musk or that I trust Doge. What I gave you was not that I trust him. What I gave you was an assessment of the incentive structure. What I'm saying is that Doge and Elon Musk in this example, as the person in Doge, is incentivized, right, to find fraud, waste, and abuse. And what I'm saying is that other department heads are less so incentivized to find fraud, waste, and abuse.
As an example of this.
Yes.
Okay,
they're
but just
incentivized fraud, waste, and abuse, but they're also incentivized to maintain their budget.
That sounds
so that
like
have
you
a budget.
trust Doge. That sounds like you trust Doge because of their incentives.
But I don't think it's true.
I never
that secretaries
said that.
can't
What
do
the
the same.
fuck?
I know you never said that. I'm telling you, I literally said, that's why I said it sounds like, if you're listening, I said it sounds like, to me, I didn't say that to me in prior example, but it sounds like
an argument.
I never said it was an argument. It was a fucking question. It was framed in like a question. Like, it sounds like this, though now you get to explain yourself, and that's what the issue is, it's called a conversation.
Sounds like you guys just really hate Elon Musk.
Yeah, you're just sounds like
I don't give a fuck about Elon Musk. I like
Scott,
I'm skeptical of anyone you guys throw a cape on for, though. I think it's weird.
Kind of along the lines here. So let's just take a random department like the Department of Education, which hasn't been able to pass a budget or an audit, pardon me, in 8 years. They have something like a $8 billion unaccounted for every year, and yet nothing happens, right? So how in the world how can we accept that as a society, and how can we then how would we then be able to trust the agencies that already exist that have failed year after year after year after year to curtail it? That's why Doge has to exist, because otherwise all you have is the same thing for the next 20 fucking years of $8 billion going unaccounted for every year of taxpayer money.
So why wouldn't Doge end up being the same thing? What if money gets funneled into Doge because they're doing all of this?
Expiration date.
Which is how long?
Until Trump's out of office, really. Like, he's formed it as a task force. This is a task force. This isn't a new agency. There's not a staffing. It's not on the congressional charts. There's
Is he getting paid to do this? Does Doge make money? Does Doge
Elon
make
is
money?
actually not getting paid to do this. He's actually not.
Doge is just doing this for free.
No, so Elon, I don't know about Doge, but Elon is a special government employee.
USDS, US, I think Digital Services. I think it's what it stands for, right? Like that's what Doge is. Like they have, it was an agency, and then they repurposed it. They put a new name on it. So it should be within organizational charts. But
Elon's not getting paid, to be clear. He's a special government employee or some shit like that.
Doge
He's only
has
got
a
130
set
days.
Doge has a set expiration date, July 4th, 2026.
Then I guess it reverts back to USDS, but yeah. Like,
is there money in the program? I'm actually just trying to understand like how this works.
It has an expiration date. It has a specific
expiration date.
Did you?
I'm sure there's money, sociologist. Somebody's got to pay their fucking their like average Joe that's working there.
Something?
Yeah, I just wanted to point out that it's not true that you have to like create this new department in order to get cuts from people who've been confirmed by the Senate. For instance, Betsy DeVos proposed a $7.1 billion cut to the Department of Education under Trump. Like you don't have to like circumvent the Constitution in order to get cuts to agencies. You have to be pretty darn motivated in order to get it done. Like I understand that.
Well, did that cut
Elon's
happen?
tweet an hour ago about the Department of Education?
I'm sorry?
As of an hour ago, Elon tweeted about the Department of Education that Doge was in the process of reviewing it.
Yeah, I know. But I'm talking about in his first term. In his first term, he had that proposal.
In his
from
first
his
term,
own,
I think
like,
Trump was
head
really
agency.
naive, but that's irrelevant to what's going on now. What's going on now is now, and that's what we need to deal with.
Well, hold on. Maybe not quite, but did Betsy DeVos get that cut passed?
What do you mean passed? Like she does the proposal and then it has to be. No, I don't think Trump approved it.
It hasn't gone through yet.
It didn't.
It would have had to have been. It would have had to like Trump would have had to have to approve that. And then if Trump were to do it, well, this happened before the decision last year. But if Trump were to do it to attempt that now, he would still need to show that he's spending all of the agency money that was authorized by Congress in ways that were intended by Congress. And my assumption is that DeVos wasn't able to do those cuts because she couldn't show that it was congressional intent.
Right.
And
so
they would have even more of that problem now, right? Because
would they?
Because of the Supreme Court decision. Yeah.
Well, so here's my thing, right? So if you're arguing that, like,
because the Supreme Court now explicitly says that you have to prove congressional intent in order to get whatever cuts you want.
All right. Okay. And so what do you think Doge's goal would be when it's looking at the Department of Education?
To return all power to the states and to eliminate funding, I would assume.
Okay. And why would they be more effective than, say, Betsy DeVos just, recommending this to Trump and then him passing it? What's the big difference here? All right. Do you see one? Not see one.
I don't see one because I think now it's going to be even more difficult than it was before because we have this overturning of the.
I'm confused by what a lot of people think here because something doesn't seem to add up. There seems to be an assumption, right, that the goal of Doge when it cuts fraud, waste, and abuse is to then silo this money or freeze this money or return this money to the taxpayer. I don't think anyone in the Trump administration has, and correct me if I'm wrong, has made this claim that this money is then just going to be like written out as checks to the American taxpayer, frozen in some regard, right? So if you assume, let's say, for example, that the Department of Education, right? So let's say Doge investigates the Department of Education and finds 20% of its funds are spent on useless programs with no return on investment that don't help out anybody, that go towards like something that they consider to be dumb, right? The presumption here ought be, unless he wins some Supreme Court case or something, is that that 20% of money is then freed up to go into things like school lunch programs or some other program
block grants
probably, but that is in some way, shape, or form seen to be not as efficient. So there seems to be this presumption that like the goal of Doge is to like take a hammer to the state and like turn it libertarian. I wish that's what we were doing, But it seems to me that what the goal is to go into this, find that there's a bunch of taxpayer funds that are being spent on dumb shit, and then move those over into the same program, into the same agency towards the traditional spending that, like, builds roads, builds new schools, is welfare assistance programs, whatever the fuck those things may be in that instance. It seems like there's
been no communication
Trump
that
is
that's
a
what they
mega.
want to do.
Okay, well,
Like,
then,
no,
but there's also
no one
but
in the
like,
department.
What constitutional authority do they have? And if it's assumed that the constitutional authority is that they must spend this money in some regard, right? Well, then there's that. And secondly, the other stated goal of Doge, which we haven't even talked about, but I guess fair enough, because the topic should be about USAID, and everybody agrees with me that it's a giant evil program. We just don't agree on whether or not Elon Musk is more evil than the most evil government program in existence that has killed and genocided millions of people worldwide and destroyed progress and innovation throughout the world. We can't agree that, like, that's good enough to allow Elon Musk to say that we shouldn't do it, because Elon Musk is so mega bad. But like, the other thing that Doge is supposed to do is find regulations that exist and get rid of those regulations because they are obtrusive or because there's overlap in them, right? Like, when Congress writes laws, more often than not, they have this very, very vague concept of, like, how something will be regulated, because they trust the bureaucrats that are, like, experts at the EPA or whatever more than they do the congressmen in terms of how it's handled. So there's a ton of regulatory power that is given to the executive branch, even though it ought to be Congress, constitutionally speaking, because they write very vague things and say, hey, just get this done. And it's Doge's job to come in and go, well, we have overlap and we have things that are stopping business, and that's not even a money thing. So, like, I guess I understand that people hate Elon Musk, but, like, what are we fucking talking about when it comes to USAID and when it comes to the what Doge is supposed to do?
I think Doge is.
I've got to go, guys. It's 11 o'clock. I'm going to turn into a pumpkin. I'm going to go argue with some other people. I really appreciate it, Prime. Got into it with you there, and you took it like a champ. It's been an interesting night, to say the least. Anyway, really appreciate you having me on. I'm gonna run away now.
Glad to have you. Hey, did you change your camera? I wanted to say this before, but like you seem more clear. I don't know, like, or maybe just you're close to the camera.
Changed the whole studio around, and actually, I didn't change the camera, but it's a manual focus camera, so I probably just focused it better.
But you look handsome. Like, I haven't seen your face like
Honestly,
this.
those baby
Well, I
blues are
also took
looking.
my reading glasses off.
What a glow
Yeah,
up.
you look good.
Keep them off. Contacts.
Thank you.
Contacts always grid.
Thank you. I appreciate that, guys. Maybe a little less of a sausage fest next time, Prime.
If you know women who want to be involved, we'd love to have them. Right now, all dudes, all the time.
We keep running them off.
We
all
do.
dudes all the time. All right, you gentlemen have fun, and I'll see you later.
Have a good one, friend.
Peace.
Sorry, who was talking before?
It was Ike.
I think it was me, but now I forgot where we were.
Yeah, you were back.
Well, Scott went off about what are we doing here? Like, what are we even doing? That was the last thing that was said.
Oh, right.
What
Like, what is
here?
the perceived role of Doge? Like, what are their stated goals, right? And their stated goals, I guess, because of the limitations put on them by the Constitution, do have to be to just increase efficiency, which means that anytime they save $1, they got to spend that dollar in some other way, right?
Which is the name of the fucking department, right? The Department of Government Efficiency. Like, that is the goal, is to cut unnecessary or overlapping regulations that have been instituted by the executive, not necessarily instituted by Congress, and to cut programs or to find programs that are a giant fucking waste of money.
And I see plenty of specificity on what they want to cut, right? But I never see specificity on where they want to turn around and spend those same dollars. Like, if they're like, take for instance, what Elon wants to do is eliminate USAID entirely. Like, he's made that explicit. He's actually tweeted that out multiple times. But he hasn't said where those dollars would go, and if those dollars are ordered by Congress to be spent,
where's the
helping these other
efficiency?
countries, then what we've got to see is, okay, we're not spending them to create race wars in West Africa anymore, but we are going to spend those money in this other way. And what is that other way? Like, nobody's saying anything.
No proposals.
Well, I mean, that's not his job. Like, his job is to say these areas of government are inefficient. These areas of government are inefficient. It's
in
his
order
job
to make them efficient, he has to spend them efficiently.
USAID
right?
is corrupted and has been infiltrated by the CIA and by NGOs that work for the CIA from the top to the bottom. This whole fucking thing has got to go. That's his job. His job.
Then what? We take it away. But
in this case,
I see the problem. But here's the thing: like, sure.
In this case, it's Gibbs's worst nightmare, right? Because what they're saying is we're not going to save any money. We're going to spend the same amount of money we did before, right? We're just not going to dominate other countries and make them pro-American.
Now they have an argument for Congress.
I agree with you, actually, Ike, out here.
Yeah.
Right? Like, so Doge goes in and finds all these inefficiencies and then presents them to the president, who has a running tally and is moving shit around. And then next time Congress meets,
apparently it's going to be the State Department determining how to spend those dollars. In the future.
Right, but next time Congress meets and they're deciding the funding for all these agencies, the argument is going to be made. Here are all these inefficiencies that Doge was able to identify. We're requesting less money this year round, which is a good thing.
Yeah,
we're just requesting
it
less
won't
money.
be. There's too many neocons in the Senate. They're not going to agree. They're not going to agree to that. They're going to want to spend this money in ways that they perceive are going to compete with the Belt and Road Initiative in some way.
Well, yeah, I actually agree with you.
Maybe, but at least the option's given to them at that point, to know what to cut if they actually care about efficiency.
Donald Trump could fire. Literally, Donald Trump could fire every single employee at USAID, have one guy that works in a fucking cubicle, and say, "Hey, all of the money goes to food, not bombs."
But hold on, fuck that. Fuck that.
I was gonna say Gibbs would hate
he could do that.
That's awful.
He could fucking do that.
No, I can actually bring up
use
a
it
good
to
point.
buy Greenland. There you go.
Yeah,
that'll keep
sure.
Gibbs happy.
Yeah, that would listen. There's caveats.
Well, that would go against what USAID presumably is for.
Right.
But not
we give aid.
bombs.
We give aid in the form of bribes to Greenland citizens.
No. This is why earlier when we were talking about this, right? Like I was trying to get all right, so Prime and very anti-Doge, right? This is what I was trying to get out of Prime, but he didn't want to play ball. So I'll just try to lay it out how I wanted to. All right, listen. Say hypothetically, we all think that there needs to be some efficiency in the government. That's a crazy concept, okay? So how do we do that? We invented Doge. We put it in power. All right, my argument earlier when we were talking about clearances wasn't specifically whether someone's got secret clearance or top secret, none of that shit. It doesn't matter. Someone needs to be able to look at the spreadsheet and go, all right, the stated goal of CIA agency number 776 is to sell crack to Americans because we don't want certain minority groups to be in power. And someone go, oh, hey, maybe that's a goal that's fraudulent to the American taxpayer. Let's cross that one out. Then they also need to be able to go, hey, I'm looking at goal 797, and it says it's supposed to be to get fisheries done in Nigeria. Okay, and this is not a front for a CIA operation. Well, fisheries got overrun by Boko Haram. Don't need to send money there no more. Stop funding that. Even though the money's kept going there 5 years after the thing. Okay, this one says, oh, it actually is a CIA op, and its stated goal is to cause destabilization of, I don't know, Russia. And how long has it been going? 30 years. Putin's still in power. All right, clearly this one's not been effective. Cut it out. That's what I'm saying we need. Now, as far as should we destabilize other countries? Absolutely. Chaos creates cash. It's good for America. Weaker enemies is good. Fuck those bitches. American imperialism based. American colonialism based. And I wish that we would just do this shit openly and whatever.
Can I ask, because I want to see how honest you are, right? And I should have done this with a grid here, but I have forgotten to ask. So let's see, right? The salute that Elon did previously. How would you characterize that salute?
It looks like a Sig Heil. I mean, it looks like the Roman salute.
You'd say.
I don't think that was his intention.
You've ignoring that intention. Well, actually, not even ignoring that. We could actually bring that in a second. Actually, we could talk about that. But you would say that it's fair to characterize that as a Nazi salute.
I think it looks like it. Yeah, I don't think that was his intention.
Can I add one thing to that just quickly? I actually can buy that he was just being a moron and doesn't want to and that wasn't his initial intention, but now he won't address it in a serious way afterwards because just like Trump, once he does a thing, like he wants to stand by it. But even if you do like give him all of the good faith and say, yeah, he was just being an idiot. How do we respond to all of these other people now who are imitating his See Kyle in order to troll the left? And they're like, there was a priest who just got defrocked over doing this. There've been several streamers who've gotten fired from their jobs for doing this. And I don't think you can't say they didn't know. Like clearly, obviously they knew.
But they're mocking. Okay, so to defend them a little bit, right? Like, remember when that one OK symbol,
yeah. I know. That's why they're doing this, because they think it's like the OK thing.
Right, 2 people right here have just done it, right? Now, a lot of people are doing that to mock the left for how ridiculous they were being for thinking that was even like a white power symbol, even though it was used.
And it worked with the OK thing. I don't think it's working with this.
I agree with you. It's not working because it looks a lot like a fucking
a
salute.
Yeah.
And I think there's a lot more history behind it.
It's harder to find an innocent explanation for them. Maybe for Elon, maybe Elon was, hard because that to you, stupid thing. But everybody else who's then imitating him, they know what it is and they're still doing it. And also, I remember, I think you mentioned last time that the ADL came out and defended him on this, right? Yeah. But now the ADL has come out and said, because he started making all of these stupid Nazi puns afterwards, laughing at it. Yeah, and the ADL was like, okay, never mind, fuck that. Obviously he's being insensitive.
He said, what if he said, hey, I just was a jackass and excited? Without it, soothe people. Because I know, for example, I get a kill streak or something. I'm like, yeah! I might make.
You accidentally do.
I wouldn't do.
I speak heal all the time when I wouldn't win at video games.
I wouldn't sing all the time, but say I did Wakanda Forever or something, and everybody was and it was
you just hate when you accidentally light your cross on fire.
Sure, but
you just did. How dare you?
So say I do whatever, I a symbol and I'm gaming or something, and they film me. I would absolutely. All right, I was excited. I was trying to pound my chest. I fucked up. I didn't.
Wait, Gibbs. You did the other two symbols. Wait. Do the hand heart. Do the hand heart.
I'm not gonna do the hand heart because I know it's a dumb idea.
Yeah.
And I already get too many white supremacists in my chat.
Well, Scott, we'll ask
that's
you.
a real problem I deal with
You
regularly.
can go into whatever you're about to say, Scott. Right? How would you characterize that gesture?
I feel the same way as Lactoid. I think it's interesting that the left is constantly talking about all these isms that we have to have, but the moment that Elon Musk does some obviously autistic shit, everyone on the left is
but
all
it's
on
because
board.
he doubled down is the problem.
Shush, because what I was trying to say is, regardless of whether or not you think the Nazi salute or the non-Nazi salute, whatever it was, Elon Musk understands enough from his PR team and from where he sits, right? Which is, anytime you presumably make a mistake like that, you double down and you do not apologize. The moment that you apologize in a place like this, the left has made it a part of their political apparatus to never let you apologize fully and to use your apology against you. If you make a mistake, you double down and you don't apologize. If I say, if a Discord call leaks of me and I'm saying the N-word a bunch, you know what I'm going to say? I'm going to say, yeah, when I'm in Discord calls, I use the N-word. I'm not on the platform. Go fuck yourself. What you don't do is go, oh my God,
a bunch of pictures of people that are dissent.
What you don't do is go, oh, I'm so sorry. I didn't mean it like that. It's so bad, because they pounce. They pounce and utilize that against you constantly.
There's a third way. He doesn't have to apologize, right? If he did something stupid, the third position in this case is just to say that this is how I meant it. I understand that some people misinterpreted it, but fuck you. That wasn't what I intended.
Yeah,
so it's not an apology, but it is an acknowledgement that there are ways to misinterpret it. He could have done that.
No, he said thank you guys on the ADL post that was defending him.
Embedded in his
response.
That's
not what we're talking about.
Embedded in Scott's response is the thought that there would ever be an apology forthcoming, that this wasn't intended. That Elon Musk has a history of doing Nazi shit, of supporting blatant racism. And we can show you the evidence is out there about Elon Musk. But I guess you guys, Lactoid, sorry, I've set off.
Technically, he's African American.
I set off Lactoid's trap card because I talked about someone being racist, and it's not white racism. He doesn't understand it, so I do apologize there. But for everyone else, right? Yes, Elon Musk has been doing this for an entire time. And then he goes to the AFD and talks about, hey guys, maybe you shouldn't be ashamed of your past, right? So and we understand what this dog hold on.
Yeah.
Some of us understand what the dog whistle is. I actually see not all of us understand that. None of us understand the dog whistle. That's okay, right?
I know what a dog whistle is. It's a fucking term that leftists use to try and make connections that are spurious so they can attack the character of their political opponents instead of utilizing arguments against them.
You don't need to interrupt me because
it's a coward's
we get it. You don't understand the dog whistle. We got it, right?
So no, I understand. I just gave you a good definition of it.
No, it's okay. It's okay, right? You don't get it. But in any case,
no, I get it. It's the act of cowardice.
Hold on, shut up. Hold on. Shut the fuck up. Don't interrupt me. Thanks. So it's understood. Not everyone understands these parts, but there's evidence out there. For instance, Elon Musk constantly retweeting white nationalists, white supremacists. He does that all the time. Correct? You at least know that much.
He banned the Groypers. What are you talking about?
No, Lactoid.
When they disagreed with him, not because they're Groypers, Lactoid.
Because they were racist.
Why are you sweeping? Wait, why are you sweeping? You know what you're doing when you say things like that.
Disagreed with him over what? Bringing in Indians.
You just had a whole conversation about Lactoid. You just had a whole conversation about sweeping and terminology. Don't fuck.
He literally wanted to bring in more brown people, and the Groypers were like, "No, we don't want more."
He wanted to bring them in for cheap labor. Shut the fuck up. Get the fuck out of here.
The brown people.
For cheap labor.
That's expensive labor.
Love Indians.
I gotta ask you this because
we're making use them for work. Yeah.
Sociologic, you got it wrong. It was for expensive labor, not cheap labor, because they were hiring specialists.
Lactoid.
It wasn't like that. We're hiring.
That's not
Lactoid. Do you understand? Lactoid. Do you understand?
That's just not how it works.
Racist, right? You don't know anything about racist, but I'm trying to know. Lactoid, do you understand that racist, right, might be okay? No, a hypothetical racist, not Elon Musk, right? Because Elon Musk can't be racist. Of course not. No individual white person can be racist. I get you.
Thank you.
But you understand that a hypothetical racist might, right, be fine with cheap labor from brown individuals. Right, labor that
cheap labor from HB1 people.
Maybe the cheapest labor.
Cheaper.
Man, I don't know who's advocating for cheap labor for brown people. Could it be the Democrats?
You're saying the Democrats are racist, is what you're saying?
Yeah,
because
what you're saying is
don't give a fuck about deporting brown people for cheap labor. It's the Democrats are like, we need them on our farms.
That's exactly what it is.
Back to Lactoid. Cheaper, right, labor that they have more power over, right, that have less labor protections. You would think, what a hypothetical racist, because real racists don't exist, I know, but what a hypothetical racist do you think would like that deal, right, when compared to a workforce, right, maybe a more a probable white workforce that has access to labor protections, right, a brown workforce versus a brown workforce that comes in which has less negotiating power and less labor protections. Would a racist be in favor of that hypothetical one?
A white nationalist for sure would not be.
I didn't say it was. Well, we know.
Well, you did. You said he's retweeting white nationalists.
Well, yeah, he does, but I didn't say he was
because he's racist.
Right? He's
a racist. He's a racist, not a white nationalist, though.
There's lots of flavors. Don't be obtuse, Lactoid.
Wait. No, I'm not being obtuse. I'm not being obtuse.
Yes, you are.
I'll explain why I'm not being obtuse. Here's a guy who's working with an Indian guy.
Doesn't matter,
right? Sure, doesn't matter.
He fired
in order to oppose.
Fired.
I don't think. No, he didn't do that, right?
Will you guys stop trying to subvert and just deal with the actual arguments?
I know, right? Thank you. And so he's working with this Indian guy that he's like a big fan of, and he's arguing against the Groypers in favor of, as the Groypers would say, import more browns into America, right? And these are H-1B visa holders. These are people who make a lot of money. They have to make a lot of money to justify the cost of the visa. Elon Musk actually was under the impression that they were actually making more money than they actually were, because he was getting into fights with Groypers where the Groypers were saying, look, they're not actually making as much money as you think. They're just like upper middle class. And he's saying, no, they're like really, really rich. And then that's the back and forth that they're having. And is anything here indicative of a racist? No.
So this is hold on. This is why this is why I have deep problems with you, Lactoid. Deep problems with you. Deep problems because of exactly this. Because you refuse, right? You refuse, like till the day you die, right? You refuse to have any sort of systemic analysis here. You refuse, right? Like because what you can do is you can look at an individual and say, well, they have a friend. They have a brown friend.
You're accusing an individual.
They have a token. I know they got brown friends.
You're not talking about a system. You're talking about a person.
I know he's got
and he didn't requires an individual analysis.
I know, and he hasn't assaulted him in public. It's amazing, right? Yes, bastion of tolerance. No, I get you, Lactoid, right?
Having minority friends is evidence against being racist.
I know he's got a brown. Yeah, he's got a brown friend.
No, is having a live friend's evidence against being a serial killer?
He's got a great colleague. He's got a great brown colleague,
evidence,
right?
but kind of,
If you had systemic analysis, right, of not just racism but actual class, if you could manage this, which you refuse to do, right? You'd say, well, hold on, Vivek is a billionaire, like our friend,
and
Elon
he's
Musk,
not white,
right? Like, oh yeah, but he's. I know he's dark.
He's one of the good ones.
Yes, but again, because you can't
argument that he's classist,
you can't even hold it in, right? Because you have to burst out with this individual analysis because it's all you're capable of, right?
Because it's Elon Musk, we're talking about an individual.
Excuse me. All you all allow yourself to be capable of, because you specifically, with every fiber of your being, reject any systemic analysis. So again, but if you did, you'd realize, hey, Vivek Ramaswamy is a billionaire, right? And within that billionaire class, they have interests that they might have in common. And that, like, to a person like Elon Musk, who wants more power, who has dedicated his life to getting richer, right? If there's another person who also will help him accomplish his political goals, regardless of the color, that, hey, they might work with them. That racist, maybe, well, sorry, the racists don't exist.
What's the evidence he's racist?
I'll have to lay it out for you, right? I'll have to actually provide.
This isn't fair.
I know, because you need me to provide.
I provide evidence against him being personally a racist.
I know, and I will provide that. And this is what I'm saying.
This could be a panel.
Oh no, because if I already have, right? But then you'll say, hey, like I talked about all the
retweeting the white nationalist accounts.
Retweeted. All the times he's retweeted.
Okay, give me an example that I can take a look at.
Yes, exactly, because you're going to ask me for an example, and clearly I don't have that. So why I'm saying Lactoid, what I said previously, Lactoid, is that Liz will have to sit down and do this, right? From top to bottom. It'll have to be an hours-long conversation with you. I'm sure of it, right? It has to be the case, because otherwise you're
racist,
say, hey, you don't have this source right here, because why would I have that source here, right? Why would I have that ready? But
I mean, you're accusing somebody of being a racist.
I know. Why? Do you think? Lactoid, don't be a dumb fuck. Can you please not pretend to be a dumb fuck? Because I know you're not a dumb fuck, right? Do you think all the people? Hold on. Do you think all the people that I think are racist? Because you know I think a lot of people are racist.
That was ableist.
Do you think the burden of proof should be that Prime should, at the ready, at any point in time, right? Like when a person comes up in conversation, be able to prove right there with screenshots or whatever the fuck, right? That they're racist. Or I guess they might not be racist, right? Because Prime didn't have the ability to prove in that very moment in time, didn't have an encyclopedic knowledge of all their conversations, right? Of all the relevant discussions. Is that what you're saying? Is that the burden of proof?
I'm not asking you. I'm not asking you to have like an encyclopedic knowledge about all this. I asked you for one example we can look at. I think in a conversation that's lasted like what 20, 30 minutes now, it wouldn't be too much to ask like a quick Google search to find me one example.
No,
when I gave you multiple examples of the contrary.
Because it doesn't matter.
No specificity at all.
You're making the claim that he's a white nationalist. That's an extreme claim, Prime. Like you're claiming somebody's a Nazi.
The technical claim was
you said that he was racist. That is either one of two things. Either A, it's not a big deal to be racist and we shouldn't care, or B, we should care if someone's a racist. And if that's a big charge and we should care, then you need to fucking prove it.
I know that. Hold on.
There's a big charge, but we can just do colloquials, we don't need details and laws.
What did I say at the start of this conversation? I said, like when Elon came up previously, right? At the very start, right? I said, hey, I can only give you an overview here because, like, to prove my case, it will take hours to do so. I'll have to sit down and actually show you the evidence because I know you're not going to accept anything I say, right? And it's not unfair, of course, to ask for evidence of my claims. Fair enough, right? But I said, hey, I can only give you an overview of my thoughts of Elon Musk here, but we can't go into a deep discussion because we can't.
Well, then you have to say one of two things. You have to either say,
God
look,
damn it.
in my opinion, I think he's a racist, and I'd love an opportunity later to show you.
I said that before.
No, you didn't. You said he is a racist.
Yes,
you
I
said
have
it
several
as a factual
times.
claim.
Well, then you can't say your opinion.
Stop yelling. You either A, say, look, that's my opinion, and I have a lot of evidence for it, but I can't. But I don't want to get into it right now. No, you didn't. You said that he is a racist.
Hold on. Yes, I did. We can rewind the
your opinion.
Prime.
You didn't say in your opinion.
Well, ask that to
Prime.
him.
Did you say that it was no, you're yelling over top of me over something that I heard. This is fucked up. You're making a claim about somebody, and now you're yelling and screaming over top of me to lie about it. No, you said
I'm not lying. Hold on, we're going to get the
proof
right
here. Okay,
Lactoid. And you
were in
didn't
a
fucking
private
listen.
conversation. I was here. You called him a racist. You said he was a racist. Then you mocked him for saying that. Oh, so now you're going to fucking mute me.
Lactoid, shut the fuck up. Fuck you too.
Fuck
Lactoid.
You lying sack of shit.
How many times did I say, hey, we'd have to, I'm making these claims, we'd have to have a larger conversation later? Did I not say that multiple times already? Correct?
Yes, but this was after you did definitively say that he was racist. And this also was after you were saying, Lactoid, you're not this dumb. Normally you're not this dumb. Like you were insinuating that I should know that he's a racist. But like, look, I'm currently unconvinced. If you have evidence you can show me later that proves he's a racist, that's fine. But you can't take like the confident position and the non-confident position at the same time.
I would like to.
How am I taking? Sorry, I don't understand that. Could you explain that to me?
Well, don't say, Lactoid, you're a dumb fuck because you don't think that he's a racist and he's a racist. But I'll show you later.
That's not what he was saying. You were
that's what I interpreted as you were
saying. To be fair, he was saying that you don't give any systematic overview, and it's individually, and that you're doing that intentionally, and that you're intentionally being obtuse and or dumb in order to like obfuscate from the point that he's trying to make.
Wait. So he's calling me dumb because I'm not looking at an individual analysis on
because
whether an individual is racist. By the way, when it comes to the analysis that he wants to show me evidence for later. You can't say that I'm a dumb fuck if I haven't seen the information that proves his point. It's a ridiculous.
Let me just try something here, just for funsies. Because I don't know. Sorry, guys. I got some questions and I need some answers. So, all right, we're gonna play one of my favorite games.
I'm still muted.
It's gonna be what is more racist. All right. Is it A? We have billionaire Elon arguing with Gropers, whatever the fuck their name is, argue with them over allowing hold on. I let everybody yell for 45 minutes here. All right, listen. So we got argue with Gropers about H-1B visas, which is for more expensive, not low-paying jobs. This is going to be for like specialists, like engineers, scientists, etc., right? This is going to be for expensive jobs. Or hold on. Okay. All right. We got those. They're going to be expensive jobs. They make plenty of money. Or what's more racist, the Democrats arguing that, hey, we shouldn't deport these people because I know, thank you, but I got it. That we shouldn't deport these people because we need modern day slavery, basically, so we can pay these people less money to pick our crops. Like, what would be more racist? If we were going to look at an individual level, what's more racist? If Papa Gibbs came in and said, sell all my cattle tomorrow, and I'm going to open up a Plantation Day Gibbs, and I'm only going to hire illegal aliens that I'm going to pay 25 cents an hour, and y'all are going to say, oh, no, that's okay, cool, let them come work. Or Elon Musk going, hey, we're going to get some Indians over here who are also brown, but they know their tech specialties, and we're going to pay them $80K a year, which is on average with the average engineer in America. Which is more racist? Go ahead, tell me.
They're both racist. One, you're being racist to white people. One, you're being racist to brown people. There we go. I got you, brother.
Hold on. Which one's more racist?
Solidarity.
How am I being racist to white people, or in that case?
Because you keep making the argument, because like you're painting the narrative that you think that narrative, that Democrats are like, oh no, you're deporting our cheap labor, and it's like, well, that's not the case. That's not what the issue with deportations is.
They've said that though. No. Have they or not? Have leaders of the Democratic Party said that, oh no,
Yeah.
Oh, they have.
They have.
So okay, then I'm not.
The other guy threw up a Stig
picture
Heil.
at
I
all.
mean, like, if you want to really compare it.
Well, the irony here is, and this is the problem. I think that he spurred out. And
Don't
did
make me
that.
defend
Sure.
anti-Semitism.
Hold on. I think he spurred out and did that. Sure, but at the same time, I've been sitting here arguing for a while that the actual Nazis are the Dems, because guess what? They actually want racist policies implemented. And it's so funny to all these righties because they're going, wow, we're not racist. We want to stop this exploitation of these people and deport them. And y'all are going, oh, but they're Nazis. And so obviously it's
You want to
so
stop
ludicrous.
exploitation,
So-
that's why you want to deport them?
Yeah, absolutely. I've said
Yeah,
that many times.
I love the framing and the painting of the narratives that happen when you listen. You guys have the next 4 years to ball. I feel you. I see the grin. The Lactoids held the grin the entire panel, which is fine. Listen. You guys get the next 4 years to ball. It's just like within the realms of this panel, a little honesty when we're having the conversations.
I've had the most honesty here. I've had the most honesty. If anybody would benefit most from hiring illegal aliens, I would be me. I could change out my entire ranch hand staff tomorrow and pay them half. It'd be crazy or more than us. Because I'm not racist.
No, I think the problem with your strategy here, Gibbs, is that you're assuming that Prime isn't willing to call Democrats racist.
Yeah.
Which
I mean, all of them though.
Yes, because the progressives are the ones.
I didn't say
the progressives are the ones who say, "Hey,
racist."
The progressives are the ones who say, "Hey, let these people stay and pay them a living wage. Let's do
but
both of those
what's
things."
more racist?
Gibbs, to be fair, I see a
oppressing
contradiction.
millions of people, or allowing a small group of Indians to make a shitload of money. Which one's
Gibbs,
more racist to you?
Gibbs, real quick, did you just say that you wouldn't hire illegal immigrants because out of some kind of sense of morality? You would avoid making money?
Yeah,
best for Papa Gibbs is not
because the long term implication would be I'd be put in jail, and that's bad for Papa Gibbs.
Dude, hold on. Would you ranchers actually get put in jail for hiring illegal immigrants?
Yeah, all the time.
If you hire enough of them, yeah.
Like, how many could I hire and not go to jail?
I mean, probably 3.
Okay. Do you have 3 on your payroll? Don't
I
admit
have,
that.
I have plenty of legal immigrants that we've helped get citizenship through the many long arduous process, and we've also helped many get the green cards for their family until they've also got citizenship. We encourage legal immigration because it's good for everybody. Now, I can't speak for all my neighbors in the ranching industry. Some of them are not as morally upright as I am. They're also much whiter than I am, and I'm Hispanic, so I have a soft spot for
I have a
Hispanic
different question. Right. So the charge that is being levied is that he is a racist, that he is at the very least cozy with and dog whistling to white supremacists and white supremacy. And I just have a question now. What if that is the case? I'm going to read an Elon Musk tweet, right? Since we're talking about evidence here, and just curious if this is a dog whistle to white supremacists. The reason I'm in America, along with so many critical people who built SpaceX, Tesla, and hundreds of other companies that made America strong, is because of H-1B. Take a big step back and fuck yourself in the face. I will go to war on this issue, the likes of which you cannot possibly comprehend. Is he going to war to exploit the brown people that he's also saying help build America? That he says
black people built America. We had slaves. Right, white people were racist. They didn't like black people. They kept them as slaves. They used them to build to do the thing, even though it was in small portions. Not everyone was a slave owner in the 13, but whatever the fuck.
They famously gave the credit to
the
the
point
slaves.
is racist would be the people that would own them and then use them, and then there you go. You can be racist. Wait, you can be racist and have like black people work for you. Also, you can be racist and have black friends. They're called tokens, right? They're the brown ones. There's a bunch of Arab tokens going around right now.
You missed the key thing here. Those same Democrat slaveholders became the children. The children are now the modern Democrats who now want to enslave all the Hispanic people via lower.
I'm Gibbs. I'm a non-voting. I'm a non-voting American. I don't give a fuck about either side of the.
We agree.
So
we can. I think Biden is a huge fucking racist. Fuck him.
We can look at American history, right, and we can see the transition from slavery into an America that was against the institution of slavery, and we see this leading up to the Civil War. Okay, and leading up to the Civil War, the main reason why people were in the South were so upset with Abraham Lincoln becoming president and being able to win based off of the votes in the North, as opposed to just, the Democratic Party created by Martin Van Buren and who ran Andrew Jackson, right? That they didn't need the Southern votes in order to win an election. Okay, now the South was arguing that they needed to maintain the right to slavery in their states. Okay, now these are one form of racists. Now you have another form of racists once the institution of literal slavery goes away. And what the Republican Party was arguing for is that they wanted to ensure that slavery was not allowed in new states because it would become competitive with free white labor. The Republican racists of the North of the time in the 1800s believed that if you had a system of slavery, that white people would not be able to compete and that we need free white labor. Now, if we're talking about this concept as it applies to Elon Musk's views on labor and the utilization of labor and whether or not that person showcases a racist attitude towards other people and views that are commiserate with white supremacy, what we have is someone that does not believe in this concept that we ought not have brown people for free white labor, that regularly argues that the American education system and the white people within the American education system do not have a good enough education in order to be able to compete at the highest levels in all of these programs and in all of these corporations that he says built America and, quote, made America strong. He wants brown people to come in and compete with free white labor because they are the individuals that are making America strong. So if you're pro-slavery, you're racist. If you're pro-saving things for free white labor, you're racist. If you're pro-utilizing other people in a competitive market with H-1B visas because they cost less, you're racist. In what world, in what fucking opinion is he supposed to have on labor that you don't automatically say, well, if we take a systemic look at it, we can prove that it's racist? Because it seems to me, no matter what fucking his opinion is on labor, you use it as evidence that he's a racist to support your
None
claim,
of it would matter if he wasn't so tightly none of it would matter. He can have whatever opinion if he wanted, if he wasn't so closely tied to the government. And so now we have to look at the opinions we have. We have to look at the character of the person that is standing right next to our president. We have to look at that
What
character.
does this have to do with what I said? What the fuck does that have to do with what I said?
You're saying anything. You're saying what could this person have possibly said that would
the claim
be okay?
is that he is racist. Okay,
yes.
I gave you 3 different examples of how they are historically shown as racist, and then you're saying,
I never made the claim.
but he's involved. He's involved in government, so we have to look at him. That's fine. That has nothing to do with whether or not we're substantiating the claim that his opinions showcase that he's a racist.
Hold on, we can just make some general assumptions.
Simply because he wants H-1B visas, that makes him not racist. Because he wants because these people are going to get paid full price as Americans. No, they're going to get paid at a lesser rate.
No,
they're going to have
You're creating an unfalsifiable claim, as Lactoid said. The claim is he is racist. I'm saying substantiate that claim, and then I'm bringing evidence to the contrary, as is Lactoid.
My claim, right? And I will say it again. He's a fucking racist. It's racist. In case you haven't caught on, he's a fucking racist, right? So I made the claim. As a counterclaim, our friend I think at least it was Lactoid, maybe not. So I'm sorry if I got this wrong, but I think you were the one who brought up the H-1Bs.
As evidence against the claim that he's racist.
That's not a counterclaim. Yeah. That's evidence, right? So a counterclaim would be him saying he is not racist and I can prove it. What he said is that your claim is lacking evidence, and here's some evidence to the contrary.
Specific.
Welcome to debate school.
Specificity.
It's almost like we're on a fucking debate panel, Sociologic.
Yeah, well, we're not in debate school. We're on debate panel, not in debate school. There's a distinction there.
If you make a fucking mistake, I'm going to correct it.
I didn't make a mistake. You did.
Not everybody.
You thought we were in school. I know we're on a panel.
You never makes mistakes.
You thought we were in school. I know we're on a panel. See the mistake?
Okay. So guys, so I hear you, and excuse me, not a counterclaim, right? So then then I I know what the terms are. Then maybe maybe I can tell me, right? In response, right, I tried to invalidate the evidence that Lactoid presented, right? So he says the H-1B visas is an example of him not being racist. Look, he's got brown people around him, and he wants
Because
more brown people around
he
him.
fought with the most
And he
virulent
fought for it.
racists on Twitter over this very topic.
I think that racists can have different priorities, which is the thing that I'm trying to get over to you. But in any case, right? So but I'm trying to like walk us through this. So the reason so when I'm countering about this, it's not that hey, anyone supportive of H-1B is racist. There's lots of reasons to support H-1B. H-1B isn't of itself evidence, right? So all my responses now have been to counter that that is valid evidence rather than it's in itself proving that he's a racist.
It doesn't definitively prove that he's not a racist.
Right, that's fine. This is the problem with an unfalsifiable claim, right? Like anyone can be a racist. Like the most outwardly appearing non-racist, right? Because we're talking about a feeling in your heart, right? Racism comes from the heart. As Elon showed us with the Nazi salute, as his heart goes out to everyone, that racism comes from the heart, okay? You hold it deep in your heart, and you could be the most outwardly anti-racist person in all of your, in every shape or way, and still be a racist, right? So when you make the claim that someone is racist, then what he's presenting is evidence. Now you could say, like, at the end of the day, you could say, well, that doesn't prove he's not a racist. And I think Lactoid would agree, and I think I agree that doesn't prove that he isn't a racist. What it does, though, is it showcases that he has opinions that are deeply held and against outward racists, that he went to fight against racists and claims that racism is wrong in that regard.
But friend, and I'm trying to do this. Okay.
Thank you, Brother Scott.
Because this is a difference in our worldview that's so deep that like we're talking different languages here, right? And I'm trying it, like this is why I've addressed most of this to Lactoid, because I understand, Scott, right? And this is not me attacking you. I understand that you have this certain set of principles that make it effectively impossible for you to speak the same language. Right? I think intellectually you can understand. This is not an insult. I swear. Right? Like I get
always
that,
when it's a good sign.
Like I'm not saying that you're dumb at all, right? I'm not saying that your intelligence is compromised or anything like that, right? I get it. I just feel like your worldview is so set in the stone and so rigid that that when we get to these moments, right, when we're grinding down to our axioms, that we can never actually meet, right? No matter how close we are, right? It's like we're trying to approach the speed of light. We just can't never.
I promise I can meet you there. I'm very well read on critical race theory. I know
you are.
Right?
I know you are.
Promise I can meet you.
Okay, wait. Serious question. If real quick, let's say I said let's say you said Scott was racist, and then I said, well, we first of all, there's no evidence been presented, but I have evidence. Look, he dates black women. Would you agree this is at least some evidence against him being racist? Like, isn't it a common trait amongst racists to not date black women?
Okay, yeah, I like this question. No.
Well,
interesting. You say that.
Exactly.
It could be racist, but it's just evidence against the probability that he is racist.
I hear you, right? And this, I'm glad you asked that, right? Because it shows that racism isn't some sort of a simple one-dimensional thing, right? That like there's overwhelming hatred of the other, right? That can't be controlled, and that overrides everything else. That's not how racism works, right? And I know, and
it could be a contrast thing,
to it because I know you know this. I know you know this, right? That like what Scott was just alluding to. Yeah, actually, known racists have dated black people,
but they're less likely to.
I would say they're less likely to, but it's not necessarily evidence against the fact. They also fetishize black people all the time, right? And I'm not saying this is true.
Prime.
Right?
The definition of evidence is anything that makes something more or less likely. That's all it is.
Okay, fair enough. But the thing that I was trying to get across to you, friend, right? And this is the language, right? The language barrier between you and me is because you don't look at this as systemic. You don't try to look at anything as systemic, as far as I can tell. you don't seem to like that sort of that worldview, that perspective, that lens. You don't seem to like that. But if you do, right? If you apply that, then you can see that there are other priorities to this individual that integrate, right? Like even slave masters, right? First of all, slave masters fuck their slaves, to be clear, right? They rape their slaves all the time. They love them, even though they thought they were
It wasn't like a romantic relationship though, but sure.
No, they actually did have. I mean, Thomas Jefferson, like
sure, fair enough. But
we don't actually,
on average,
we don't actually know
average,
definitively if Thomas Jefferson had sex with slaves. Just for the record.
What? We
that
can trace it back to his. Oh, that's wrong.
Well, no, actually, there's more evidence that it was his brother. But people forget that.
He fucked his brother. No, I'm kidding.
No, that his brother was.
I know.
Like the genealogy evidence that they use could just easily be used against his brother. But I'm fine with assuming
that he's fucking his
brother.
brother.
I understand. I understand what you're saying. Like, yes, you can get along with brown people if they're rich because your class interests could outweigh your race interests. This could happen because that outweighs this.
I know.
There's a complex intersection of all these different things.
Than that, I would say you can marry the two. That you can marry your dislike of these people with your exploitation of these individuals. These two things aren't separate; that they work perfectly well together, and they always have.
They can be. They can be. But what I'm going off of raw like statistics and probabilities here, right? If I'm looking at, because I like Scott said, I can't see inside your head. So how do I know that you're racist against white people, Prime? Let's say I make the claim you are racist against white people. I would have to look for evidence to the idea that you're racist against white people and evidence contrary to the idea that you're racist against white people. If you hang out with a bunch of white people, you're like, I don't really care about race. It's not a big deal. Like, I don't hate you because you're white, blah, blah, blah. And like, you don't show animus, et cetera, et cetera. That's all evidence against the idea that you're racist against white people. However, let's say evidence 4, I like walk into like a Nation of Islam meeting for delivering DoorDash, and I look over and there you are like ranting about the Yakubians and how like their calcified pineal glands has led them to dominate the West and how they're going to take over the whole world and we have to get rid of them now. Like if you start yelling about that shit, that's strong evidence that you hate white people, right? That's strong evidence that you're racist against white people. And so I'm looking at the evidence for and the evidence against. Now, when I look at somebody who is arguing against groypers on the internet in favor of H-1B visa holders, in favor of brown people entering the country and being here on a relatively high salary that could otherwise be in competition, that is in competition for like native-born Americans, this is evidence. This is not definitive proof, but this is evidence against being a racist.
The broader racist movement, I'm not sure the best way to let's just call them alt-right. Let's just say that for
overwhelmingly against H-1Bs.
No, 1 second. My point is, do you think that there are disagreements within that movement as to what their priorities should be, as to who their targets should be, right?
There's disagreements in every movement, but again,
Nick Fuentes and Myron Gaines are boys, right?
Let's say all I know about somebody. Let me give you an example. Let's say
Nick
all I know
Fuentes isn't getting along with all the other.
Yes. This is a great example.
So
let's say
Myron Gaines is a socialist.
Nick Fuentes is for sure a socialist.
Let's say all you knew about somebody was that they were pro-life. Okay.
He literally said today, he was talking about socialism. Nick Fuentes was. So I don't know how you want to argue, that he's not a socialist.
Really? Hear me?
Yeah, he's a Nazi.
He's a Christian nationalist.
He's a Nazi, and Nazis are socialists. And
all right, cool. Yeah, that's fine.
Let's not go down this. Okay, I just want to let's say all you know about somebody is pro-life. Okay. Now, Prime, I'm going to make you guess. Somebody's pro-life. Are they more likely a Republican or a Democrat?
Republican. No, I hear you on the
Wait. Why are there Republicans? There's also pro-life Democrats.
No, they exist. Exactly. Right. It's not definitive proof, though. Right.
But it is. It's not definitive, but it is evidence, isn't it?
Yes. And I will. Hold on.
All I'm saying.
So maybe this is a problem with terminology, right? Because you have a specific way, because you're a lawyer, right, of using this terminology, and I'm not using it in the same way. So maybe
you're a layman.
Maybe when I make it's not a counterclaim, but maybe when I try to counter your evidence, right? It's not maybe to say that it is completely not admissible. I don't know. Fuck. Sorry, I'm not having trouble here, right? I'm what I'm trying to
Speak
say.
from your heart,
I agree with you.
There-
It's not definitive proof. I agree with you.
there's
It's not
not
definitive
value.
proof.
The value that you are attributing to this evidence, right? It's there. There is some level of value, but it's much smaller, narrow than you believe. So that's what
Okay.
I'm.
No, that's fine, right? And so you think that this is like less, like this holds less weight than I'm putting on it, right? In the
Yeah.
same way that, frankly, sharing a tweet that's not racist from somebody who happens to otherwise be racist, I think is pretty weak evidence that the person sharing the tweet is racist. I have found an occasional Stone Toss cartoon pretty funny. He does explicitly Nazi shit. I wouldn't consider myself to be a Nazi.
I wouldn't consider you to be either, right?
Right, but I like some Stone Toss comics.
Do you
So
share them
no,
often? Do you share
this
Nazi propaganda
is-
often? So on and so
not
forth.
often.
Okay, all right.
Occasionally.
How about this?
Stone Toss is pretty funny.
How about this? Because
Thank
we're gonna
you.
keep running into this. We're gonna keep running into this. You and I, right? Like I don't know when you might be available. Maybe over the weekend, right? Why don't we just have the conversation? Because we're gonna keep running into it. Like I don't have his all the tweets available, and I'm not gonna dig through Elon Musk's shit right now.
Wait, Monday, can we all have this conversation?
No, I don't want to have it all. I want to have one person. I actually want one person because it's going to be complicated enough, right? I don't think that I can move my friend Scott, even though I love and appreciate my friend Scott. I don't think I can make any progress with Scott. The reason why I want to do this because with Lactoid, because I think I can, right, on this particular issue. Okay, right? Like we'll have to have a debate.
Yeah, we can set that up. And I just want to say, like, I know you're saying you can't move Scott. I'm not a racist. Now you can just take my word for it.
I agree with you.
I would agree there is more evidence that Scott's not a racist than me, because I have not to date dated a black woman, and not out of decision. It's just out of opportunity.
Yes, Scott says all kinds.
I'm in the Midwest. Okay?
Awful shit though. But Scott likes because it's like
black women in the Midwest,
like
in very specific locations.
If we were to like
for random reasons,
for safety reasons, honestly,
to clip my streams like in a hostile manner, right? Like I could easily make a case that Scott's a racist rather than you, right? Because of how you present yourself. Not that I'm saying that my friend Scott is a racist. I'm not saying that. But I'm saying if I were to like clip in a hostile manner, I could assemble.
Particularly because Scott
I don't think I would be able to.
If he didn't date black women, I'd say he wasn't.
Yeah, real
racist.
quick.
Because he does.
Real quick. So what you're saying, Prime, right? I'm going to channel my inner Kathy Newman in that Jordan Peterson interview, right? So what you're saying is if you were particularly biased against me, you could find clips and pieces of things to try and associate me as a racist, as opposed to the totality of who I am.
You do that with anyone, yeah.
You see where he's going.
Do you feel like maybe that's your like? Do you feel like that you have that same issue with Elon Musk?
No, I don't, because I've seen a totality of evidence. No, it could be the case. Well, sorry, hold on. It could always be the case that a person could be deceived, right? That you can see a body of evidence, right? Something presented to you as evidence, but it's false or it's misleading. So that could happen of anyone, right? I could think that you're not a racist, right, because of body of evidence, but I could be wrong about that about you, Scott. But as of now, no, I don't believe that. I think I've seen more than enough from this individual.
I would say if you want to channel like your good critical race theorist position, right? Mm-hmm. That what you shouldn't be doing is saying Elon Musk is a racist, because it's an unprovable claim, just like saying God is real. Right, you're saying God is real. I know God exists, right? Mm-hmm. And then we can go back and forth over and over and over again. But you admit that you don't actually know what's in somebody's heart. It could all be a play one way or the other. The right way to make the claim that I think that you want to make from a critical race theory position would be that Elon Musk participates in and engages and supports both financially and politically systems that encourage white supremacy and unequitable outcomes for black people, and thus engages in racism from a praxeological position. That is actually the claim that I think you probably are trying to make here.
It is the claim that I am trying to
Then
make.
you lose the
However, like
normies.
you both, right? The two of you, right, and probably Gibbs as well, right? Like you guys don't accept like that framing. Like I don't like Lactoid like specifically rejects systemic framing all the time. So there's no point in making that. So I
well, yeah, I don't agree with critical race theory, but I mean, but that is the argument. Like the argument that like someone is a racist is just like a back and forth on an unprovable claim, right?
Hold on,
I'll
make
a bunch of evidence that shows that he doesn't seem racist, and then you could present jokes and or other things, and then he'll constantly be like, "Well, that joke is taken out of context, or that's clearly just a joke."
I'll make a claim right now,
and you'll go back and forth, and no one will really know definitively whether or not someone is or isn't racist. The best you could do is get to a balance of probabilities whether or not it would be fair to make the claim that someone probably is or probably isn't racist, right? But if you want to actually make the claim that someone is definitively racist, and that racist is an ideology that engages via praxis, right? Then you can make all those systemic arguments. And obviously I have counters against those because I'm, because I studied it and because I'm not a fucking CRT person.
But Lacto, hold on.
Lacto, did you see the meme I sent?
You reject the concept of
well, hold on, you threw me in here. I want to respond to that real quick. I probably
yeah, that's a good one.
Yeah, so you threw me in here and said, "Hey,
that's
Gibbs
what I was thinking of, yeah.
probably would agree with this."
Yeah.
Let me tell you what I think. Since you want to throw me in, I'll make it real simple. Everybody is racist sometimes. Like, have you ever eaten a bad steak? Terrible. White people need to learn what seasoning's for sometimes. Bad chicken. Same thing. Like if I'm driving,
you're not hungry. You're not hungry.
Yeah.
You're not hungry right now. But if a sandwich cuts you off on the
highway, I'm gonna be like, "Damn this!" And I look over, and it's a little old Asian lady. I might yell something at her, right? In my car, but same thing.
You were hungry all day.
Asian lady.
Oh yeah, like what I'm saying.
You were hungry all day, were you?
Like, listen, I'm just saying, like, everybody racist sometimes. But on that note, I am the least racist one here because the only color I care about is green. So go fuck yourselves.
Leftists are like within their ideology, like there's room for implicit racism and internalized racism. So all these things, it works perfectly in our worldview, and we can acknowledge that everyone has these things within them, right?
I think you and I had a conversation about this before when I was presenting a new sociological framework that I developed, cultural cost theory. It's been a while since we discussed it, but I have an entirely different view on sociology beyond structural functionalism or dramaturgy or things of that nature, and that my position is obviously the entire new school of thought of sociology that I invented. So I'm not going to budge that much on CRT because I have a new lens.
Prime, I got a really important question.
I know you gotta go.
No, I got a question for you, Prime. That's very important.
Oh, okay. I was gonna just ask you quickly then. But like actually, I don't know. I need to ask you. You accept the idea that racists exist, that are racist people out there, but you reject a systemic analysis of racism in terms of like its class impact and its societal.
I don't reject it. I don't reject it. I do. One of the I think that for a lot of people, and this isn't true for everybody, but I think for a lot of people, systemic is used as a term to avoid having to provide evidence.
Okay.
Now there can be genuinely if you can, we can walk through XYZ, cause and effect, cause and effect, cause and effect, and you can show a demonstrable this was related to that in some way. This is an example of how these policies can get out of control.
Redlining. Redlining is a classic example of obvious systemic racism in America's history.
But what I don't like is when systemic is used merely to avoid evidence, as a sort of phantom thing, like XYZ happened because systemic racism. Okay, let's walk through and explain to me how that specifically that is happening here, and either I don't get an answer or just you don't understand.
Bro, disparate impact, bro. Disparate impact, bro.
It's you wouldn't understand that you're white. But the other thing
that's
is
standpoint epistemology.
I also don't like there seems to oftentimes in people making systemic racism arguments, there are these sort of implied propositions where like there's like an implied normative aspect of like, oh, this happened, so therefore you must agree, Lactoid, that we should do X, right? Like for example, redlining obviously was a thing, therefore we should obviously do reparations, right? Like there's the normative claim associated that I'm not going to get on board with, right? And so because I don't always go on board with the normative claims, and because I am skeptical as to like the evidence segments, right? I can sometimes be accused of denying normative or systemic racism, but I understand the theory, right? That like, as Scott said, like redlining can affect home ownership, which can affect XYZ.
Okay.
And then I have an important question for you. And this is a serious question because I've been heavily considering this. And your answer and the answer of this panel might change my decision on this, okay?
Don't get another motorcycle.
Go ahead.
Okay. Kanye West, otherwise known as Ye, has been incredibly active on Twitter, mostly after his butt-naked wife was all over the Grammys, okay?
Yeah.
But not only was his butt-naked wife all over the Grammys, she is incredibly fit. She's an incredibly in shape woman. Very incredible, I will say.
Incredible. Say incredible again.
Can someone send me
a lot of incredible aspects about it? If we got to be,
He lacks a lot of credibility.
Two very specific, incredible aspects, I would say. But overall, like she's obviously in great
more than
shape.
two.
I mean, she obviously goes to the gym. I mean, clearly incredible. But I would say this. On top of that, Ye also posts links to a website called Yeezy, which sells clothing. If I got a bunch of
counterintuitive.
Oh boy.
If I know counterintuitive, but that I was looking at the clothing, I'm like, wow, this is pretty fly. Okay. If I got a bunch of
Wait, is this when have you just discovered Yeezy now?
I did. Everything's
Jesus
$20.
Christ. Yeah.
Everything's $20. I knew about the Yeezy.
Jesus
shoes
Christ.
back in the day.
No, don't buy Yeezy.
Listen, you talk about Lactoid having
Hold on.
FUBU. I got FUBU right here. I don't want to hear just discovered Yeezy.
I got Yeezy Gap original, but hold on. I got you. I got you.
I know the old school Yeezys. Okay, I know like the
God.
old shoes and everything. I'm talking about the new website where everything's $20, where you can get a Yeezy with Russian script on it, like a T-shirt and like a box T-shirt, and like a hoodie and everything. If you saw me walking around with a bunch of Yeezy clothing on, is that racist? Since Ye is a little bit of an anti-Semite.
Alexa, turn the lights on.
She just doesn't love. Why didn't you just do the Frogan love Sabra thing?
I have the Yeezy anti-Semite puffer jacket.
If Gibbs eats Sabra, he's probably racist against Arabs or something. Like, why didn't you do that? Like, you might as well have just done that one.
But this is like a very specific artist who says something about Hitler and microphones, and it's not very good.
Yeah,
I got the jacket right here, baby.
Ali, do me a favor. Send me a picture of Yeezy's girl. Kanye's girl in the Grammy thing.
Sorry,
I got you.
But yeah, would that be racist, guys?
Wait, what?
Oh, so
if I came on stream covered like decked out in Yeezy gear.
Well, hold on. I mean, if I wore
that'd be anti-Semitic, not racist.
Yeah, sure. That would be like if I wore all Hugo Boss clothes.
Yeah, I'm being like that's serious.
You'd be like, he's clearly a Nazi.
Well,
he fucking is wearing all Hugo Boss.
Alive.
Lactoid, two things.
Well, they're still putting Nazi imagery in Hugo Boss shit. What do you mean? If he's still alive?
Number one. So
somebody over there is running that shit. That's a Nazi. Let me just say.
two things for you, Lactoid. Number one. This is why you need to schedule a time to come talk with me about cultural cost theory, right? Because there is a cultural cost association in these things. It's okay, right? If Yeezy had made terrible music, this would change my interpretation of whether or not you're an anti-Semite. If he was known predominantly and primarily for being an anti-Semite, as opposed to first as a recording artist that made College Dropout and then was known to everybody as an anti-Semite, it changes things a little bit. Secondly, my very non-racist opinion, as a white man, we're not good with style. All right. Well, I'm part Lebanese, but and also Lebanese are like white people for the most part, anyways. Like, let's be real.
We're like 30% French.
That's fake news.
Yeah,
white people. White people don't accept me as all white. They definitely aren't going to accept no Lebanese people as all white.
No.
Let's just get that out of the way.
I get. Whoa! Don't you dare! I get the white pass. I have the card. I get all the white things.
Yeah.
I got the honky card.
Yeah,
right. So as a mostly
look at my skin tone, I can.
Okay, how about that? As a mostly white person, dude, just get Stitch Fix. Like, stop dressing yourself. Just
Stitch
look.
Fix.
We're not black. We're not cool like that. Okay, just get Stitch Fix and give them your size, give them your style, and give them a monthly payment, and just have them ship you shit in the mail and be like, oh, I guess this does look good on me.
Speak for yourself, Fabian.
Would
I
they
can dress
send me this
myself.
fly
Thank you.
Bucks
I have
jacket? I don't
style.
think so.
Okay, well
Mediterraneans
that's
have
more
style,
evidence
too.
that Lebanese isn't white. All right, is the fact that you have style. All right, like I'm just throwing this out here. All right, just telling you.
I want specifically the
all right,
Yeezy looks cool.
all
No,
right,
you won't be
know what?
racist
All right,
if you wear Yeezy gear. You're just a little
some
bit
jokes
anti-Semitic,
land
though.
and
A
some
little bit
fucking
anti-Semitic,
don't.
though.
All right, that one didn't land. All right, I'll take that. That's okay. I'll take that L. You know, sometimes I'm not fucking funny. You know, I'm not a stand-up comedian. I'm a streamer.
That's fair. It happens so small. I don't want to get this stone tossed.
Also, 1 o'clock in the morning.
So the joke is that like the stone toss joke is that like the guy saying you hate black people, he's like, oh, do I? So he turns to the black girl and says, I'm racist. She's afraid at first, but then the joke is that black girls are attracted to racist guys, like racist white guys, and so she's blushing. So she's blushing.
I mean, we do have Doja Cat as proof of that. So
and every girl Scott's dated, you know.
It's like Prime. It's like advanced negging. It's like you neg the whole race, basically.
Okay. Yeah, I haven't heard that.
So he's saying he's saying
okay,
am I racist? Watch.
As a white guy,
black girl to be
hold on.
attracted to him. So
hold on, as a white guy that loves to date black women, let me explain this to you. All right.
Yeah.
Now there is a small group of black women who are willing to date white guys. Okay. Right. A lot of black women predominantly prefer black men. Okay. And then there's some black women, right, that kind of like white guys, but I'm not fucking Brad Pitt. Okay, so those girls, you know, like they would have to be really ugly.
You're not fucking Brad Pitt.
What I'm saying is, what I'm saying is there's a group of black women that just date black guys. Then there's a group of black women that date white guys, and then there's an overlap where there's a good chunk of black women that will date a white guy, but he has to be like out of their league, right? They've got to be like really tall, really attractive. Then they're okay with it, right? Then there's a group of black women that are actually more into white guys than they are black guys. Now, in that group of black women, most of them are just more into white guys for cultural reasons, for, you know, maybe they, maybe they grew up in a certain neighborhood, maybe they have daddy issues, whatever it is, they're dating outside of their race in some regard. But then there's another, there's another small group of them, okay, that are genuinely racist against black people.
Okay, where do I find those?
They think black people are like a problem.
You're not helping. You're not a racist argument.
I don't give a fuck. Like just like Elon Musk.
No, I'm talking about the lactoid. The lactoid.
Oh, right.
Yeah,
so those
right.
So those self-hating black people, right? You can sometimes and very often find them dating legitimate white supremacists. Because there is a kink that is happening here where the white supremacist likes to belittle and go against the black woman, and then the black woman is like not only accepting but in many ways turned on by the racist behavior.
I understand this. Okay, so I'm gonna get that.
That's different from race play because that's just like fun in the bedroom.
I guess, I mean, this might work within, like, if it's racist people who are reading this cartoon, then
it's a stone toss cartoon. It's definitely racist.
Yeah. Fair enough. Okay, well, yeah, fair enough. If that's his audience, and then they get that. But for, like, the vast majority of people, this isn't going to land. But like back to what
It's a lot of people in the comments, by the way, just asking like, "What does this mean?" And then some people like explaining. So,
what if I'm into the racist black women, but not because of like race? Like I don't like black men, but because I want less competition. Like it's a market thing.
Scott,
about that.
Oh my God! Oh,
hey, don't put me
Scott,
on that.
I agree with what you said, right? And I've talked about it before. I've talked about like on this platform how like you've stumbled into in certain corners of the internet like really fucking dark race play from people who aren't actually playing that like that shit really turns them on. Yeah, that's a thing. That's a real thing. And it's fucking disturbing as shit. But I leave them to it, right? If that's what
it makes me it makes me super uncomfortable. Like I've engaged in race play a couple times before, and like every time I've been like the post nut clarity after that is real strong. It's like oh, this was weird. I'm not this person.
Where'd I find all that character?
Yeah, that's funny. That's funny.
Yeah. But okay.
Yeah, on that note, real quick, I just want to say, as far as people holding white privilege cards, there's one real simple test, and my chat pointed out, and I want to share it with y'all because I think it's a good one. I guess you get the white privilege card if you've never gotten a random check at the TSA, and no offense, Sociologic, I know you've gotten checked every time you go to the TSA.
So have I. So if my beard
If I rest my case, guess who's listen? And I'm saying that I know the white nationalists ain't gonna accept me, and I'm Mexican, and I never get checked when I go to the TSA. Just saying.
I do prefer
I got a random
driving.
check when I was 11.
Oh wait, did you guys? I have a question for everyone. Did you guys see that the black woman from New York in Pakistan who is refusing to leave? Like, did you guys anyone see this? There's a woman from New York. She met some guy from Pakistan online. They hit it off. They did some online dating. He said he wanted to marry her.
He was 31. She's 19.
Yeah,
he's 19 in Pakistan.
She sold everything, flew to Pakistan. He went to the airport, saw her, turned around, left. Now she refuses to leave. Right? Her family's like, "Yo, we'll fly you out." She's like, "Nah, I'm good." The Pakistani government's like, "Hey, we will get you a ticket and fly you out of here." She's like, "Nah, I'm good. I'm gonna stay." Reporters are going around interviewing her. She's sitting in Pakistan. She's saying, no, fuck that. I'm chilling. I'm here. Y'all gonna give me land. You're gonna give me $2,000 to $5,000 a week. I'm gonna rebuild the infrastructure of Pakistan. It's gonna be a whole reverse refugee, baby.
What?
Good luck.
You seriously haven't heard about this?
This
Hey,
person
she sounds like a crazy
psycho.
lady.
Hold
No,
on,
I mean,
she sounds pretty based. I think we should be trying to send these people
like the
over.
way someone looks before you flew across the world.
Is this a
Well,
new
no,
form of
no.
colonialism, like
She
victim
flew across the
colonialism?
world.
Hey, listen,
He left her.
We gotta try something else
She
out.
flew to him.
I know. Like, so, like, he didn't look at her before she flew all the way to
What
Pakistan?
difference does it make to him?
It obviously made a huge difference because he turned around and left.
No.
as soon as she
Yeah,
landed.
but there's no cost. There's no cost to him. Yeah, there's no cost to him. He gets to just go back home. But this lady now is like talking to the Pakistani government. She's trying to sue the government for this.
Yeah, this
she
sounds
just
like a
sounds
crazy
crazy.
lady.
Dog, look at the story is what's crazy, bro. She wants land. She wants government assistance.
Yeah,
she wants
she
a
sounds
whole
like a
deal.
crazy lady. She's
Headline:
a crazy lady.
Crazy New Yorker. Wow, I know.
No, she is. No, you're absolutely right, guys. She is crazy, right? Her family apparently thinks that she has mental health issues.
I know that she has mental health issues.
Look
I
up
don't need
her
a family's
videos.
opinion.
It's a
If
good
you look
good dive.
If you look up her picture, right, so you can see her online, right? With
Onija.
You're saying I can
not
see
the,
her crazy eyes?
Yeah, she's wearing the headdress.
Is she hot though?
No.
Yeah.
Oh well, then I don't give a shit.
Yeah, that's the thing. She's
No,
not
she's not hot.
actually all that hot. I could imagine that in our interactions, assuming they did do video, which may not be the case, that she like used a shit ton of filters. And this kid just like, especially from Pakistan, I don't know how well he's familiar with social media, may not have understood that. And then he probably never got a full view of her body, especially if like she's coming in hot as a Muslim, right? That he never got a full look at her body. So
Real quick, Prime. I got a super chat. Please tell Prime we hope he feels better soon. Air until the end of that's more. Wait until the end if that's more appropriate. Have fun fighting the multitudes of strawmen.
Multitudes of strawmen. Okay. Yeah, I'm.
You can tell from your voice you're sore. Yeah.
Well, no, yeah. I've been sick for the last 2 weeks. I feel better now, but I've been. It was really bad for a while.
I thought whatever that
My
was
voice is
too,
still
bro.
Fucked up. Yeah.
Everybody's been fighting it, bro. Everybody. You know what cures it? Caldo de pollo. Ask your Hispanic maids that what's her name Osborne was telling everybody that we had.
But yeah,
real talk. Another racist comment. Real talk though, like fucking. I never learned so many fucking cure-alls and cheap things than when I started like working in the kitchen with Guatemalans, man. I remember
they're the best.
I burnt my arm and like this sweet old Guatemalan lady just like grabbed me and started like rubbing mustard into my burn. And I was like, what the fuck?
Yeah, flour works
and then
too.
I was like, oh shit, like that fucking worked and like got my scars gone, even though it was like a 600-degree oven. Like, yeah.
Yeah.
Nice.
Apparently flour also works. Is what the Guatemalans taught me. Whenever you fall into
they know so many fucking
the flour in there
because they don't have a choice. They don't have the medical infrastructure, so they know all the shit.
I'm
that,
fine
like,
with the
kinda
Guatemalans.
works.
You're fine with the Guatemalans? You'll allow them?
As long as they're not in H-1B visas.
Proof that lactoid's not racist, I think.
H1A.
It's at least it's not proof. It's at least evidence.
It's evidence.
It's evidence.
All right, I'm gonna get out of here,
I
fellas.
like the Guatemala. Yeah, I got to bounce too. It's late.
Well, then why don't we end it here? Thanks all for coming through.
1:15 in the morning.
Oh my god, yeah. But I think we had a fun conversation. I would really actually like to have that separate conversation with you, one-on-one, Lactoid. But I appreciate you guys dealing with all the passion this week. You guys are great. You took it like champs. So shout out to my friend Lactoid, to my friend Scott, to Admiral Gibbs, to Corey who bounced, Aiko, Grid, and our friend Ali. It was always a real one, always trying to like send me tips to like help out the stream, like real one, and I really appreciate that. I am going to rate. I would rate out to Lactoid, but he's
I'm gonna be bouncing to bed, so
conked out. But anyway, you just head up. My thing is freezing up. But if you got to head up, go ahead.
Peace out.
I'll be on for a while, Prime, if you want to raid me.
Oh yeah, I'll raid you.
Also, real quick shout out. Two of the people here, Scott and Aiko, we're gonna be doing something tomorrow at 9 p.m. It's gonna be cool. Check it out.
And that's Mountain Time. Wait a minute.
Central Time. The best time. Texas time. Central Time.
Okay. Yeah. It's 10 p.m. Eastern.
Yes, sir.
Oh, his PC crashed. That's unfortunate. Corey's.
Whose PC crashed?
Corey's. Yeah.
Fuck him.
Yeah. It's surprising because he's usually like says something before he leaves. But yeah, I read it out. So thanks guys for being amazing. Like shout out to my friends Lagtoid and Scott who take a lot of my abuse like on a regular basis. But I do appreciate you guys. I hope
dude, you should know that like how much I respect you despite your political views based off of how many bridges I have burned. Like, I could have been so much more successful as a streamer if I hadn't told basically 95% of everyone on Twitch at one point in time that they're a corrupt piece of shit and they should go fuck themselves. While I have called you a racist and many other things because of your political views, right? I have nothing but respect for the shows that you've put on and the way that you engage with people behind the scenes, and never seen anything shifty or like fucked up about you as an individual. And even when people were like coming after you for the man who will not be named that used to do panels, right, and all that bullshit, it was like even then I was like, well, I'm supposed to hate him because fucking two people seem to be awkward in DMs. Like, what the fuck is this, right? Like, I've never seen anything fucked up from you, and I've been on a lot of people's, programs and, a lot of people over the years. So, I appreciate you. You're one of the good ones. And I mean that because you're black.
Thank you.
I was thinking the same thing.
I was like, I hope he doesn't say that. Oh, yeah, he said it.
Despite his great love for, dubs over subs.
Maybe it's because I have blue eyes. I don't know, and I look like Cortez, but I get a crazy amount of white supremacists in my chat that we have to ban daily. Like, it is a problem. Like, they come
I don't get them daily. I get a few that I have.
I get a lot. I get a lot.
Some, yeah.
And they gotta go. I don't know. It's crazy. I'm like, listen, y'all are trying to sit here and butter me up, but I know y'all are sending me to the camps too. I don't want to go to the camps.
Well, I'm just like, dude, this is Fed behavior. Like, anytime I see a white supremacist type shit, I'm just like, this is Fed shit. And then anytime they end up in my Discord, they always do the same shit, which is Fed shit. Be like, try and find ways to attack the Discord server by like posting wild shit that's against the rules, or like, they cannot fucking behave in any way, shape, or form. They think it's based to like lie and create shit. And it's like, I don't know what percentage of white supremacists online are Feds, but I know that it's not zero. And I know that all of them, maybe not all of them, but all of the ones that I end up interacting with almost always engage in Fed shit.
Well, those are two groups I don't like, so I definitely don't want them in there. I don't like the Feds, and I don't like white supremacists, so fuck them. It's a quick ban around here. I don't ban many things, but It's a quick way to go bye-bye. I don't know. It's a problem. Gotta watch out for these jokes.
I'll head out.
I gotta
but
crash
yeah,
bed. Yeah.
have a good one.
I got to get out of here.
Boys.
I'll see you guys, Admiral and Ike. I'll see you guys tomorrow night, late at night.
Fantastic.
Have a good one.
Yes, we're excited. I know I'm excited. All right, let's get out of this.
All right. Uh-oh. Nah, I'm just kidding. Base Prime is a nice guy, though misled. Yeah, I mean, I find you a lot of lefties are like ideologically they're some of the most evil people, and they end up justifying some of the most evil shit. But a lot of them get led to that because of genuine empathy. Like this like Jordan Peterson take that it's all resentment. Like, I agree that is certainly an element of it, and that it's there, or resent them all from, like, you know, Nietzsche's will to power. I agree that that's an aspect of it, but a lot of them really do have like empathy and try to be good people. And like, I won't say that I don't find that on the right. I tend to, I feel like it's hard for me to determine because I'm more biased towards people on the right. But like, I do find that, like, maybe it's just like personality trait openness. Like openness to new ideas and things like that I feel like the right gives so much more pushback and vitriol the moment that they like grab that enemy thing. But then obviously the radical left is just the same. But like, I find that center left people tend to be more empathetic than like center right people, and more open to like discussing things that they disagree with. The radical left I find to be the worst of them. And obviously, you know, the radical right too, but the radical right's so much smaller, right? Like the groyper white supremacist people, like they're such a fraction of like right-wing thought, whereas like commies are pretty fucking common these days, be them of like the classical variety or like the woke variety. But yeah, guys, it is super late at night. It's 1:20 in the morning actually, and I got to go get my kid, and I'm going to stream tomorrow. So we will see what that looks like. It's going to be a late night stream, right? Like, I'm probably not coming on until like 9:30 Eastern. But we will we'll kind of see what the deal is, and see if we like this format, and it should be a lot of fun. So super chats always get answered. You become a member for only $3.99, and you get cool emotes and a little badge. If you want to see my shower thoughts or watch me be toxic, follow me on X. And if you want to be a part of the community and you want to get the go lives as opposed to just, you know, liking, subscribing, and turning the notification bell on, you know, you can join the Discord, because the Discord is definitely the place to always get notified when I'm going live. And of course, I now have the function for you guys to clip things. So if you find something based, find something funny, you find a section that you like, clip it and then post it in the stream clip section in Discord. Nobody's doing that, but it's the best way to help the channel for free, right? I mean, obviously it takes your time, but make those clips and then I can turn those into YouTube shorts, and it'll really help the channel grow. Appreciate you guys, and I'll either see you tomorrow or I'll see you Wednesday when it's like a normal streaming time.